Hey. Hey, everybody. We got an exciting show for you today. Presentation from Losthorizon52 about the problems that we're having with the peer review process these days. And a little announcement about NASA finally admitting to it being an electric universe out there, and a whole lot more. So let me get these technical shits out of the way real quick. Got Debbie's microphone up. Microphone check, Debbie.
Hello, hello.
That sounds good to me. All right, sound check out there, folks. We got microphone good on Debbie's end. Give us a 1 for good, 2 for bad.
Am I good or bad? Don't answer that.
Answer with a number. I guess while we're waiting for that lag, we'll go ahead and say hello to Rebecca, Delete the Elite, Paymar, Paymar. We got John in the chat. Hey, John. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming out. And without wasting much more of your time, 3. That's thinking outside the box.
Who said 3?
Who said that? All right. So I know you're itching, you're biting, chomping at the bit, Debbie, with all the work that you've done on this presentation. So I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away.
Oh, thank you, Graham. Just to let you know, too, just relax and listen, because I'm going to make this presentation available in a PowerPoint slide file that you can play on either PowerPoint or on Google Slides after the show. So there's a lot of information in here. Now, I might add, too, that what we're going to do is go through just 10 articles that I found that had some very interesting points about what's wrong with the peer review system. But just so that folks know, Graham, I found hundreds of articles on this. People are speaking up all over the world on this issue. Okay, so just as a preface there. But what I thought I would do here is I would begin with, so that we all have some working definitions of what all these things are supposed to mean. What is peer review? So what was it supposed to be? At least these are the accepted definitions, along with, obviously, if we're going to talk about, you know, understand what's the supposedly accepted definition of the scientific method, and some of the specifics, involved in that. Because it's you
won't mind if I interject every once in a while and throw in my little 2 cents, or?
Of course not.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I'm going to run out of voice here pretty soon if you don't. So to begin with, the accepted definition of peer review, think of it as the evaluation of work by one or more people of similar competence to the producers of the work. So that's what they mean by peers.
Yeah.
It's supposed to constitute a form of self-regulation by qualified members of the profession within the relevant field.
Mm-hmm.
Peer review methods are employed to supposedly to maintain, get this, standards of quality, improve performance, and provide credibility. Specifically in academia, scholarly peer review is often used to determine an academic paper's suitability for publication. Now, that's a very interesting way of wording that, suitability for publication.
Right. Who's suitable to who?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, I guess we'll get into that in a second.
Well, and that's, I think, one of the keys to it. Peer review can be categorized by the type of activity and by the field or profession in which the activity occurs. For instance, supposedly there are very specific peer review processes for like medical peer review versus physics peer review versus whatever. So moving on.
Some of them have to show more of a mechanical. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I think part of the, like, for instance, if you get into the field of psychology,
exactly, then there's a bunch of made up non-verifiable diseases and stuff.
Right. And especially though, if you're back into areas like physics and chemistry, that's where you're getting into areas where you can quantify things more, and we'll kind of get that in a little bit into that in the scientific method, where it's going to be very important, the analytical methods that are used to evaluate data. So moving into the scientific method then, as a general definition, again, accepted definition of scientific method is a body of techniques for investigating phenomena, acquiring new knowledge, or correcting and integrating previous knowledge.
Yeah. Don't hold your breath trying to correct previous knowledge that's integrated.
Good point. In other words, they're trying to make it sound like they're open to all of this. Yes, very interesting.
Exactly.
And again, generally speaking, to term it scientific, a method of inquiry is commonly based on empirical or measurable evidence, which is subject to specific principles of reasoning. The Oxford Dictionaries online define the scientific method as, quote, a method of procedure that has characterized natural science since the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, in measurement, experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses, unquote.
Okay.
Experiments need to be designed to test hypotheses. See, all these are important now. I mean, think in terms of every step of the way, because you have to ask questions. Okay, and we'll get into this a little bit later. The most important part of the scientific method, of course, is the experiment. Again, in a general sense, although procedures vary from one field of inquiry to another, identifiable features are frequently shared in common between them. The overall process of the scientific method involves making hypotheses, or you can think of these as conjectures, deriving predictions from them as logical consequences, hypotheses, and then predictions, then carrying out experiments, that's the third, based on those predictions.
Right.
And hypotheses is a conjecture based on knowledge obtained while formulating the question. The hypotheses might be very specific, or it could be broad. Scientists then test hypotheses by conducting experiments. And under modern interpretations, a scientific hypothesis might be falsifiable, implying that it is possible to identify a possible outcome of an experiment that conflicts with predictions deduced from the hypothesis. Otherwise, the hypothesis cannot be meaningfully tested. Important point, because I know a lot of the studies we've looked at fail right in that test. They're not falsifiable.
Right.
And again, in general terms, the purpose of an experiment is to determine whether observations agree with or conflict with predictions derived from the original hypothesis. There are difficulties in a formulaic statement of method, however. Though the scientific method is often presented as a fixed sequence of steps, it represents rather a set of general principles. This is really important.
Okay.
Because not all steps take place in every scientific inquiry.
Exactly.
or to the
Especially
same
the
degree.
reproducing of the effect.
Yes, or even just whole steps might be skipped in some studies. And it's, again, you really, if it's to be rigorous, you really need all of these steps in it. That's kind of key here. And we know this because we've analyzed so many papers. We go through it very methodically. And it's very easy to see where already in the beginning where it's weak.
True.
Some philosophers and scientists, it's kind of funny, have argued that there is no scientific method, such as Lee Smolin and Paul Feyerabend in his treatise called Against Method. Nola and Sankey are two other folks that have remarked that, quote, for some, the whole idea of a theory of scientific method is yesteryear's debate, unquote.
Oh, yeah. That goes along with Richard Horton, the editor-in-chief of the Lancet.
Lancet, yes.
So his state.
He really focused in his article on that. Now, I didn't include that article here, but we're going to have to look up that link. I've got a softer link from him, but the one you found originally from him was really good because it went through so much detail.
No problem. I'll look for it.
Okay, great. So again, before we leave this definition of scientific method, I want to get into just a little more detail, so be patient with me. I want to go through those 5 steps in the scientific method, but in a little more detail. The first one is, and a lot of people, this kind of escapes notice, the formulation of the initial question. The question can refer to the explanation of a specific observation. So you see a certain thing going on, you think it's consistent, so that's your initial question. Is it consistent? Okay. But it could also be open-ended, the initial question. This stage frequently involves finding and evaluating evidence from previous experiments, personal scientific observations or assertions, and/or the work of other scientists. If the answer is already known, a different question that builds on the previous evidence can be posed as part of a new study. When applying the scientific method to scientific research, determining a good question can be very difficult and affects the final outcome of the investigation. So that's the first thing you're going to look at when you look at any paper is, are they asking the right question? Moving on, once you've got an initial question posed, then what you do is form a hypothesis regarding that question. The hypothesis is a conjecture based on knowledge obtained while formulating the question that may explain the observed behavior as a part of our universe. The hypothesis might be very specific or it could be broad in nature. Now, a statistical hypothesis is a conjecture about some population. You're not going to test the entire population. You're going to test a sample from it. But that's what statistical analysis is based on, is coming up with something definitive about the entire population by testing a sample of it. Terms commonly associated with statistical hypotheses are null hypotheses and alternative hypotheses. A null, you've probably heard these terms.
Negative connotations immediately.
Yeah. A null hypothesis is the conjecture that the statistical hypothesis being posed is false. Researchers normally want to show that the null hypothesis is false. That's the more definitive way to approach a statistical analysis. The alternative hypothesis is the desired outcome that you want to prove. A final point, a scientific hypothesis must be falsifiable, meaning that one can identify a possible outcome of an experiment that conflicts with predictions deduced from the hypothesis. Otherwise, if you can't do that, it's not meaningful. It means you haven't falsified it, but it doesn't mean it's true. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
The third stage, again, of the scientific method now is prediction. So we've got an initial question, we have an hypothesis. What do we predict is going to be the outcome? This step involves determining the logical consequences of the hypothesis. So this is a presumption at this point. One or more predictions are then selected for further testing. The more unlikely that a prediction would be correct, simply by coincidence, then the more convincing it would be if the prediction were fulfilled. Evidence is also stronger if the answer to the prediction is not already known due to the effects of hindsight bias. The prediction must also distinguish the hypothesis from likely alternatives. If two hypotheses make the same prediction, observing the prediction to be correct is not evidence for either one over the other.
Right. So basically, you really have to have an understanding of the mechanics of your idea in order to make the type of prediction that you'll need to make in order to substantiate your hypothesis.
Absolutely. Oh my God, that is the crux of the issue here.
Right.
And just as a quick example, that whole Zika virus thing, when they were doing supposed studies on it, they were completely ignoring the hypotheses that it could have been vaccine induced, right?
Of course. I mean, I see this in every branch of what they call science available. The same exact, overlooking of some of the more commonalities, that transcend amongst all the different, branches of physics. Mm-hmm. And those commonalities are fractal in nature, and it's basically an underlying truth that goes through all of them. And so it makes it a little easier to understand or comprehend or predict,
Right.
mechanisms that haven't been predicted as of yet.
Right. Well, and I think this is why you are so good at going through initially physics, because that's where your initial love was, in physics and electric universe, these things. But because you had practiced what to look for and what to question early stage in any dissertation or presentation, that transferred over very well when you went to study medical literature.
Thank you.
Because it was the same questions that you had to ask.
Yeah, this is exactly how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
Just, electromagnetically.
Right. If you can be good on how to scrutinize one area of science, you're going to be good in most areas of science. This is because, again, the basic principles are the same for all of these areas.
If you're truly studying the natural philosophy of what science is, instead of, what we're talking about, these problems and with, the appeals to authority arguments and things like that.
Uh-huh.
So I think, because we have a lot of people that know how to approach the platform with what seems like an intelligent board of brain, or area to work from. But then when you hear them actually repeat some of the dogma or some of the stuff, as far as, what you can know and what you can't know, as if they are an authority on those things. And then, I start to, to question, everything.
But no, I know exactly what kind of debate forums you're talking about there.
Right. I'm talking about particular people who they have these weird appeals to authority, and then this conjecture or this, what is it when they'll hammer you down with social ridicule when they feel uncomfortable or something's going outside their comfort bias. It's kind of a weird conditioned response, I think, like either protecting their egos or whatever, or I'm still trying to figure all that out, as far as.
You made a good point. Critical thinking was much more prevalent in the scientists of the 17 and 1800s, to be honest with you, because with that natural philosophy, that approach of ask the basic questions and be and that ability to be very critical at each step of the game. And something was lost somewhere in the 1900s on that. And it became, where you were resting on previous results, on previous this, and you weren't asking those initial questions anymore. And that's why we can end up going so far down the rabbit hole on quantum mechanics and so many other areas where conjecture of the worst.
I saw where that all went bad. I was reading some of Michael Faraday's diaries the other night.
Oh, interesting.
I get bored and I do fun stuff like that. And I noticed that he kind of switched over to talking, not thinking in, but talking in particle physics. I can still see that he was still not releasing the actual field idea really, like in his diaries and stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But in some of the papers that he had to put out, or whatever, they were, or in some publishing books, it seemed like people were only funding the publishing if it was talking about particle physics, and the other stuff wasn't funded. See,
I think you're right. It did begin as early as that.
I noticed this this pattern just on accident, and just see patterns, and I was like, okay, let me think. These ones were copyrighted and published, and he sold and made money on. And this was all particle physics. This is all his field dynamics and structural stuff in the beginning. Only reason it sold because it sold after his death, and it wasn't part of what he was making money on. So, and it wasn't particle physics. It was field dynamics and the ether expressions.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of what he wrote isn't even on the internet.
Yes.
So when you want to complete like search terms, like a quote that Faraday would say, you might have to have the hard copy of the book in order to see that quote, because for some reason that shit is not all over the internet like anybody else's quotes would be normally. You know, you just type in a quote and their name, and then you see anywhere on the internet normally where it's written, it should pop up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not so much the case. I'm sorry for diverting this conversation.
No, that is a really good example, because if you really look at what went on, we know that the experiments of the early 1900s, I mean, there was a real crescendo of looking at the only way to explain much of the phenomena they wanted to explain out in space, if you will, was through, they had to have a medium, they had to have a concept of, they called ether, or whatever you want to call it. And that was well understood and well accepted. But then when they first were supposedly designing experiments to test for the ether, these were the most poorly designed experiments imaginable. I mean, it's been written up many times by qualified physicists that these experiments did not disprove the ether. No way. In fact, one of them actually
supported it. Yeah, two of them
were used to squelch that whole approach, go into particles, go into discreteness, disjointness, no connection between this particle and that particle, which never made any sense. Never. Okay. Yeah. I mean, and it's funny, they know it doesn't make any sense, and they're kind of back to a total energy field where there's no point in space that's not filled with virtual energy. That's the ether, I'm afraid to tell you.
Yeah, and NASA's literally, like, since the 2 days ago, is backpedaling real quick because of some of the data that came out of their own equipment. Actually proves the ether, right? But so they use different wording in order to make you think it's a bunch of particles creating Alfvén waves.
Exactly.
Right, which would be the neutral material of the field, which we would really call the ether.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but instead of calling it that, they called it this. And that's but while they're doing so, they were forced to admit the electric universe. Ooh, I love this. This is the big
as soon as you talk about Alfvén waves, if anyone knows Hans Alfvén's work began where Birkeland left off. Okay, and he further developed Birkeland's work on Birkeland currents. And that's why as soon as you talk about Alfvén waves, you know you're talking about Birkeland currents, and you know you're talking about electric circuits and through plasma in space. Yes, right. It's an open admission on their part. Yeah.
So and they even say like I want to. Matter of fact, I guess while we got you here, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see if I can't just
play the announcements.
Yeah, I might as well play the video.
Let's see how the chat's doing.
Here we go. Okay, volume's going up. everybody needs to read it, or because it's not gonna read itself.
Yeah,
Let's
too fast over that one slide. I know.
move sort of fast. What I'm gonna do is actually slow it down a quarter of a pinch. Meet the kinetic Alfvén wave. These tiny waves carry energy from one place to another as they flow through the charged particles of plasma.
Bingo.
There's the admission immediately, right? And then from jump, okay? For over half a century, scientists have wondered exactly how the wave interacts with the plasma particles.
Particles, yeah.
I know they keep calling plasma particles when we know that's not how it works. NASA and MMS mission was able to observe kinetic Alfvén waves down to the scale of how particles move for the first time. We can see that the wave traps the particle in clumps between its peaks. Really, it's just a perturbation.
Yep.
An oscillation of a perturbation mirroring itself over and over again through the ether. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
What it even looks like when they're trying to explain it in their little descent.
Yeah, just concentrated packets of energy, but not in a discontinuous medium, in a connected medium. Yes.
Connected medium, yeah. This trapping allows energy to cycle efficiently back and forth between the wave and plasma. Here's the funny part. A wave is a verb. It's not a noun. So a wave is the plasma, not a wave is the plasma.
Exactly.
Every word they use is an attempt almost to separate the idea of there being a solid medium.
Any common sense person can see the minute you say propagating wave, you're talking about a solid medium. Sorry. I mean, that's it. Done.
Done. One and done, son. MS could see such small scales because the 4 observatories flying closest multi-spacecraft formation. Whatever, right? What was that, dude? Blow your mind?
I'd like to know more about that setup, yeah.
Right. Why couldn't they just have 4 sensors on the same spacecraft and get it even closer? What?
Mm-hmm. Good idea. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, you're fucking geniuses. All right. With 3D data, because lots of words means lots of stuff getting done, I guess, to the public. With 3D data.
Well, they get to spend more money that way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let me get a little more money. I want to find this dark energy no matter if it kills you. With 3D data from MMS. I mean, I really sound like it sounds like it's a disease. We study physics near Earth, which sheds light on fundamental physics throughout the universe. We've been telling you that for a couple of decades over at the Thunderbolts Project.
Definitely.
The better part of 4 decades at the Thunderbolts Project.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're right. Those guys go back that far with this.
How long does it take for the dogma to get erased in the peer review processes and shit like we were talking about?
Do you know that I saw just yesterday I was doing some research and Dr. Scott published his first paper related to this stuff. It was back in the 60s or 70s. Oh, yeah.
He still, Velikovsky they were meeting with him and shit.
Yes.
They're like really talking with people who are like, some of the, the forefront, thinkers on those issues, which really there weren't. They're just another wave of people who were thinking on that issue.
Yes.
I mean, this shit keeps getting thought about like every 100 years for the past couple thousand years. It's like there's a wave of, interest peaks again. And, people start realizing, oh, I guess we don't know everything. We can question these people over and over.
Yeah. I'm going to add, if you want, I'll give you a link later. Where someone had posted all the dates of the history of how Birkeland Current started and who worked on it and how far back all this goes. So that would, I think, be interesting to the folks. But you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm.
supersonic plasma jets discovered.
Yes.
Another,
That's from ESA.
yeah,
They've been
another
putting out
admission
some
from
good
another.
stuff. Yeah.
And this could not be possible without an electric universe. This is exactly one of the mechanisms predicted, since we just talked about the scientific method and predictions made. It's predicted by, actually, it's more than predicted. It's
Well, it says right in the article above there,
detrimental
this
too.
theory. Yeah, it says this theory was postulated more than a century ago by Norwegian scientist Christian Birkeland. Right in the article.
Yeah.
This is old stuff, and they're acting like they're making big discoveries.
Confirmed in the 70s, right? But you still tell people about it today with a weird appeal to authority, and they'll argue you like, you know, for some reason they won't even know that it's not what they're saying is.
Well, yes.
Years old. What do you mean?
I know what you're talking about. Again, some of these debate forums that think that they're up on established science, they're not, because established scientists know all this.
Say something about vaccines, and then they'll mention this as if this is actually a brick to throw at us.
Yes.
It's really a brick that they're hitting themselves in the head with. It's like, or how about this? Mention that satellites were inflatable. I mean, the very first satellites were inflatable.
I know. I mean, you can look them up.
Now it's
the
like
companies that produce them right online. I know.
I'm getting a little lazy here with the words, but.
Well, again, it's just evidence that a lot of the people in the various debate forums here don't do a lot of research. I hate to say it, but that's the truth.
Why do people let them get away with it? People
because they don't interest me.
I'll run in there by myself and slap them up.
I know.
And let them make an ass out of me or themselves or whatever they think they're doing, but it sends a message anyway.
Oh yeah, more power to you on that. I'd just rather spend my time doing the research.
Look, some people like playing video games. I like arguing science with, people who think they're the authority on science. And sometimes I'm wrong, but not usually.
Well, I think that the movement to get the truth out on all these things needs all these types of people, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Right. I just like it when they say that Kenneth Wheeler is using word salad. Because
when people can't look beyond because they don't understand the context in which somebody's using terms, and they can't look beyond and see what is this underlying nature of what the person's trying to say, that's really sad. Yes.
Exactly. But it did take, at first glance, yes, Kenneth Wheeler may sound like word salad to you, and I could understand that. I could even appreciate that comment, right? Like for what it's worth, without trying to deny it or something. But to just say that it is word salad because you don't understand the context of the etymology of the words being used, or whatever your problem is, then I take offense to it, because what you're doing is you're belittling what I know. You're belittling my abilities because I understand it. I feel in the understanding.
It's even more, it's more dangerous than you can imagine, because what it is an open admission, in a way, to bowing to authority. Now the authority is the established words that are to be used, and if you don't use these words, then I won't listen to you. Yeah.
I quoted a quote from Kenneth Wheeler. It was from Michael Faraday, and it was magnetism is the dielectric field. Michael Faraday.
Yes.
All right. Well, someone called me out on it. Where does Michael Faraday ever say that? Well, if you like to, read up on what Michael Faraday does say, it is a paraphrase, basically, from his work, showing you what he used to call force of lines. It has dielectric properties, and force of line means magnetic field. So you have to break all that down in order to make that, that idea come to life, but he is basically saying it, but it is quoted. But I'm not sure that it's not quoted because I did my best looking for it. I can't find it on the internet. One of those specific things that we were talking about a little while ago.
Well, but once again, to be so adamant that
But
the word dielectric can only mean the limited definition in which it is used in established science today shows that you don't study these things, because that was the original
Exactly.
dielectrics and magnetism.
The most important part of that to understand about what they're talking about is they consider the ether to be a material. So a dielectric material could very well be the ether, could very well be, the dielectric.
Exactly.
And magnetism does have dielectric properties, that it is in a field of its own ether, right? When looked at it through that aspect, at which he did before he converted to publishing for money or whatever, right? That's what he's talking about. So it's not a big old like super mystery, like where did he say that or whatever. But that's one of the only things that they think that they got me bent over a barrel on, is one of just like repeating like appeal to authority as Kenneth being the authority, and me appealing to that authority by copying what he said. But see, I didn't need really much to have it written by Kenneth Wheeler when I'm reading it through Faraday's own works himself, approaching the same conclusions. It's just, I wouldn't have said that he said it in quotes. I would have said this is his idea,
Yes.
But still,
but I think that
just wanted to clear that up for those people out there who are sitting there thinking that I was on this appeal to authority thing, because I try my best not to ever do that with anybody. But what's your best? You never know.
Well,
you might.
I mean, those of us who know that wasn't the case at all, because what's going on there is you found someone who related to these as fields and a certain continuous solidification in terms of how things work through space. You saw in Ken someone that thought what you had already come to understand yourself. That's not an appeal to authority. That's a camaraderie. You're seeing someone who's seeing it the same way you're seeing it.
Yeah, it is appealing, but it's an appeal to
someone's on the right track.
A mechanism that functions without renormalization math. That's what it's an appeal to. I'm appealing to the idea that everything is much more simplified 3 dimensions with Planck than it is with 16 dimensions and dark energy and quantum physics, Well,
and look at it this way. I mean, if people who really understand the full depth of Maxwell's equations understand that he was not talking about anything inconsistent with this at all. Everything he did was consistent with this. And to show how valid that is, his equations are still being used today. I mean, I represented a program, I won't mention the name, a finite element analysis program that was the second most widely used in the world, that had an electromagnetic subroutine within it that used all of Maxwell's equations. And by the way, it would be, you could create the forces for both the B field and the E field for any structure, that you modeled within it. And you could see just from the results of models that you did, you could see what Ken talks about, that that combination of that hyperboloid toidal aspect, dual aspect, centripetal forces and centrifugal forces, both internal and divergent. Okay, you could see this in the results that you produced by using Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations are totally consistent with what Ken is talking about.
Right, and that's important to know for a lot of people out there who are like, I don't see any math in Ken Wheeler's theory. The math is already done. Remember, the math is already done. All the descriptions of how the thing moves and how that's already actually been done. Kenneth is telling you what the thing is.
Exactly.
He's not trying to reinvent this wheel and tell you how it moves again. That's already written. He can't take that from someone. That's already owned. So he's not going to need to write the math in there. That you apply that when you do the experiments on your own. It's not even necessary. But he does give you the expressions that you need to complete whatever formulas you want to create. And that's
Well,
what's
and the
important,
other
your
thing that he
expressions.
adds
How
to it,
do you split your numbers? How do you use your numbers when you get your numbers to plug them in? He gives you that. And that's
well,
important.
he's also telling you what creates that field, how it really works. He talks about the vortex action. That's critical on this, is understanding that you're creating a double vortex.
Yeah.
And that in the middle, that's where that inertial plane is. He goes through all that, and that gives you a better understanding of what generates these fields to begin with, why they are the way they are, not just what the value of the forces are at any one location.
Again, and that's where the actual engineering comes into play, because it's played, it's not just thought experiment at that point. Yeah, he'll actually do a demonstration that'll show you, the different rotations.
Well, and he
Why.
created, well, by using the ferrofluid in the various lenses that he's devised, he's actually showing you physically, you can see that field of the very shape and the very nature that he describes. He shows it to you from all angles by moving that magnet in different, locations over the lens.
I think
That's
it's good that
contained.
he has all those little lights separated too, so that you can see each little line individually. Because I think if it was all a complete band, it might kind of make it look like a plasmoid where you wouldn't really be able to
You wouldn't
see it.
see it. Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
as
you wouldn't
well.
see that reciprocating nature. Yes, exactly. And the twist,
Like a
again,
plasmoid, you'd see the double layers as the darker spots, so there'd be kind of dots in it and stuff.
well, you see for instance, when you see the toroidal that's created from what he's showing, it shows you how it's twisted, how the lines are not coming up just around the. When people first were developing that torus to represent the magnetic field, they had the lines drawn wrong on it.
Oh yeah,
Okay?
it wasn't functionality. It had no screwing
It wasn't a
functionality.
vortex. Yeah, this is a vortex that cycles in, back, and out. And that's what then creates the flip side, the hyperboloid, and the reciprocating, the double line that creates two vortices.
But
Okay.
unfolded, it's all still going in the same direction. If you pull it
Yes.
apart and unfold it, it's all going the same direction. It's just all folded on itself.
Exactly.
It's pretty fun stuff.
No, people that they lost out when they wouldn't look at it any further than that, just because they couldn't get past the word usage. But that's our gain and their loss. So anyway.
Shame. All right, so sorry to segue you away from your points. CDC, or
right. Let me finish up here then with the scientific method. So we went into a little more detail then on initial question, on hypotheses, and then on what you would think, hypotheses, and what is the expected result of that. Okay. We're going to talk about testing now. Okay. So this is the testing phase, the fourth phase. This is an investigation of whether the real world behaves as predicted by the hypotheses. Scientists test hypotheses by conducting experiments. The purpose of an experiment is to determine whether observations of the real world would agree with or conflict with the predictions derived from the hypothesis. If they agree, confidence in the hypothesis increases. Otherwise, it decreases. Agreement does not assure that the hypothesis is true. Future experiments may reveal problems. Someone by the name of Karl Popper advised scientists to try to falsify hypotheses. In other words, to search for and test those experiments that seem most doubtful. This is something you never see hardly done in any papers today. Large numbers of successful confirmations.
Well, yeah, because especially not in peer review or industry funded, because they patent particular things where you're not even allowed to get disclosure on their study stuff. Like you can't.
Well, the perfect example, like in the GMO field, with Monsanto, was when they knew if they tested the rats for longer, it would show the problem. They purposely didn't test them for longer. That is avoiding that which would disprove the safety.
That's true. Oh, what a nasty bit of avoidance that was.
Oh yeah.
I'll be quiet.
No problem. I'll finish this off here. Then again, under testing, as I mentioned, large numbers of successful confirmations are not convincing if they arise from experiments that avoid risk. Experiments should be designed to minimize possible errors, especially through the use of appropriate scientific controls. That's another thing where they went wrong on the controls that they used in their studies. For example, tests of medical treatments are commonly run as double-blind tests. That's where, like, test personnel who might unwittingly reveal to test subjects which samples are the desired test drugs and which are the placebos are kept ignorant of which are which. So even the people who give them the stuff, they don't know what they're giving them. Such hints can bias the response of the test subjects. Furthermore, failure of an experiment does not necessarily mean the hypothesis is false. Experiments always depend on several hypotheses. For example, that the test equipment is working properly, and a failure may be a failure of one of the auxiliary hypotheses. Finally, most individual experiments address highly specific topics for reasons of practicality. As a result, evidence about broader subjects is usually accumulated gradually. And then before I leave testing here, the most important thing about testing is you have to provide enough information about all those specifics, those conditions by which you set up the test, because the testing must be what? Reproducible. It's no damn good if if Monsanto puts out a study and it makes it look like it's all safe, and anyone else that repeats it, like Cirolini, it finds out it's not safe. Reproducibility, and that's a big area where we have a problem. Now, the fifth step, then, after you've done all this other stuff, the initial question, the hypothesis, the prediction, the testing, finally, you got to analyze all this data, okay? So analysis is number 5, and it involves determining what the results of the experiment show and deciding on the next actions to take. The predictions of the hypothesis are compared to those of the null hypothesis to determine which is better able to explain the data. In cases where an experiment is repeated many times, a statistical analysis such as the chi-squared test may be required. If the evidence has falsified the hypothesis, a new hypothesis is required. In other words, I proved that my hypothesis is not the cause. I got to find another cause to test. If the experiment supports the hypothesis, but the evidence is not strong enough for high confidence, other predictions from the hypothesis must also be tested to rule them out. Once a hypothesis is strongly supported by evidence, a new question can be asked to provide further insight on the same topic. And many times a paper will be a series of things that were tested all within the same paper. Evidence from other scientists and experience are frequently incorporated at any stage during this testing process. Depending on the complexity of the experiment, many iterations may be required to gather sufficient evidence to answer a question with confidence, or to build up many answers to highly specific questions in order to answer a single broader question. Now, one important point to mention here in all this testing phase is the validity of the analysis of the tested data is entirely dependent upon properly applied statistical methods, which includes true randomness and selection of data of the data set taken from the population of all data. In other words, you can't cherry pick your data. And it also depends on the properly selected and applied distribution function. And I'll just mention real briefly here, when you're doing a statistical analysis of the sample of data, okay, number one, you have to ensure it's random. All statistical analyses require a random set of data. There can be no bias in how you selected it. And then you have to analyze it, but how you analyze it depends on what kind of distribution it is. And here is where it gets very fancy in statistical analysis. You can have discrete probability distributions, both finite and infinite supported, or you can have any number of continuous distributions. Depending upon which distribution you assume in analyzing your data, it's going to assume certain modes of error, certain ways of knowing whether you're statistically significant or not, because it assumes that your data is going to take and distribute in a certain shape. All right. If you don't pick the right kind of distribution, all those assumptions are then invalid and your whole analysis phase is discredited. Period. End of it. And to give you an idea of how many there are already well over 150 recognized types of distributions. And I can tell you, when I've read some of these studies, I know they're not assuming the right kind of distribution when they've analyzed it. So that the two areas where we see most often where they can manipulate data is in cherry picking the initial data so it's no longer random, and in choosing whatever distribution function they want to produce the result they want to have, just to let you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so to kind of summarize them, for the peer review process, if it's to have any meaning, it must result in multiple persons checking the proposed paper for all aspects of proper application of the scientific method, which means it would determine whether the initial question of the study is meaningfully formulated, whether the hypothesis and the prediction is well structured related to the question. Is it null or alternative? Is it falsifiable? And is it the only hypothesis that would explain the initial question? And finally, is the analysis accurate? Is the data set used purely random in selection? And are all the related details of measurement duly noted for repeatability of the experiment? And are the assumptions of distribution correct? Ideally, for true peer review, the experiment should be tested for repeatability, which might add is never done. No peer reviewer ever retests the data. In fact, historically, it's seldom, if ever, do reviewers even ask for access to the raw data that was used in the study. And that's a fact. Okay, so that is the review that I wanted to do before we get into these papers, where we're going to kind of hear what the experts have to say about what really goes on with peer review.
All right.
This first paper is entitled "Fewer than 1% of papers published in scientific journals follow the scientific method," according to research by Wharton School expert J. Scott Armstrong. And again, what I will provide after the show is this PowerPoint that has all the links to these papers. Professor Armstrong, who co-founded the peer-reviewed Journal of Forecasting in 1982 and the International Journal of Forecasting in 1985, made the claim in a presentation recently about what he considers to be alarmism from forecasters over man-made climate change. He is in the climate arena. I'll quote him here. He says, "We also go through journals and rate how well they conform to the scientific method. I used to think that maybe in my field were useful. Now it looks like maybe 1/10 of 1% follow the scientific method." We know this is a real problem in climate change studies that are published. People just don't get it, he says. Going on here, Armstrong defined 8 criteria for what he considers compliance with the scientific method. And let me go through a chart here that says them. 8 well-established criteria for judging whether a paper complies with the scientific method for policymaking based on definitions of science over the ages include: number 1, objective, tests multiple reasonable hypotheses like we just talked about. Number 2, useful findings. Effect size is important for decision making. Number 3, full disclosure of methods, data, and other relevant information. Number 4, comprehensive review of prior knowledge. Number 5, valid and reliable data. Number 6, valid and simple methods. That makes it more repeatable, by the way. Number 7, experimental evidence provided. And number 8, conclusions are consistent with the evidence. Continuing on here with Armstrong. According to Armstrong, very little of the forecasting and climate change debate adheres to these criteria. In quotes, for example, For disclosure, we were working on polar bear population forecasts, and we were asked to review the government's polar bear forecasts. We asked, could you send us the data? And they said, no. So we had to do it without knowing what the data was. I don't even know what to say, when I read stuff.
Just not, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy. According to Armstrong, forecasts from now we know this because we published multiple articles about this fact. Forecasts from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, violate all 8 criteria. They were the ones that reinvented the data, for warming, if you remember correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Quote, why is this all happening? Nobody asked them, said Armstrong, who says that people who submit papers to journals are not required to follow a scientific method. In other words, the journals themselves are not stating what the minimum that must be followed in any paper that's published in the journal. You send something to a journal and they don't tell you what you have to do. They don't say, here's what science is, here's how to do it. You'd think at least for acceptance within their paper, they would want to be more specific.
Well, yeah.
And some journals do
a safety study. You got to show me an independent, especially when there's so much money to be made or whatever on the commodity of the human illness. Then let's go ahead and show a real independent researcher mimic the study. That's all. No big deal, right? I mean, that should be fucking easy. There shouldn't be such a big hassle with that.
When it comes to medical research, you're testing things that are going to be used in real people that could kill them. All right. This has to be an absolute requirement.
Yeah.
And still, at the end of the day, even if it meets the requirement, it's published, the agencies like it, they grant permission to put the drug out, whatever, it has to be optional and not mandatory. Period.
All right, I'm interrupting you again. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll mute.
Oh, okay. Finishing off with Armstrong here, where he asked the question, do researchers mostly comply with science? No, only a fraction of 1% of papers published in the journals follow scientific method. Why? No one asked. A fraction
of 1%.
I know. Worse, they are rewarded for unscientific work, including the following rewards, even though their work is unscientific. Commission.
That's like Common Core, right?
Yes.
If you make sure they all feel good, no matter if they're right or wrong, you pat them on the butt. Come on.
And this you're going to see later, it all goes down to where the money is. Commissioned research, especially grants from governments. There's no discrimination of those grants going to people who, whether they do or do not follow the scientific method. Again, under this, how they're rewarded for this unscientific approach. Advocacy, complex writing, using complex, invalid, and irrelevant techniques, citations regardless of whether the work complies with science or not, and they get mass media coverage regardless of scientific content. Boy, is that the truth, because no one out there in the media world is checking any of this either, and they don't seem to care what we know why they promote what they promote. Scott Armstrong continues, digging deeper into their motivations. Armstrong pointed to the wealth of incentives for publishing papers with politically convenient rather than scientific conclusions. They're rewarded for doing non-scientific research. One of my favorite examples is testing statistical significance. That's invalid. It's been over 100 years we've been fighting the fight against that. Even its inventor thought it wasn't going to amount to anything. You can be rewarded then for following an invalid method. They cheat. If you don't get statistically significant results, then you throw out variables, add variables, and eventually you get what you want. That's what I'm saying, cherry picking. We all know they do that. My big thing is advocacy. People are asked to come up with certain answers, and in our whole field, that's climate research, that's been a general movement ever since I've been here. And it just gets worse every year. And the reason is funded research. Who funds the research? I've gone through my whole career with lots of publications, and I've never gotten a research grant. And I'm proud of that now. Armstrong concluded his talk by arguing that scientific evidence should be required for all climate regulations. In other words, don't think you're going to tax us for anything unless you've got scientifically valid research to back it up. And of course, they don't. So that's the first article. The next article here was entitled Top British Universities Found Producing Fake Research by Leonard Fogler of Reuters. The information under this article I have is that hundreds of allegations of fake research conducted at some of UK, this is in the UK.
Oh, yeah. I read the one about China and Japan and
yes.
Czechoslovakia, or excuse me, did I say that wrong? No, Turkey. Something about
it's getting reported out of every country now.
Yeah, all the places where we get our fetal stem cell shit from too. Imagine that. That's what people need to really get up on, because that's where you. Why are we doing so much fetal stem cell research in places like, that, and why are we doing so much anyway? You know what I'm trying to say? It's like we're making a commodity from a human being.
Yes, I mean, obviously, like funded research, and most of the funding actually does come through these
Soylent Green, right?
Yeah, well, remember, organizations that do the funding, actually, it's most of the government, but the government is owned by the elites.
That's right.
And so they choose to fund only those studies and bias those studies that will produce the results that will allow them to put on the market or to put through as an agenda whatever it is they want to do. That's the bottom line.
With plausible deniability. Oh, it's just corporation. We'll find the corporation. No, it's your corporation.
Yes.
The same secret societies that are running that.
And I think that automatically tells you what the solution to this whole thing is. We've got to separate science and funded science from all of that. All of that. There has to be total.
Yeah, we got to point out that, hey, this shit's been known for over 100 years, and this is how long they were able to hide it from us before it finally broke surface naturally, or naturally. I say naturally, but really through all the defensive and oppressive nature of their campaign, which is way harder than natural would have been naturally.
Yes.
So I mean, like who gosh, how do you get your reparations from that? Reparations.
It's such a mess. I mean, it's been a mess for 100 years now. I was kind of depressed when I was preparing for this, because I knew it was bad, but I even saw how overwhelmingly bad it was. It just makes, it's like knowing what we know, we can't take any study for granted. I mean, even the ones, obviously even the ones that produce things that we suspect are true. We've got to dig into everything. I mean, it's like we have to reproduce everything ourselves, which means we don't have a system for science anymore. It's in the dark ages at this point. I'm sorry to say, but that is it. Okay. When you can't trust anything, that's the situation you have. Anyway, these hundreds of allegations of fake research in the UK was over just the years of 2011 and 2016. According to the figures that they released by 23 of Britain's 24 Russell Group universities following the Freedom of Information request submitted by the BBC, the scale of fraudulent research is much higher than the official Research Council's statistics originally suggested. The figures reveal at least 300 allegations, including plagiarism and fabrication. Official data, however, suggests about 30 cases were reported between 2012 and 2015. So these more recent, studies have shown 10 times as many cases. According to the new data, around a third of the allegations are for plagiarism, fabrication, piracy, and misconduct were upheld, while over 30 papers were withdrawn. It is thought that the inaccuracy and sloppiness in academic papers is due to researchers rushing through their copy in order to get grants to carry on with their work. Well, I don't think that. I mean, that sounds like the BBC talking there. I think we know that there's a lot more to it. The reasons why they were inaccurate and sloppy.
Right.
about
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of like, washing away any nefarious activities with that sort of statement. Well, they're more
yes,
interested in getting
exactly.
their coffee. No, they're more interested in that fucking, $300,000, all expense paid vacation, to wherever 10 times a year type of shit. Type of
Right.
benefits. Look out, buddy.
I'll continue on here. Then the third paper that I looked at
Or sharing the
was,
company, like, what's her name? Get going, Cat. Getting shares in the having work still being in the CDC with shares in the pharmaceutical companies while she's telling everybody fear pouring about how they need more of that product that she has shares of.
yeah, I mean, talk about not having a wall here when the federal agency that supposedly we're paying for is there to protect us from from manipulated science, okay, owns shares in these companies.
Yeah, that's,
Holy Toledo. Yeah.
for us to allow that sort of an ignorant conflict of interest is on us. We're
It's
that.
total collusion. Yeah, it's total collusion. The third paper here, peer review, a flawed process at the heart of science in journals by Richard Smith, who is from the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine. But does peer review work at all? The question is asked. A systematic review of all the available evidence on peer review concluded that the practice of peer review is based on faith in its effects rather than on facts. But the answer to the question on whether peer review works depends on the question. What is peer review for? Now, this was very good question, okay?
Oh yeah.
One answer is that it is a method to select the best grant applications for funding and the best papers to publish in a journal. It is hard to test this aim because there is no agreed definition of what constitutes a good paper or a good research proposal. Plus, what is peer reviewed to be tested against? Chance? Sampler process? Stephen Locke, when editor of the BMJ, conducted a study in which he alone decided which of a consecutive series of papers submitted to the journal he would publish. He then let the papers go through the usual process of peer review. There was little difference between the papers he chose and those selected after the full process of peer review. He is the editor, so it looks like he's kind of demanding of the peer reviewers to follow his guidelines. I mean, if we had no difference in the result. Another answer to the question of what is peer review.
Well, I guess at some point when they can see so much of malfeasance or illegitimate science going on, that they somehow start to imagine that they are the authority on the issue because of all the ignorance that they're seeing all the time, forgetting that it's supposed to be up to the.
Well, when you read what all these people who actually have to experience this day to day have to say about all this, what you're seeing is that at this point in time, the purpose of peer review is to gatekeep. In many industries, it's to gatekeep and make sure that what gets published is that which is in favor of the industry and that which would, produce results that would
Profitable.
Yeah, well, more than that. I mean, it's in other words, they want to define what is good science and what is not, and for their own purposes, okay, which may be in part profit, but it could be because they want you to take those vaccines for another reason.
For the industry. It would be profitable for the industry to allow some bullshit paper about GMOs and non-GMOs having the same qualities, until further studies are done, which prove that the studies that they allowed were bullshit.
Well, and we saw the same thing happened with.
They have the money. They have the money to to make all these fake studies, and to give you that security of an appeal to authority on that. It costs a lot of money to do a study independently. So even the independent researcher needs to require funding in some way from somewhere, and then that's for some reason the people who have the appeal to authority problem, they have no problem with when industry funds a paper. But when an independent gets something funded, he's, big, organic, big organic. Like,
well, the truth is, I mean, we already know for a fact that the most interesting, unbiased, independent research that's left that's still being done, and there's not a lot, but like you say, it's extremely expensive. But what is being funded and done is being funded by individuals, like the Thunderbolts is funded by individuals.
That's right.
By patrons. It's not, they can't get grants from the government. They can't to set up Sapphire. They can, the same thing with folks like Seralini, independent organizations of independent people who wanted independent science funded those studies. Agency funded it. So there you go. Yeah. Going on with Richard Smith comments here, another answer to the question of what is peer review for is that it is to improve the quality of papers published or research proposals that are funded. This systematic review found little evidence to support this. But again, such studies are hampered by the lack of an agreed definition of a good study or a good research proposal. I mean, they don't remember that a lot of the individual,
researchers,
individual biomedical personnel, whatever, that work on these studies, or physicists in the area of physics, a lot of the individuals would like to produce good work, okay? But if they're not given, if they're purposely not given specific guidelines that they have to follow, and yet they're also pressured to get results out, on a certain timed basis, and they're also somewhat pressured that they like the results to look a certain way, then this is where all these problems are introduced. It's why you can get a whole field of scientists ending up working along in tandem with this, even though that wouldn't have been their initial desire, and many of them leave. A lot of the ones that work for government agencies or whatever, they leave after a while because they get tired of it, of the other articles on this subject.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I see that with a lot of microbiologists and researchers in the medical field that were some of the top scientists on what they called HIV/AIDS and stuff like that, because they got sick of the lies. And they didn't want to be a part of it.
And they sometimes become whistleblowers.
Literally coming out of their own mouths, they can't deal with the amount of ignorance in the whole thing. So,
well, we saw the same thing with the vaccine studies that the government produced. That's where the whistleblowers came out and, admitted how the data had been cherry picked and all that sort of thing. So, yeah.
It makes me kind of want to segue into one of that video, HIV/AIDS, or AIDS is a criminal hoax.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do, because remember, I'm going to be giving the folks this whole write-up anyway, so we don't have to go through all this on air.
Right. Yeah, maybe we should, highlight what you're talking about by playing, playing that.
Okay, and I'll tell you, in case we don't go back to the presentation here, I just want to mention that in the presentation, there are some, you definitely want to check it out because there are some interesting aspects about how peer review first began. It didn't begin as a way of gatekeeping anything or, or even to guarantee the quality because they wanted everybody to have a chance to put stuff out there. It was actually begun to of highlighting work that's done in the sciences to the general public. It was a way of advertising it. And it's interesting how it evolved over time into what it is today. So you'll see some write-ups in the presentation on that aspect of it. You'll see some charts about how almost all the funding now is government.
Okay. The main reason why I picked this video is because it actually goes over that very issue.
Good.
Okay. What you're saying right now too. So you'll hear it from David Raznick and Lynn Saputo, MDs and PhDs, HIV/AIDS scientists, for 30 years, and some of the top,
no, that is one of the most horrific examples of that, and of course all the things that are causing.
So if you get it out of your mind, like, oh, well, they won't do a little thing like, you know, get 98 million people sick on something. No, they'll do something bigger than that. Don't think of such small terms and when thinking about what these motherfuckers are.
Hey, look, if they gave, in essence, what now is hundreds of millions of people, the SV40 virus in the polio. I mean, they started off, they gave it to around 100 million people. I'm one of them. And but it's hereditary. You carry it, you know, when you give birth, it gets passed on. They estimate there's about 300 million people that have SV40 in their system right now. Mm. So, no, there's no limit.
Or either that, or it's a way that they can actually add on, you know, a next generation of vaccines damage onto the last generation. So you'll already accept it. It could be a trick. Because I don't know if it's hereditary or if it's because you're getting a new set of vaccines and they know that shit, you know, is happening. So I don't trust all those details usually because of that same.
I mean, I'm concerned because I know I got it directly, but that was a long time ago. So hopefully
let me
deal with it.
Let's see. Let me, what do you call it? Support some of what you were saying through the voice of, you know, some other people.
Great.
Real quick. Welcome to Pioneers in Healthcare. I'm Dr. Len Saputo, board certified in internal medicine and have practiced for nearly 40 years here in the Diablo Valley. This show is about people who are special people who have made contributions to medicine that are unusual and outstanding. And today we have a special guest. His name is Dr. David Raznick. He has a PhD in chemistry from Georgia Institute of Technology. He has 20 years of experience in the pharmaceutical biotech industry. He has studied HIV/AIDS since 1980, and he's a former president of Rethinking AIDS and the former president of the International Coalition for Medical Justice. He's a member of the Presidential AIDS Advisory Panel of South Africa, and he's worked closely with Peter Duesberg from UC Berkeley on the aneuploidy theory of cancer, which we'll do on another day. He's also was a senior researcher with Dr. Matthias Rath at the Health Foundation in Africa. He has a book out that's called Germ of Lies, which you can find on lulu.com. David, it's wonderful to have you here. It's such a privilege to be working with you today.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
We have kind of a long and interesting history because you're a researcher. You've been involved in the pit, okay, where the information comes out that tells the clinicians, the doctors, what's a fact and what's not a fact. And things have gotten all bungled up. And here we are now with a lot of different ideas about what HIV and AIDS mean. And maybe that's a good place to start. You know, people kind of make the assumption of HIV and AIDS, and there's a lot of controversy about whether or not that's true. What is HIV?
HIV is a retrovirus. It's one of at least 3,000 or 4,000 that have been cataloged. And it would be the first retrovirus to cause disease if it were true that it caused any disease at all.
So there's never been a retrovirus that's been known to cause a single disease in the history of medicine.
That's true. And HIV, I'm among many other scientists around the world, probably several thousand, that have concluded, based on the evidence, that HIV is completely harmless and it certainly does not cause AIDS or anything else.
So you're saying it's much like a PSA might be in prostate cancer, where the PSA goes up, but there's no point treating the PSA because the problem is it's a cancer someplace.
It's worse than that.
Okay.
It's totally worse than that. HIV has never been obtained from a human being. People should understand that. Retrovirus.
Never been cultured from a human being.
Never been obtained from a human being.
What does that mean?
For example, like if you have hepatitis or flu or a cold or measles or chickenpox, any viral disease, you can take a sample of blood, or at least from the wound or the pox.
You can culture it.
Don't even have to culture it. There's a virus there that you can quantify without even culturing. You can culture, but typically you can spin it in a centrifuge and get a little bit of it in a vial, and you can quantify it. It will be infectious, viable virus that you got directly from the patient. If you put it into another human being, that will infect the other human being. That has never been done with HIV.
That's just really hard to believe. I mean, that's some of Koch's postulates. I mean, that's who's the guy who was the infectious disease, father of infectious diseases.
Yeah.
Who says you have to do that to prove that actually a disease is caused by a particular organism.
Well, HIV led the bandwagon where you can basically invent something out of thin air and turn it into a multi-billion-dollar, hundreds of billion-dollar industry. Another example would be the hepatitis C, which is even acknowledged by Chiron, which used to exist, the company that made the original hepatitis C test, that they never ever actually obtained hepatitis C. They just got bits and pieces of it and then inferred what this virus must be. And people to this day are being tested for something that has never ever been obtained from a human being.
Now, is there an association between people who are HIV positive and tend to get AIDS?
Yes, it's an association by definition.
Okay.
In fact, you cannot get AIDS by definition unless you have antibodies to HIV.
So you can find the antibodies to the HIV virus. Does that mean that the virus is there if you can make an antibody against it?
No, it does not. In fact, the presence of the antibody, that's the principle of immunization. It means that your immune system is won out and it's defeated the pathogen, the virus, and it's gone. That's, for example, if you've ever had measles or the chickenpox, you'll have antibodies to it, but the virus is not detectable.
So when somebody has something like mumps or measles or chickenpox, and they have antibodies, the illness is done.
Exactly.
They don't have the antibodies when they're sick. And that's exactly the situation you're saying about HIV and AIDS.
That's right. They generate it over time, and that's how they defeat the viral infection. But it's even worse than that. The inserts that come with the antibody test for HIV say explicitly in there that they have no reference standard to determine whether or not the antibodies that they detect positive in the test actually have anything to do with HIV. They don't even know if those antibodies are really from HIV because they have no reference standard.
Well, how did we ever get to a situation then? This is not making any sense. How could a logical physician or the whole medical profession come to the conclusions based on no evidence? Or that's probably a question you want to ask me. I don't know.
I mean, I've asked myself that too, because when I was a young scientist in my early 30s, back in 1980, when this whole AIDS thing popped up, I was eager to get on to it, work on it like every other scientist that I knew. It was such a bizarre thing. You know, it was all these weird diseases I'd never heard of in my life were occurring, popping up exclusively in gay men. I mean, that's strange. I thought it was my Andromeda strain, you know, at the time, and I wanted to work on it. But I learned years later that the Centers for Disease Control had actually accurately figured out what AIDS was as early as 1982. They had discovered that it was a drug disease, that the reason that these AIDS diseases, these immune deficiency diseases and other diseases were the direct result of chronic use of recreational drugs, amphetamines, poppers, heroin, cocaine, and things like that.
Okay.
How that changed was by decree at a press conference on April 23rd.
By decree?
By decree.
There's a scientific approach. I, the king, now say it's this way, so therefore it is?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
I remember it very distinctly because, remember, I was a scientist eager to know. I'd spent about 4 years wondering how I could apply my talents as a scientist to work on AIDS. But nobody really understood in the scientific world what was causing AIDS. And then on April 23rd, 1984, Margaret Heckler, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, brought out Robert Gallo of the National Cancer Institute and said that he had discovered the probable cause of AIDS. The very next day, they deleted the word probable.
And Robert became a fact.
It became a fact. Robert Gallo applied for a patent on his HIV test that very day. The federal government got behind it. Now the federal government, we taxpayers, as of this year, because of the latest legislation for the PEPFAR program, which had just voted in another $48 billion for African aid, we have now spent $250 billion, $250 billion on AIDS. American taxpayers have, just not the drug companies, not volunteer organizations, but the federal government has spent this money.
Wow.
And they have not saved the first AIDS patient. They use that fact to advertise more money to do AIDS research and to warn people about safe sex and condoms and things.
Okay, now people are talking, one of the things I know you know a lot about is the infectiousness of this disease.
Right. Supposedly.
Well, that's what everybody says. You turn on the television set and you start hearing people talking about AIDS, and what they're talking about is be sure you have a condom, make sure that you're...
Sexual transmission.
Yeah, it's an STD.
Right.
And what does the data actually show? Is it?
Well, the first thing the data is clear on, absolutely, totally clear, is that retroviruses, remember HIV is a retrovirus, are not sexually transmitted. Even if it caused AIDS, it is not sexually transmitted.
What?
Scientists have known this, well, I guess 50 years. You can fingerprint and mix a bunch of lab rats together, and this brand has a certain endogenous retroviruses.
Right.
This one does. You mix them together. They do not transmit them sexually to each other. You can take them out, and you can identify what strain of rat they are by their spectrum of retroviruses, because they don't get mixed.
My goodness.
And the same is true with human beings. No study has ever shown, even with HIV or SIV, the so-called simian immunodeficiency virus, no laboratory experiment has ever demonstrated sexual transmission of a retrovirus, including HIV or any of its laboratory equivalents.
Well, then where did the whole medical profession get the idea that this is an STD?
Big, important message right here.
I mean, you shouldn't have to answer that, but you probably know the answer.
Well, it took me a while, because you see, again, we have a quarter century now of this stuff. And I started out being as mainstream as you can get.
Yeah.
I made an organic chemist by training, and I've worked in arthritis, emphysema, parasites, cancer, and then AIDS. And so I thought, well, all I need is the target. You know, now we have a virus, and I know viruses have enzymes, and I try to make inhibitors for these enzymes. And then over the course of my being a scientist and being confronted with the contradictions of the results of the research data, you have to scratch your head and you say, wait a minute, retroviruses are not sexually transmissible. Nobody's ever obtained a viable sample, free infectious HIV from a human being. What's going on here? And it was clearly by certainly 1985, all up to 87 for sure, that AIDS itself was not a contagious disease. It stayed within the same risk groups. It was 8 out of 9 AIDS cases to this day are still male, and 60% are gay men.
So in fact,
how can that happen?
Shouldn't be able to discriminate between one person and another.
There's no virus that knows whether you're white or black, gay or straight, rich or poor, or what zip code you live in, except HIV, apparently.
Would you have any idea why the CDC is saying that this is an STD and that we should be careful? It's a sexually transmitted disease.
This is area for speculation, because there's no documentation whatever. There's no study that shows that even AIDS itself, is sexually transmitted. In fact, there's all of the studies that tried to quantify the efficiency of sexual transmission of HIV, by the way, have never succeeded in even coming up with an estimate that they could that was based on scientific data. Zero. In fact, the largest control study, Nancy Padian, it was done, I think, in 1996, American Journal of Epidemiology, it was published in, showed it was a 10-year study. It was the largest of its kind. Not a single one of the, there were these discordant couples. One was HIV positive, one was HIV negative. And many of them, probably most of them, I don't remember the exact numbers, did not use condoms or anything during the course of this study. Not a single HIV sexual partner, HIV negative sexual partner, became HIV positive during this. Nobody has ever demonstrated that an HIV negative person becomes HIV positive via sexual intercourse.
That's just shocking.
It is.
And yet the physicians, okay, I have to say that I feel very sorry for physicians. These are people trying to do the right thing. They're good people. They're clinicians, but they're not scientists. And they depend on the literature that's being published. And they also listen to the kinds of documents that come out of CDC and FDA about what's right and what's not right. How are we going to help those people to understand something in a different sort of way that gets the truth out there?
Well, money has killed the whole scientific process. I'm a scientist, and over my 30-some-odd years of being a professional scientist, I watched it go from being one of the most democratic activities on this planet, far more democratic than any regular
and lots
political.
Of integrity. You
lots of integrity,
right stuff.
Really good people. It didn't matter who you were. You know, it's what you did and your integrity that you brought to this. I've watched that evaporate over the years, and the place where it's fallen apart the worst is the United States. Unfortunately, Europe has resisted, but they're caving in now and becoming more and more like the American thing.
You know, before you go on with this, I want to just substantiate what Dr. Raznick is saying. He's saying that the literature that we have, the medical literature, the scientific literature, is no longer believable. And it's not just him saying it. Marcia Angel, who was a physician and chief editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, Catherine DeAngelis of the Journal of the American Medical Association, Ushma Anil of another major medical journal, have all quit their jobs and said they are disappointed, disillusioned, and can't believe the low quality material that's coming across their desk that's published in their journals. And it's because of other factors. There are people who have an axe to grind, who have a mission to accomplish, who have an ulterior motive to be able to get their point across. So if a pharmaceutical company, for example, is doing a study, they're going to make it look the best they can. They're not going to invest $500 million, okay, in a study and come out and say, don't buy our drug, it sucks. So we're seeing a lot of it. So what you're saying is no more than a reflection of what they are saying. And you've personally experienced that.
Yeah, and more people are. It is such an obvious problem now that many of the mainstream people are speaking out.
Even the physicians are beginning to question it. And look at the direct-to-consumer ads and all the problems that come with that.
Right.
Big deal. But I want to take this back to this whole subject of AIDS now. We've talked a little about HIV, the test, and some of the reasons why things are like they are. Tell us what AIDS is. I mean,
it stands for, the letters AIDS stand for Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome.
Okay.
This acquired immune deficiency syndrome has been known long before what we call AIDS with the capital AIDS. It was principally in people who were malnourished or premature babies, for example. There was good examples of this after World War II when the Allies went in. They looked in Germany and they saw the consequences of malnutrition.
Sure.
And AIDS popped up among these children especially, and even some adults, just malnutrition. In fact, malnutrition is the world's leading cause of acquired immune deficiency.
Well, that shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, it makes sense.
No surprise.
If you don't have enough of the nutrients you need to take in, your immune system is going to go south. It can't do the job it's supposed to. So you've got an acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
That's right.
The problem is the word AIDS is more charged.
Right.
People don't think what AIDS stands for.
Right.
They just think it's this horrible disease that happens because of HIV and in gay men and drug users.
And sexually transmitted.
Right.
In the industrialized world, the principal causes of acquired immune deficiency is drug treatment, chemotherapy for cancer, for example, and also drug therapy like cyclosporin A for organ transplant patients. So cyclosporin A is...
So we're trying to interfere with immune competence.
With the organ transplant drugs.
Yes.
You intentionally depress the immune system so that the patient doesn't lose the liver or the kidney or whatever.
Exactly.
But you have to titrate it, or they'll get sick with AIDS diseases.
You might kill them.
You kill them. You can kill them with it. So those were the principal sources of AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, around the world. Okay. Recreational drugs. Peter Duesberg and I have documented over the past 100 years that chronic use of heroin and cocaine and amphetamines and the poppers, the nitrite inhalants the gay men use almost exclusively, can cause AIDS-defining diseases. And that explains principally why the gay men, for example, were so disproportionately among the gay statistics.
So all you're saying is that these people with these kinds of lifestyles have immune deficiency problems.
That's right.
And it's acquired.
Right.
Okay, so it's AIDS.
Right. And the CDC understood this as early as 1982. They actually had it figured out. It wasn't rocket science. All this stuff is known. But then after that press conference, Robert Gallo was the one, who said that his retrovirus, and then he was the one that said it probably came from Africa and it's probably sexually transmitted. He's a retrovirologist. He should know better that's by decree again. That by decree that retroviruses are not sexually transmitted. They're not. And even if they were, they're totally harmless.
So he had a lot to gain from this.
He did. He made a lot of money. A millionaire.
Yeah,
at least a millionaire. At least.
So the HIV test, and then he takes a stand against anybody who has an argument against that by decree again.
But he was quietly pushed out of the NIH in the early 90s because of some very controversial work. In fact, he was convicted of scientific misconduct for basically stealing the retrovirus that we called HIV from Luc Montagnier.
The Frenchman.
Right. And then I believe it was the Reagan administration that came in and said, no, we can't have our big discoverer of the cause of AIDS being convicted. So they changed the rules, and then throughout the conviction, but quietly they forced him out. So you hardly ever hear anything from Robert Gallo anymore.
That's right.
You know.
Now, we talk about treating acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, with drugs that are very toxic.
Right. The chemotherapy for cancer, basically.
So it's doing more to suppress the immune system.
It does. And they're extremely toxic drugs. There's not an HIV drug on the market that does not come with a black box warning label. That's the most serious warning that the FDA puts in a label before they pull the drug off the market.
Could it be that somehow, for reasons we don't understand, that the drugs are used, like AZT and others, to treat people with AIDS, have a beneficial effect on them, on their disease in some way? Is that possible?
It's always possible for that to happen. Is it probable? I mean,
Can we explain it? Would be a better way to say it.
Right. Can we explain it? You probably can, but what is really clear in the literature is that these drugs, in mass, on the large numbers of people, 95% of the people for sure, do worse on these drugs than people who don't take them.
How do you know that?
It's in the mainstream literature itself.
So you can quote the articles that say that. Why don't the doctors look at that? Or is that your question?
MDs, basically physicians, practitioners, do not read the scientific literature.
So they're basically following CDC recommendations.
That's true. But they also, how they learn about drugs, pharmaceuticals, they learn about the drugs from
the drug company.
The drug salesman.
That's right. A lot of times that's true.
They don't read the primary literature on this stuff.
Well, don't include me and they.
No, absolutely not. That's why we're here.
That's right.
It's because you're not a they.
All right. So these drugs then that are using to treat immune deficiency are actually causing it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they weren't actually designed to treat immune deficiency. They were designed to kill HIV.
Okay, that's what I meant by that.
Right.
Okay.
Assuming that HIV is destroying the immune system. However, as you mentioned, AZT, DDI, 3TC, D4T, and all these other nucleoside analogs were developed in the 1960s as chemotherapy for cancer. The chemotherapy for cancer. No physician would prescribe cancer chemotherapy for the lifetime of the patient. They'd be taken up on charges for malpractice because the chemo will kill the patient if they stay on it for life.
Right.
But yet, if you're HIV positive, if you happen to have antibodies that react on the Abbott Laboratories test or whatever you call HIV positive, the standard of care is now to give you these drugs for life. Wow. These drugs can kill you. In fact, they do kill you. And since, I think, the late 1990s, the leading cause of death among HIV positive Americans is liver failure.
Right.
Caused by these drugs. And now, since again about the mid-1990s, there's a new problem. The AIDS establishment is sweeping this under the rug, and they're giving it a new name. They're calling it IRS, for Immune Reconstitution Syndrome.
That's as bad as IRS, Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah, that's easy to remember. These drugs are causing exactly the same AIDS-defining diseases that the CDC came up with in their clinical definition of AIDS. What makes them called IRS, or Immune Reconstitution Syndrome, and not AIDS, is because these diseases now only pop up after people start taking the antiretroviral drugs, on weeks to months.
Wow.
They're exactly the same diseases as AIDS. So they're, instead of calling them drug-induced AIDS, they're called Immune Reconstitution Syndrome.
Oh, that's sweet. That just avoids.
And it's a huge literature on this now. And whole conferences are devoted to this problem.
Now, this is interesting because maybe most of the doctors don't read the medical literature and do it seriously. And they do kind of what everybody else in the profession recommends because those are the standards of practice in the community. Pharmaceutical companies know this.
Yes, they do.
Because they make the information up.
So does the
NIH. CDC must know it.
They do.
Okay. And yet they're perpetuating this myth.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, okay. You know why it has to continue?
I think I do, but you say it.
But I'll say. All a person has to do is just imagine that what we are talking about here is true. Yeah. That AIDS is not contagious. It's not sexually transmitted. It's not caused by HIV. The anti-HIV drugs are killing people and causing AIDS-defining diseases.
Wow.
And on top of that, there's no such thing as an AIDS epidemic in Africa, and we can talk about that.
That's another subject.
That's another subject entirely. Now, if all of that is true, we spent $250 billion on this bogus blunder, this biggest scientific medical mistake of all time.
The germ of lies, huh?
Germ of lies.
The title of your book.
Right. Then what is the likelihood that the directors of the National Cancer Institute, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Secretary of Health and Human Services, or any president of the United States is going to say, oops, folks, sorry, we made a mistake?
Yeah. Right.
What is the likelihood of that happening now?
Well, I guess it's not too good because it hasn't.
The CDC actually, when Peter Duesberg had his article back in 1987 in cancer research, where he critiqued the whole thing about retroviruses in general, HIV in particular, and how they could not cause any disease. The CDC, Peter was able to lay his hands on an internal memo that was going around that said if this got out and the public knew about it, nobody would ever believe us again. Right. That's it. That's basically it. It's not even about money anymore, really. It's about face saving. It's about the whole infrastructure or edifice of the healthcare system in the United States, possibly the whole institutional form of government would be seriously undermined by the fact that this huge $250 billion mistake was allowed to happen and it's continuing to happen. And the people
This is Don Hinckley, and I'm here at the tracking station at Cape Canaveral, where for the first time we'll be able to broadcast an in-flight conversation with an astronaut. Let's see if we can get him. Can you hear me? Come in, please. Come in, please. Can you hear me? Come in, please. No, sit down. Sit down. Sir, I just want to find out what you see. Is there anything up there that you didn't expect to find?
Weird creatures emerged from a hovering egg-shaped spacecraft. The creatures were 5 feet high, had pointed ears, 2 eyes, and a hole below the eyes. One of them made a buzzing sound. The spaceship was oblong or egg-shaped with a pulsating blue light. 3 creatures emerged from an opening in the front of the ship. Their hands resemble hands. I'm sure they are far more advanced than we are. Their hands resemble pinches. After thinking more about it, I believe they are more like robots. They acted like they had a specific thing to do, and they didn't. I want to emphasize to the people, please don't shoot at these things.
They're on the moon right now. They're there right now. They're on the moon. Think about it.
You didn't have to. You have to kind of in the universe.
Oh, that's good news, Elmer. Stopped eating that glyphosate and you stopped swelling. That's pretty cool right there. Might even have something to do with a little, that wheat as well, because that's probably where most of your glyphosate intake comes from is, wheat.
Oh, yeah, because of the way they spray it afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, we have some definitive numbers on that from the good work that Tony just did when he published his recent book from all his study.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case anyone, I know most of you probably saw it, but Tony Mitra did finally finish his study of the Canadian agency data that was sent to him. And even if you're in the United States, it's useful because a lot of their stuff is imported from the United States. So you can get the entire glyphosate count for all these different kinds of foods, different grains, everything is on that list. I went ahead and I got the book online over at Amazon, and it really is comprehensive and depressing, I should say.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to hustle that book off of anybody who's actually personally.
I could have. There's a way to get it for free, but I tried a couple of different things, and on my system it wasn't working so smoothly. So I ended up just
kind of know him.
$9. Yeah.
It's Anthony Sansel's, or is it Tony Mitra's book?
It's Tony Mitra's book. Yeah, he did all the analysis of all those thousands of lines of data. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just for simple support of Tony, that's cool.
Yeah, Tony not
Bob. $100 book or something.
Hey, Becky.
Hey, Becky.
Hello.
So
Yeah,
what do you think
Becky.
about today's discussion on peer review? Long time overdue or what?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, I agree. We've been talking about doing it for, you know,
A long
72
time.
hours. No, actually for a long time, you know, roundabout, but, you know, really just yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, every time we go through one of those studies, we couldn't believe what we were seeing. It's kind of germinated there, I think.
Yeah, it's necessary after study, you know, one. Oh, okay. Well, then necessary again after seeing the emails, necessary again after seeing Angela's, you know, quotes from, you know, Dr. Richard Horton and, you know, the other chief editors.
Yeah.
It's like
Mhm.
eventually it's going to click. Somebody's going to be like, okay, so I have an appeal to authority. Less than 1% of all of these things I have this strange appeal to authority for have ever been demonstrated to use scientific method.
Right.
How do I have a justifiable or, you know, qualifiable appeal to authority? That's all we're asking you to look at right there. Like,
Yes.
Well, you know, a lot of what those people in those debate rooms were saying was they take one look at a study. If it had a lot of math equations, they trusted it.
well, yeah,
What?
well, yeah, if it has no math equations, right?
Yeah.
Like Kenneth Wheeler's, it does have some, but this
Mhm.
like it doesn't need any because the math already exists and he can just refer to Maxwell's equations or refer, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Lorenz law and things like that. You can refer to these things that already exist. So they don't trust that because, you know, they don't see a lot of math there.
Mhm.
That's
what's
like
He used
with
a crayon.
Yeah.
He used a crayon to draw a demonstration and put it in his book. So therefore, it must be child's play.
That's like my boy. He has that problem at school. He works out shit in his head that he's got to write down the steps, or they don't believe him.
Mm.
Right.
Well, I mean,
I don't believe him.
as a mathematician, I look at those
He's a
papers.
boy. He's in school. He's
Hey man, he's smart. He's pretty smart. He's
You
thinking
gotta
a
remember,
two-year scholarship.
he's smart. He might have figured out an easy way to cheat, too.
Eh,
Smart.
I don't know.
You got. Yeah. Well, I know it's possible.
I hope
Trust
not.
me. I know it's possible.
I'd hope he wouldn't.
I'm just kidding around anyway.
I know. No, I had a story about the HIV thing.
Yeah.
From where I work,
Talk to us.
there's a person there that has it, and they didn't even tell me anything about it when I got hired. Right. One of the other coworkers told me about it, and I'm like, well, shouldn't there be warning up if that's the case? No, no warning, no nothing. So, you know, you would think if it was that contagious, they would inform everybody about it, but they didn't.
Do you think that anyone there knows, and that's why they didn't see the need to, or you know, that it's not quite as contagious as?
Well, it's against their rights for two reasons. One,
Yeah.
your medical history is not supposed to be public record.
Mhm.
Right.
That's the first HIPAA cross. You go around telling people, oh, I got AIDS, oh, watch out for them. You can ruin their
Right.
lives, never let them get a job again. All for, you know, reasons like normal people don't change blood at the workplace anyway. Why should it affect
Right.
that?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. But then on top of all of that, it's never been proven that they could ever give you AIDS anyway.
Right.
Exactly.
It's actually been
Right.
proven through studies to try to prove that they could give you AIDS, that they can't give it to you. The studies that were designed to show, you know, that you could get it actually prove the opposite, which is
Yeah.
astonishing news.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I know on that point too. You never personally forgave them for that because you didn't find that out till after the fact.
Well, sure, yeah. You don't even know that. You're all this. We're afraid, you know. Like I was afraid of my own mom. You
Yeah.
know, oh, I don't.
Mm.
Can't leave the kid with you, you know, never get a babysitter. You know, that free one, the grandma and everybody usually gets when they got one of those
Yeah.
free babysitter
Yeah.
once in a while. Yeah, we don't get that. because we weren't, you know, I knew my mom like would probably pick her nose or something, then slap him or something weird, you know. Like I didn't want any chances, you know,
Right.
to catch him because he's falling out of reflex and scratch him or something, and that fucking rabies, HIV, he's gonna, you know. So yeah, I kind of hate that they did that to everybody and make you think like that. That's a really lowers your quality of life
Hmm.
in a way that you can't really monetize. You couldn't give me $10 million to get that back. I mean, I wouldn't. There's, you know, I would. The best I would get out of that is like, you know, finally we got something out of them fucking you over, mom. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
do any fucking favors really though.
Right.
It's too late.
No, that is the most galling aspect of what they do is, you know, they give us all these, direct all these vectors our way that depreciate our immune system, and we end up with cancer or AIDS, what they call AIDS or whatever. And then they can't leave us alone. I mean, it's like they don't let us, the old expression, they won't let you bury your dead. They won't give you time for shit.
You know what really fucking bothers me so much is, I mean, can't get my mind off of it. These children that are being stripped out of the home and taken by the state because they have the retrovirus HIV that does not cause AIDS and are being forced on medications when they have no signs of illness.
Yeah, a couple of days of the flu can give you that antibody. It's ridiculous. Or that protein, you know. Yeah.
Right. And that's a bad news thing right there. That's something that's like not getting looked at hard enough.
No.
And then they overstep it. You know, people are like, oh, well, they need to, you know, blah, blah, blah. People coming from, you know, sheeple land without any, you know, they read the Time magazine article that said it was spread like that. So they know it to be true now.
Yes.
You know, the decree is fine with them. As long as someone in a white coat decreed it, it's fine. So these appeals to authority are, with all this garbage, it's making us sick. I mean, pun intended. Right? Because like they were making a great point, AZT medication is chemotherapy medication. The HIV medication or AIDS medication or whatever.
Mhm.
And what was it? They said 80 something, 90% of the so-called AIDS death were actually liver failure death. Liver failure due to medicines. So it's right in their own statistics. It's not even they're not even dying of AIDS, they're dying of chemicals.
Yeah.
It's been overlooked because the chemicals needed to be there in order to combat the disease.
That's what sucks about my job, because
Well, the
all
chemicals,
these people are on so many different kinds of medication.
Right. When those chemicals aren't present and the nutrition is kept up and there's not a bombardment of recreational drugs like the poppers.
Right.
And don't forget amphetamines, which is what Adderall and Ritalin and all that shit is that they prescribe to children now to get them damaged for that chronic period of time so that they will have these, you know, addictions later in life for the crank and things like that. And they will show signs of these diseases that are, and those signs would justify their falsified studies.
It's a setup.
Qualify the falsified studies, but with falsified qualifications as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie, and then they say it's fucking, it's all on you. It's your fault. It's because of genetics.
Yeah. Then they in the end blame genetics. That's after they give you the AZT, which is the worst chemo drug.
Black label drug. That it means that's the last label before it's taken off the market.
Yes.
That's the one that means if you continue long-term usage will kill patient. It is a DNA terminator.
Yes.
What does DNA terminator mean?
Doesn't sound good, does it?
No, it does not sound good.
Sounds like a futuristic movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it.
Exactly. Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, so now we get these new
Past. A
vaccines coming
futuristic
out.
movie from the past.
We get these new
Another
vaccines
interesting
coming
thing.
out. The RNA, DNA segmented vaccines that they literally tell you ahead of time, it's going to change your DNA.
Oh yeah, and then we are just accepting it. What's up there, Becky? What were you saying?
I was going to say, I got to sign vaccine exemption forms when I got that job too. So, yes, that was awesome.
That is awesome.
Yes.
That's super awesome. Yeah, I'm behind the times on personal issues. Yeah, I needed to finish cutting my hair, I think. I started it and then the show started, so I stopped in the middle of it. So the top's still all there. So that's cool. I mean, normally you don't hear the good news aspects of that, like, oh, they took away our exemption. That's how I was prepared, to hear. And then I hear that, and so
Yeah.
they could toke
Really.
to that.
In the chat, we got Firecat just came in, and we still got Karen and Dud, and Delete is back.
Hey, everybody.
We have Foxy.
Elmer Dud. A delete.
Juxtaposed within the earlier.
Dad says he wishes he had hair on his head.
Oh shit, wrong button. We got this other chat over here too.
I just realized too.
A little convo with us on the side.
Let me see here.
Where's everybody?
I'm still adding some people.
Sorry, I'm yawning on you. There you go. Firecat in there. Oh, you already got her?
Yeah. I can't
Okay,
add
too loud
Foxy because it's not coming up on my list. So see if you can add her. Foxy does have some stories about what's going on in the UK right now with that medical system.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let me see if I can add her again. For some reason, her name's not coming up.
Been being denied dental treatment.
Is it a space? Oh, you already got it.
I got it.
There's a lot of Foxy Wolves.
For some reason, I was typing in the plus. You're not supposed to type in the plus when you're in there. Right here. I was just thinking here. Let's see here. I could read a few more of these interesting tidbits if you want me to. Okay, let's see, trying to see where I left off. I like this one from Richard Smith from the Journal of Royal Society, where he says, so we have little evidence on the effectiveness of peer review, but we have considerable evidence on its defects. In addition to being poor at detecting gross defects and almost useless for detecting fraud, it is slow, expensive, profligate of academic time, highly subjective, something of a lottery, prone to bias, and easily abused. This was kind of funny too. Under his notes about how it can be inconsistent, he says sometimes the inconsistency can be laughable. Here is an example of two reviewers commenting on the same papers. Reviewer A, I found this paper an extremely muddled paper with a large number of deficits. Reviewer B, clear style and would be understood by any reader. It says that oftentimes the process is biased by way of what's called or known as the Matthew effect, which, to put it in quotes, to those who have shall be given, to those who have not shall be taken away, even the little that you have. And what they're referring to there with the Matthew effect is the fact that if you've already got published papers, you're more likely to be published even if you put out a crap paper than someone who's never published before and it's your first paper and it's great. Okay. And another important thing that should be mentioned that he brings up is that the peer review process has been strongly biased against negative studies. In other words, to proving something doesn't work. It's also clear that authors often do not even bother to write up such studies as a result. So it's just showing you that people who might investigate whether this drug or that drug was harmful, they don't even bother to set up a study like that because they know they're not going to get published. And this was also a really important point because I thought about this. This is what I kind of saw when I was in the field. It's under abuse of peer review. There are several ways to abuse the process of peer review. You can steal ideas and present them as your own, or produce an unjustly harsh review to block or at least slow down the publication of the ideas of a competitor. These have all happened. And in another article I read, they talked about how there's so many less newer people trying to send their papers in for publication because the word is kind of out that they're not going to publish it, but if you send it to them, a reviewer may steal your data.
You know who gets?
So it's kind of like the patent system,
Right.
yeah.
Right. What are these systems really in place for? Makes you wonder.
Yes, exactly. Well, because it seems like on every front, it's working against the public interest.
Well, I think we used to have an eye or more of a scrutiny for those types of manipulations and their avenues of which they could be performed. You know, we would look for that kind of thing, and we would protect ourselves with certain amendments, you know, to those situations. And all of a sudden, those get lobbied to be taken away, these safety precautions, and then not even mentioned. And then before you know it, what does a posse comitatus even mean anymore? You know, and then there's tanks up and down our streets now and stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like, we want it, and we ask for it instead, and it's turned into the, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
I know exactly what you're
I'm
saying.
just painting a picture of, like, you know, Blah.
Well,
What's
here's
that?
another
But on
thing that proves your point. Even as late as the 1800s, people thought much more critically. So it would apply to anything that they looked at, including a paper or anything else, by evidence of the fact that if you look at the small town, USA small town newspapers, the kind of editorial columns that appeared in papers of the 1800s, they were critical of everything. Nothing could get past them, especially on the political front.
yeah, and the
I
way
mean,
the
yeah.
wordy little witty way that things are written too, well, there's more, you know, complex trickery or wording, you know, like building, and sentences were longer on average, more words, more, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
More sustenance to the writing type as well, and character. And,
Deeper concepts were being elucidated. Yes.
yeah.
Oh, that's right, because
Fuck.
my local paper, like they more or less poke fun at things, and they don't do the journalism like they did back then.
No.
They don't. Like,
And
too
imagine
serious about
ancient
stuff.
historical writings about, you know, these allegory personifications of planetary events and how they ended up being falsely interpreted by later ignorance as gods and things, maybe, or, you know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
I'm just saying, like, if you just keep following it back, because it seems like when we look at the fucking, you know, the meat and potatoes, and we see that the Cro-Magnon man has actually more brain capacity than we do today.
Cro-Magnon.
Yeah, they have bigger brain area for brain than we do today. Yeah, by like maybe a third. So where did all the brain power? It's not needed anymore all of a sudden. So we don't get it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Use it or lose it, as they say.
Use it or
Yeah.
lose it. So who's to say that they weren't? You know, when people are like, "Oh well, you know, we weren't doing astronomy and things like that." Well, you don't know that. I mean, you know, this takes a long time to keep record. Yeah, it's hard probably to keep record of something for millions of years. You know, then again, that shit might already be from them millions of years ago, and we're like saying,
Right.
we're just saying it's a few thousand years old or whatever. It could have been buried, you know,
Mhm.
once,
Yeah.
twice, 3 times, the lady, whatever, you know.
Mhm. Yeah.
No, I do remember that thing about the writings of the 1800s, because at one point I really wanted to understand like Civil War history better, kind of the inside line. And so I started reading a lot of like personal journals and editorial columns in these old newspapers. And the one thing that I got out of it, in addition to learning more about that one subject, was what a joy it was to read the way people wrote.
Right. And they even did signatures, like they would have like a typology where it parallels other writings of theirs,
Yeah.
you know, so that it was more like you're looking at art forms instead of just,
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like, because there
Oh,
wasn't a lot of other types of medias that we have available, video making and things like that. So these
Right.
people were into, you know, producing basically on paper. So there was more thought going into what was getting laid down.
And what are we reduced
Oh,
to
yeah.
now? BRB.
Yeah,
LOL.
BRB. What's the sitch?
AFK. Emoticon.
Downs for the open relation.
Yes. I think the point is made. Hey, Eon's out there too. He just joined the chat.
Been out there for eons. Sarah Lini attacker found guilty of forgery over Monsanto study review. This is old news, but I like to rub it in the face of the biotech firms.
It
and
fits into this
put it out in public
conversation.
every
Yes.
time I get a chance, you know, since it's right what we're talking about anyway. Mark Phillips, former president of the Biomolecular Engineering Commission, we'll call it the CGB, has been found guilty of forgery and the use of forgery to defame Professor Gilles Eric Seralini. On the 22nd of September, a judge in the criminal court of Paris found Phillips guilty of forgery and the use of forgery in order to defame, once again, Professor Gilles Eric Seralini and Cryogen a research association which focused on the risks of genetic engineering pesticides and the development of alternatives. Mark Fellis is a GMO proponent who was formerly president of the Biomolecular Engineering Commission, which assessed the safety of GMOs in France for the Ministries of Agriculture and Environment from 1998 to 2007. In 2016, he became president of the French Association for Plant Biotechnology, which is a lobby group that was set up to promote GM crops. Last November, Fellis lost the libel case to Seralini. The court ruled that Fellis had defamed Seralini. During that court case, Fellis used or copied the signature of a scientist without his agreement, forgery, and the use of forgery to argue that Seralini and his co-researchers were wrong in their assessment of Monsanto studies. The Seralini's team's reassessment reopened findings, signs of toxicity in the raw data from Monsanto's own rat feeding studies with GM maize. The new court ruling means that Fellis will be sentenced in a few months' time, probably in early 2017, at a public correctional hearing. The use of forgery in a court case is a serious offense and may result in a jail sentence. And should get so much more.
Well, see, that's the other thing that has to happen here. Not only a wall separation on the funding and on the peer review and all that, the rest of it, but when you're
They got to be
dealing
held accountable for, yeah.
Yeah, when you're dealing with papers that can affect people's lives, because then agencies, based on those papers, approve drugs and all
That
the
should be a
rest.
life sentence for each person you
Yes.
fucked over, dude. No joke.
No joke.
Life sentence for each person. That's a couple million life sentences for you, buddy. Peace out.
Yeah.
The ruling marks the second court victory of the year. The second court victory this year for Professor Seralini and his research team in Cryogen. On September 7th, they won a libel suit in the appeals court against Marianne Magazine and its journalist Jean-Claude Jallet, who repeated the defamatory words of the American pro-tobacco and GMO lobbyist Henry Miller. So, interestingly enough,
It was funny when first brought all this full information out. There were some people who were still defending this
I
crap.
know.
Do I have to mention the name? But I mean, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's when I broke out this gun after that one. Oh, okay. So you keep saying it's independent redaction, independent. Well, the emails revealed the role of Monsanto in Seralini's study retraction.
Yes.
Oh, shut up, talking over me now. And this time I was like, didn't want to hear this, did he? In September 2012, the journal Food and Chemical Toxicology, the FCT, published the research of a team led by the French biologist, Professor Gilles Eric Seralini. Am I even saying his first name right?
Where
Gilles,
is it?
Gilles?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Gillier. You know, I don't know. Not French toast.
You know, a
Which
frog.
found liver and kidney toxicity and hormonal disturbances in rats fed Monsanto's GM maize NK603 and very small doses of Roundup herbicide it is grown with over a long term period. And an additional observation was a trend of increased tumors in most treatment groups. Excuse me. In November 2013, the study was retracted by the journal's editor, A. Wallace Hayes, after the appointment of a former Monsanto scientist, Richard E. Goodman, to the editorial board and a non-transparent review process by nameless people that took several months. Where have you ever heard that happening before? And it's been cool. Like, okay, and it was scrutinized by a non-transparent review process by nameless people that took several months. And let's see, what did they do? Okay. Did Monsanto report Claire Robinson source GM Watch? Okay. Did Monsanto pressure the journal Food and Chemical Toxicology to retract the study? French journalist Stéphane Fourcart addresses this question in an article for the Le Monde. The article shows the total subordination of Goodman to Monsanto. It also reveals how Hayes plays a double role in the retraction of the study, acting behind the scenes to encourage Monsanto scientists to join the reviewing panel that would feed their views to the decision into the decision to retract. Influence of chemical companies on academics. Fourcart examined emails disclosed as a result of the Freedom of Information request submitted by the Food Transparency Organization, U.S. Right to Know, U.S. RTK, for short, or acronym, whatever. Fourcart writes that the emails reveal the influence of the chemical companies on some academics. Let's look into that. Fourcart points out that scientific papers are normally retracted only due to fraud, plagiarism, or honest error. Seralini's study did not fall into any of these categories and was the first to be retracted on grounds of inconclusiveness. Supporters of Seralini challenged a newcomer to the editorial board of FCT in charge of biotechnology. Richard E. Goodman is a professor at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, USA, and a specialist food allergens. He is also a former employee of Monsanto, which he left in 2004. FCT biotechnology editor had remarkable closeness to Monsanto. Fourcart writes that emails obtained by U.S. RGK, Right to Know, show a remarkable closeness between Goodman and his old employer. In reality, however, as Fourcart points out, the relationship between Goodman and Monsanto is not so old. Goodman himself wrote in a message of 2012 that 50% of his salary actually comes from a project funded by Monsanto, Bayer, BASF, Dow, DuPont, and Syngenta. 50% of his salary, actually. And that's on paper salary, right? Because you know they get those benefits. Are you talking to me? You say something to me?
No, I was just saying it's incredible. Oh,
yeah, word sure is. And consists of establishing a database of food allergens. Okay. This fact, Fourcart notes, creates links or even a subordinate relationship between Goodman and Monsanto, which is a clear conflict of interest, I might add, on outside of the article. Fourcart goes on to explain how that subordinate relationship manifested in an incident that happened in May 2012, before the publication of Seralini's paper in September of that year. And I'm going to quote him. After the publication of the newspaper article in which he is quoted, Goodman, not yet an editor at FCT, is sharply brought to order by a Monsanto employee. Excuse me. The latter tells the professor that his opinion seemed to have been interpreted by the journalist as suggesting that we do not know enough about biotechnologies to say that they are safe. In return, Goodman wrote a collective message to all his correspondents in the 6 biotechnology companies that fund his work. I apologize to you and your companies, he wrote, adding that he was misunderstood by the journalist, end quote. In industry financing of science imposes control over a researcher. Fourcart comments that, this is where it gets good for me. Fourcart comments that the financing of scientific work by industry means for university researchers is a commitment that goes far beyond the simple production of knowledge. And he says it imposes a form of control over the public discourse of the researcher. So in August 2012, Goodman took the lead and warned his sponsors that he would be interviewed by National Public Radio on the safety of GMOs. And he stated, "Would you participate in a media training session before the interview?" Asked one of his correspondents Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. He didn't say it. Sorry. Asked one of his correspondents, and it is not known whether Goodman accepted this proposal, as he did not respond to Limon's inquiries on that electronic trail. I might add that, because he could have just called him probably on the phone.
Yeah.
So a month later, in September 2012, the study by Gillis Eric Seralini was published. Goodman was not at the time a member of the editorial board of the FCT. Remember that. This is all timing specific. On the 19th of September, Forcart writes, Goodman informed his Monsanto correspondent about the publication of the Seralini article and that he would appreciate it if the firm could provide him with criticisms. Let's read that again, because in case that didn't click, maybe it will this time. On September 17th, Forcart writes, Goodman informed his Monsanto correspondent about the publication of Seralini's article and that he would appreciate it if the firm could provide him with criticisms.
Mm.
He's supposed to be independent, right? Why is he asking the firm for criticisms? That's not independent.
No.
You don't ask that firm for the criticisms, right? That's the big, big no-no right there. That's a big, big no-no. So we're reviewing the paper, the Monsanto correspondent replies. And then he says, the correspondent says, I'll send you the arguments that we have developed. A few days later, Forcart writes Goodman was named associate editor of the FCT on the decision of the toxicologist Wallace Hayes, the editor of the journal. Thanks, Wallace Hayes.
Well, I mean, when you consider this is a company that has whole departments that handle programs for every university out there. So, I mean, they're making sure they're covering all ground.
Here's where it gets stinky, even stinkier. The appointment was not even publicly announced until February 2013. Forcart notes that the addition of Goodman on the editorial board of the magazine was actually a direct and imminent consequence of the publication of Seralini's study.
Exactly.
On November 2nd, 2012, when the Seralini affair was in full flow, Hayes announced in an email to Monsanto employees that Goodman would from now on be in charge of biotechnology at the journal. Hayes added, my request as editor and from Professor Goodman is that those of you who are highly critical of the recent paper by Seralini and his co-authors volunteer as potential reviewers. Well, that's not a stacked deck. You're not stacking the deck. You're asking for a bias. You're asking for bias. If you show bias, then you are getting a pay bump, an upgrade in your salary.
Well, just to add to that, the journal in question did have like a certain set of things
for that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, they had the journal, when I was reading up on that case, the journal in question had a certain set of things that also looked for in studies. The paper as originally submitted passed all those tests. And one of the little tricks they played was they added an additional line item for the whole journal just to try to get Seralini. I don't even remember exactly what it was, but that's in the literature. That was one of the things that they did. They pulled every trick in the book.
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember they were doing a lot of funky stuff with insinuating that it was a chronic carcinogenicity study when it was really just a toxicity study. And it was the same exact mirrored study as what they were doing, except longer. You know, if it was a short-term study was acceptable with all the same criteria, why wouldn't the Seralini long-term study with all the same criteria be acceptable? That's what you know what I mean? Couldn't understand.
If that should be more acceptable because it's long-term.
Right. Dirt. Right? I mean, and then the inconsequential toxicology found in Monsanto's own studies showed to be very consequential in Seralini's long-term study. So, I mean,
it was really ridiculous. Well, see, the thing is, you know, they count on not many people checking up on the shenanigans that go on inside these journals and editorial staffs and whatnot, because even, I mean, a person wouldn't have to know the scientific method and all that stuff to know that there's something that doesn't smell right here. If everyone had heard this story, you'd have millions of people saying, what the fuck? You know, they count on people, you know, just, again, I think the biggest thing they count on is appeal to authority. I won't even look into that stuff because I'm sure they're all looking out for my interest. Isn't that ridiculous?
Sad, yeah.
Yeah, hello guys. How are
There
you?
you are.
Hi.
Oh, good. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, you're right, Debbie, about that word authority. Do you add something about UK stuff that's going on
Yes,
briefly?
definitely.
Would you like?
Yeah,
Yes, definitely.
Give us the lowdown. What's the news?
Okay, it's already made public. Thanks on that video that Rebecca did for me. I can't talk very well because of my dental infection. It's going on for 8 weeks. Right. Started off about 9 weeks now tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I think you know my situation. I'm a disabled woman, wheelchair, complex. So I have personal arrangement with private life care. Okay. On the 17th of March of 17, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything. It's like a chest pain, that kind of thing. So big pain.
Okay.
Called I hate using statute, mainstream medical, because I know what they're like. In UK, what it's known as, if anyone else don't know listening, the Department of Health corporations, aren't they, everywhere, but they put it into mainstream. You have to take this medication, that medication. You get the little leaflet occasionally, but all sympathetic chemicals. Now, the body, I've been, as you know, detoxing off these, a lot of them, for 2 years, natural remedies as well. And I know what I'm doing. But come this 17th, I was so weak in my body because of poisons come from my abscess teeth, which I'm still trying to get it all sorted out and get it being blocked everywhere in my area to access because I'm in a wheelchair, right? And we can't get you in. I've been, as you know, detox things, a lot of them.
Your video's playing. Oh, Dud, you got.
Is that me?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, he just has to mute it.
It's all sorted.
I'm probably about 30 seconds behind. Well, hi, all.
Hey.
Well, that's horrible
Yeah.
to hear.
Been a while.
Foxy. Sorry, Foxy was telling us about her pretty
I
much
won't keep you
blood
long.
poisoned by bacteria from her stuff.
I won't keep you long, Graham, on
Super
the
gross.
important. You right? Should I finish?
No, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
Take your time.
Because I got natural remedies in my home, right? The doctor, I don't even know him, and he called 999. That's emergency services, right? Paramedics. Now, if I wasn't so weak in my body and I was consciously, you know, like, where's your ID, blah, 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 who are you, blah, 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 then, okay, come in. But I wasn't in that state. I was in a really bad way. But 3 of them come in, 1 male, 2 females. Now, the 1 male, 2 female were trying to help with the heart thing. That was all clear, thank God.
Your audio's.
It was infection got into the blood, and that's why I'm still weak, can't eat, just drink and stuff. And natural fruit smoothies. That's the only way I'm getting in my vitamin C naturally, natural food. And anyway, this other woman, she sat in my kitchen, right? And it's my private paperwork, my private cupboards of food. She's looking around for things. It's nothing now medical. She's looking for things to make fault. She's a public servant. She has no authority to do what she did. And they're using the national statute law, it's called in UK, 2014 Care Act, and that includes medical and health, okay? And it's for section 43 and 42. It's important to read up, which I've done ages ago now. And what she did was write things down. She turned around and saw all my natural herbal remedies. Pure herbal. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 2 years now. And conjunction with a mainstream pharmaceutical type of medication that I've been trying to wean myself off, right? They've damaged my teeth. That's why my teeth are like it. It's the toxic tablets, right?
Yeah.
And I wrote to the GP ages ago, provide me the evidence that this is causing that, you know, it is beneficial to whatever label you put me on, okay? And every time we offer in writing the scan, the risk of the toxic cancer in them blinking intrusive scans they do on women's breasts, I researched and I don't want all that, the risk of that on top. So I sent things like that back, and I'm being labelled as paranoia, yeah? Because I choose a natural health route. And when this woman, she turned around and she saw the
Paranoia.
proper...
You literally have scientific reasoning, not even like you'd be
She
paranoid.
has no... Yeah, these doctors, I've never been diagnosed with alleged psychiatrist, psychologist, and any of what she's put down, nor from this guy who speaks to her on the phone. And when she said I was taking natural remedies, he didn't like it. Not making profit, is he? And
like you got drugs in your house or something. You just got some natural coconut oil and this. It's like, what the?
Yeah, that's right. And then she put on the form that I am psychotic, not psychotic, so paranoia traits, behavioural traits. I don't know what I'm doing. And then she went picking fault. You ready for the next bit? She added on that my flat and my mates can't care for me, that my food is out of date. It's not medical, this bit, but she added this into her medical form for a public servant, and everything is not factual what she's put. She put down there was beetles on the floor. There was mouse droppings on the floor.
Yeah, how do you?
She made up.
How do you give a janitor
She made up
the authority to rate my psychological, standing?
Yeah.
Status?
Well, and what's really scary is that ordinary people are willing to go along with this.
Well, I didn't.
Well, sure, it gives them like.
I mean, ordinary people. The woman that wrote this up. I mean, she doesn't benefit by doing this to you.
I know. She was
doing her
job. I just sent 9 different last Monday, right? 9. This is all kicked off with more now. 9 different letters off because what she's gone and done is shared that piece of sheet. I signed under rest because they were giving me. I was so weak. I was not consciously like. Now I know what I'm doing, but then I was not in this fit state. I tried to get hold of my family members who weren't around to talk to them what's really going on. My sister and other people like your good selves, I got into teaching and learning about natural remedies. I know what I'm doing. So for these key medical, so-called mainstream NHS public servants, to imply that to me is absolutely negligent. And now it's gone round and about my character with these public servants. They're about 9 different companies as well throughout one's area. Okay, and I've gone round to counterclaim it all and ready to sue her also, and also to the blocking of access to lawful, proper services, i.e., dental side, not drugs, but the proper take all the cheap out, give me some false ones because they do need to come out because they've been damaged. By the drugs, which I no longer, I said to them, I'd rather take the healthier ones that I knew what I'm doing. And because of that, I'm mentally ill. Oh, and I need a mental health assessment now. That's what they tried to force on me. Phone me up and force on me, mental health assessment. Want to come straight away, want to check my house out, say my house is fire risk, making things up now. Here we go. making things up even more than non-medical stuff. And now it's come to a crisis point where, as I said, Rebecca knows, they were threatening to kick the door in, to drag me out, to put me into a mental institution,
Well,
just
it's
because
too
I
bad we don't
choose.
live next to you. We would help support you on that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I learned about all this stuff
They
about
get
law.
chased off the land.
So what I've managed to do on a half good day is get all these letters out as quick as possible. So there's a paper trail
When
to
they
cover
walk
my.
up to you and say, "Are you, and whatever your name is," do not say
Yes,
yes.
yes, I did all that,
You say,
and
"I am a woman," and then your name. That way,
yeah, I
clarifying some specifics in their issue that they
did
can't
all
just
that.
take contract over you.
That's what I did, and that's all been received with recorded post, certified post, you call it in the US, and so that's like at the moment. Where we now, what my time Monday?
Yeah, I guess when they start bending your ass over a barrel, you got to try everything you can because
Yeah,
what else do you have left? It's life or death type shit, And
yeah, because
they
apparently,
better understand that I'm gonna fight for my life. Excuse my French. You know what I mean?
Well, and of course, they do
sure,
this when they know she's debilitated with pain from this abscess gum situation that they themselves were supposed to treat and did not.
Right.
yes,
Taking it back.
yes.
Pull that sucker out.
Yeah.
And it's like they're blocking me on purpose, right? And that's not paranoia either. I know they are. They want to keep me weak, right? So they think I'm easily more controlled. And so, I went out my way to get that. Oh, thanks for that tip, by the way, Debbie. That gold shield.
Yes.
I went and found some in the end. That I got some drops, and they work a treat for this type of thing I got.
So glad.
And literally, absolutely, guys, it's expensive, but it's worth it. And anyone got a similar situation to me, that is worth getting in a natural health food shop. I don't know where you are around the world, but in my area, I found a shop, an independent one, and she just absolutely said about it as well, and it reminded what Debbie said. And I found one, so that is keeping it naturally. It's natural jobs. It's not medical pharmaceuticals. And the only reason, in a nutshell, all this is because it's not making profit for pharmaceutical companies, is it? So, these mainstream people, what gets me really peed off big time is that they are so trained in their jobs not to look at holistic alternatives other than the pharmaceuticals and drugs. It's just bad enough as a vaccine stuff, isn't it? And it's like, I'm an adult, I'm not a kid, you know what I mean? And if I want to make my own decisions in this area, but they're looking at this subject now, the words on top is coming, right?
Well, it comes back to appeal to authority. Their bosses told them they're supposed to do these. They can do these kinds of things with people. It doesn't seem to occur to them to question. Well, why would I treat an adult like that? That way. Just like in that experiment where it didn't occur to the person to question 200 volts is too much.
Yeah. Well, what she's going to do now.
Said to do it. Yeah.
Because of all this,
ridiculous.
Right, Debbie, because all this, right, they've gone and done what it's called a safeguarding referral. That means, I'm not meant to be sane, I'm not meant to be safe, everything they've made up on paper, you wouldn't believe. I tell you, I think I tried to write a long post to make it public to warn other people in my situation in this country, because they are using the statute, and other people don't know about their lawful rights, and I think they don't know that I do. But this one woman was calling, blinding me up, didn't have her for madam, and wanted to come out straight away, only to use hearsay, and nothing's improving. It's all hearsay comments on one public servant. The other two didn't even say a word, and it was just the younger one whose mind I think it's just like mind control by the statute system in sense and medical side. You got to take pharmaceuticals, nothing else.
You're really breaking up there.
Oh, am I? Can you hear me now?
It just goes in and out.
I've got the phone with close. Can you
No, I
hear
think it's really incredible too, though, that they did not offer you treatment.
Yeah.
Still, from what I can see, you're not doing this, and yet they want to interfere, and you're trying to help yourself with the most natural of things. It's just,
Well, like we
it's
said,
very becoming very clear how they're being trained. Yeah.
keep you sick and keep you on their medicine, they profit even more.
Yeah. Yeah.
But see, they're not even putting her on it. That's the point. I mean, I remember, Foxy, you saying initially you thought what they were doing and denying you treatment was this thing we're seeing in so many countries where after a certain age, they don't even give you the same prescriptions that they'd give somebody else. But it does sound more like now it's just like this is a standard way they're dealing with people. All people, you know.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, because sometimes it's like 2015 I had an infection, not as bad. And I had antibiotics then. I would take anything because it's so bad. At the time, I didn't know now. And I was rushed into hospital with blood poisoning because of it. And then,
if they were going to do your job with an abscess gum, they usually, just to get it down quickly, they'll give you a small amount of antibiotic just to get it quickly under control. And then at that point, you take a lot of immune supportive nutrition.
that's right.
Yeah. They didn't even
Well,
do
I've
that.
got two going on at abscess at the same time now. It's getting worse. And so all my friends are trying to do is I can't eat anything properly in the normal sense. So it's all smoothies, green or fruit. And especially to boost and keep the immune system up, to give me as much energy when I'm resting at the same time. Well, not same time, but when I can. Because that's what they want. They want me to be weak, so I'm literally will be controlled by them. And that's not where I'm going to. But this is, that's what, this old lady around the corner, she had some complaint of a heart problem. Just nearby, the ambulance was called by her son. She was walking able-bodied, and they took her to hospital. But they'd take one look at someone like me, complex physical disabilities, and they don't refuse. They refuse care, they refuse everything, but they want to try and control your life in your own way. Yeah, if you get me.
Well, I mean, I can't say that I am not seeing certain similar things here, especially for people in their 70s and 80s on Medicare.
No.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, we're going to see more of it. There's no question.
yes. That's
And
like my
like you
aunt.
said, go ahead.
That's like my aunt and uncle that were in the car accident. You know, they just pretty much let them die.
Yes.
You know?
From what you described, that was treatable, and instead they sent them to hospice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like my mum, right? She's in this care home, top of the range. I mean, God forbid, no ill will to her. But I've seen the way she's made us have it. Alright? Getting on a bit now. But she's in and out that much. She just, all in a nutshell, she just misses her family. Yeah, because they don't see her as much. But because she's got the south away, she won't question, she'll take the pharmaceuticals.
Am I the only one? I can't really hear what you're saying
Yeah, I
for the
can't.
most part. I think the sound quality is coming in pretty bad.
Is it my end?
Yeah, I think the further away you go, the less we're able to pick up what you're saying.
Yes.
Oh, by the microphone.
Maybe. It might just be bad radio waves or whatever.
I'm not surprised that they're trying to block me talking.
Cool, no big deal. I wanted to jump into a couple other areas as well. But first off, I wanted to say hey to Elmer Dud here. I know he's been patient and polite.
Oh yeah, I've been hanging in.
Hey, bud.
Oh, I'm just, it's all about the pharmacy money and doctors. I mean, it just makes what the world goes round as what is perceived by, what the next generation brings in. And it's just all combined into this huge fallacy of what we actually need. And it's just, the minefield these kids are going to have to go through in this Google controlled world is mind-boggling. I really don't even need to go any further than that. You combine that with the fluoride, the weed, and these other mind-altering, and then they're flooding us with the heroin. If they would just, I don't understand why we're guarding the freaking poppy fields, and then all of a sudden, wham! Oh, here it is in the United States for sale by the ton of cocaine. What did they just bust? $3 billion worth of cocaine or something?
Yes, I remember reading about that.
Jesus, man, come on. I'm just hoping that's Trump, finally saying, hey, we can stop the drugs. That's easy. I can't believe it hasn't been that easy. I mean, it's coming in by the ton.
Trump ain't
We're
gonna
not
change
talking a
shit,
couple
man.
100 pounds packed on the back of a Mexican.
You got to remember, most of it's already in pharmaceuticals. That other
Well,
stuff
that's
off to
true.
the side.
That's where they're getting their start. But once the pharmaceuticals run out, hey, grandma's supplies run out.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's really the pharmaceuticals that are where they're getting most of their money from. They don't mind saying, look, they'll throw out a $3 billion bust because I mean they just made $700 billion the year before that, so it's an investment to make it look like they're on the up and up.
No, Graham's
look
right.
at my organization that busted this $3 billion bust, right? Makes it look like I'm on the up and up now, even though I just sold pharmaceutically, $700 billion worth of it legally.
Yeah, they're selling directly to the pharmaceuticals for extraction of core chemicals. Yeah.
The other part is it's all that fucking dog and pony show to give you faith in the system.
What I'm trying to point out is where it's coming from. It's like, I mean, here it is coming, 90% of it's coming from Afghanistan. I mean, they're tracing it from Afghanistan to New York City, New Jersey, wherever the hubs are. I don't know. It's not like I'm a heroin user, but wherever that, that shipment's coming in, that it's just somebody's paying somebody and they're not following the money. They're turning it off. HSBC Bank or whatever.
One of the reasons why they wanted to take over Afghanistan, to be a farming community for big pharma.
Yes.
Well, I mean, look, when
we're paying for it.
What was it? Just before we went in, I mean, there was this lull in heroin because they stopped producing it. That was at one huge county or country or Providence or whatever they use. And they all, started growing wheat or whatever, naturally stuff, food. And they were prospering and, they didn't want that. I mean, they had this huge lull in the heroin. The heroin addicts are going nuts. I mean, that was probably one way.
Look at the line at the methadone clinics.
Yep. That's when the methadone kind of kicked in, because they needed it. I mean, they had all these heroin addicts that couldn't get their fix.
All produced by big pharma.
Well, it's the shipping. Yeah. It's the, I mean, here we are under control. We're guarding these fields and, we are shipping, I think, 40% to pharma for their, whatever they use it for, I don't know how they use that because they're synthesizing it anyway, but supposedly they needed to start the synthesization or whatever.
Well, usually they extract the chemicals. Yeah. They use directly the plant for that purpose. Yeah.
It's just, it's mind-numbing.
Synthesized, yeah.
And then you add in the fluoride and all the chemicals in the food. I mean, you just go through the inner aisles in any food store and look at the list of chemicals in that stuff.
never
Assuming you're
thought
not
of
heading
it.
down the natural field.
Yeah.
It's a minefield out there for kids. And that's what these kids are eating. Probably because the parents are working their asses off. I don't have time to cook dinner. I'm just going to grab him whatever out of this freezer. I don't care what's in it. They like it. They eat it. Mommy, get me McDonald's. Blah, blah, blah. These corporations suck these kids in. I mean, I can only see what the American.
A lot of poppies grown in like Mexico, and I mean, somebody just got busted in Washington with like 40 acres of poppy. It's all over the U.S. too. I mean, they say it doesn't grow here. I mean, but obviously not naturally or indigenous, but it does. You can grow anything.
Oh, well, if you can get the seeds, I guess you could grow anything anywhere, with some controlled, look at all the houses now. I mean, between their chemical basing and.
But I bet if you just look a little deeper into it, the pharmaceutical companies are allowed to grow a particular amount and all that kind of stuff, just, for those reasons too. I mean,
well, they don't need to. They basically have slave labor over in Afghanistan growing it for them. There's no reason for pharmaceuticals. Well,
what I'm trying to say is that it may be mostly about taking away the power from somebody else, not so much just using what they have, but not allowing them to produce it, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, right. And at the same time, saving themselves on shipping it across the way or whatever, and just growing it right there at home, right?
Well,
if you think about it from all making money perspective, I'm just thinking economically viable, right? And a lot cheaper than shipping it over here.
Mm-hmm.
And thirdly, right, the lithium mountains over there that they really went over there for. It wasn't for their oil. Oil's abiotic. It keeps on refilling itself. It wasn't for their poppy. We could grow poppy right here at home. It was for the mountains of lithium that we don't have over here. We just think about what it is that we don't really have. Mm-hmm. What can we not have over here? I mean, if you got billions of dollars, and what the fuck, how hard would it be to get somebody to start cultivating poppy over here? Not a big deal at all. You don't need to do all this other crap, right? But see, they're doing all this other crap. It's for multiple reasons. Like, one, take away the power from the indigenous people over there about their market, because they were actually charging for the poppy. The people had to buy it from them for the pharmaceuticals and all of that, and it made the game more fair for them. At least they could survive better, right? Well, now they're just taking away every single aspect of their ability to survive and sustain on their own. That's what I see.
One thing is, while you're on the lithium thing, I'm just saying you have to look at the byproducts. Thorium.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's just becoming buried. It's a waste product, and that's what they're telling us anyway.
Yeah.
It's becoming buried. It's a waste product.
Right. All of these alkaline metals that have electrical properties are not waste products.
No, the waste products are dumped into our.
They just call them waste
water.
Products. Yeah, and then put them in our drinking water.
Yeah, there you go. Here you go. We can't do anything with this fluoride. Hey, we'll sell it to the guys. They said fluoride is good for your teeth when you're 8 years old. Only when you're 8 years old, but hey, we got to get all those 8-year-olds fluoride. Oh my God! I can't wait for them to come out with this. I'm so scared about this. This new thing that they're coming out with, the age regeneration and then the teeth regrowth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! I don't know. Is that stem cell research? I'm assuming it must be into the stem cell.
They're wanting to do trials on humans.
But man, if they want to regrow my teeth, bring me on. Right now, that's my biggest thing. I want to pluck all this amalgam out of my mouth, and I just feel that's the one thing that's making me sick. Is my teeth, A, rotting, and B,
Well, yeah, that's definitely a causal factor in lots of different what are called heart diseases and all kinds of different stuff. Is a constant bombardment of those mouth bacterium.
Yeah, well, I mean it's a combination of all. Like they just pulled my tooth, and I went into colitis. I had to go into the hospital. It was about 5 days later. I was bending over. Uh, and it was about 45 minutes in the hospital. The guy was seeing me just heaving over before he had already given me the thing. He was just waiting to give me the shot. I guess they were making sure I wasn't some kind of druggie, not needing his fix or something.
Wow.
But man, I was keeling over. I mean, if that's what you females have to do when you go through to have a baby, if us males
I
had
don't
to,
know
we'd
what
be
the
hiding in
hell you're
caves.
talking about.
This world would not be the same. Us men would be hiding in caves. You ain't getting me pregnant. No, hell no. Get away from me. God, the pain of fucking colitis. Why the hell do we have nerves inside my stomach? I do not need a nerve there. Thank you, God, or whoever designed this damn thing. So, I mean, that's the thing. When you look at the design of us and how long we're living, I was just looking at that in the eyesight, and you tie everything in. We live a very long life. I mean, it's the only thing that's really, getting higher than us is turtles. But they are reptiles. So I'm really wondering what the life cycle of a dinosaur was, how long they lived and stuff. I can't quite.
I would imagine our lifespans used to be much longer when, when we were in our more natural environment, which would have been not the sun.
I don't know. The farther back you go, when you get into the chimps and you go further back, they're not living long at all.
Well,
chimps are like, what, 30, 35 years?
I'm not saying chimps. I don't go by Darwin. I don't go from.
I'm not saying Darwin. I'm just saying that's the DNA we got combined with.
Chimps came alongside each other, coming up, not out of each other,
I don't know. As I look back in history at these fossils and years that they've established, it just doesn't lock in these huge changes we've had.
What I'm talking about is the archetypal evidence that Wallace Thornhill and others expose, showing about Saturnalia and about how Saturn was said to be the original sun. And, if it was in its brown dwarf state, we would have a different electrical influence, which would be our gravitational influence would have a variable there. So we would have a less gravity, which would explain why dinosaurs could be so big. And because, in this gravity, they couldn't even sustain their own weight without crushing, and they would have to thrive for millions and millions and hundreds of millions of years. And that just wouldn't be the case in this gravity with their sheer size. So we would have to assume that the gravity was weaker. I mean, just by sheer obvious evidence of these massive creatures, which their vertebrae were crushed on themselves, holding the massive amounts of muscle just in their necks and shit.
Well, how I see that is that we did have a smaller Earth. Well, obviously, because we've accumulated all this water, and then we had this huge influx of water, which caused the freezing Earth because we couldn't handle it all, and then it all blew off.
But you'd have to dismiss
that's kind of keeping its equilibrium.
To say that, though. You'd have to pretty much dismiss Wallace Thornhill's work and all of the archetypal evidence all across the entire globe on every major continent in order to say that, though. Because there's all this other evidence at play here that show that there was, a different solar system. Our planetary alignments were very different than they are today in the modern alignments.
Oh, well, that's what I mean. But I mean, you have to imagine that each planet was different as well. Like I said, Earth, I don't think we had this much water at one point. I mean, we got the deluge, and that's probably what caused the freezing Earth because our
What's the deluge?
Well, just before we got to the freezing Earth, the flood, that got passed down through history. That if you look, at the archaeological thing of the flood, and they bring it all the way back to way back.
Imagine electrically this situation, the current being separated from Saturn, and then the new hydrogen ions bombarding the Earth and reconnecting a new magnetosphere and everything within the circuit of the heliosphere. So now the hydrogen ions are bombarding our oxygen atoms here on Earth, creating water for until an equilibrium was was balanced, like it is now, basically. So imagine
Right.
that raining for 40 days and 40 nights thing could have been an actual story about a particular cosmological event taking place.
Right.
Because first there was this, there was light, and that would explain that could be explained by the us breaking out of Saturn's plasma sheath, and Saturn's plasma sheath discharging onto the heliosphere while that's happening at the same time. That could have created. Then there's this light story. There's a lot of pretty interesting kind of parallels.
Oh, there's huge parallels out there that haven't been drawn yet. I mean, when you draw the sun to the Earth's weather, and you look at the magnets, and you look at that's what I was trying to allude at earlier, was hydrogen, helium, how their buoyancy in our atmosphere is negative, or repels, just tries to get the hell out of here. And then you add in heat, which is energy, and you look back at how all these tie into each other, bring it up to that next level of energy level, and then you add in the electric universe, the magnetics, and you tie it all in, and it just makes so much sense, and they're just hiding it all.
Right. Even
it's
that
so easy to see and imagine.
Well, the recent
They
developments
colluded.
too, of connecting the sun, changes in the sun with pressures here on Earth that can result in earthquakes and in volcanic activity. I think it's very interesting.
Say again. The recent what?
The recent developments of being able to predict increased earthquake and volcanic activity because of changes in the sun.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you're referring to suspicious observers?
Well, no, this work's being done at a much higher level than him. He also has some of the stuff that he's looking at there, but this is being done by whole groups of people.
Yeah, well, just to let you know, I mean, it's all being done under the vise of plasma theory and other scientists, and they're just sucking up the little bits of truth that are in, let's say, suspicious observers, and then throwing it into their, and making their little twist on it, and making it look like their research is done. And that's a scary point to me in the future.
I don't even know where he really is on any of that, so I couldn't even.
No, because I'm not even referring to his work. Yeah. What I'm talking about, they were looking at years ago, back in the 70s and 80s. Because when you affect the electromagnetic field around the Earth, you definitely affect pressures on the Earth and distribution of pressures, which can then affect anything, that's
right.
related.
It affects air. It affects the helium, all the hydrogen, the oxygen, everything. When you reduce the pressure and the temperature and you're making a huge separation in those molecules, and you're making them even more repellent or more where they attract each other even more. And when you do those small changes and you add them up in a huge volume, which it is, in our mind, I mean, actually, if you look at it, it's a very small volume of air and, that we have to breathe. I mean, it's just such a small little layer that just one little breeze looks like it could just blow it all away.
Well,
that's the part that scares me the most.
Than that, but yeah.
Well, the breeze is the electric variant or potential balancing out in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's that is, so the electric potential is holding not only everything together, but it's also blowing it around,
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's very true. I mean, it's the magnetism's basically, or what they think is called gravity. Where did that come from?
Who's playing?
Himself.
Yeah, you're definitely right, though. I was bad timing on my part. I was late to my applaud, but it was like in the middle of you talking. But I agree with you.
I can't wait for this to hit mainstream, and you know, so I can point
Dude,
at my
it just
mom. I
did.
told you so.
It just
You know.
did.
Yeah, it
I know,
has.
but it got blown over so fast.
No, I mean it just did 2 days ago.
It won't. It won't take. It will not take. They'll
I mean,
still go on pushing the old paradigm.
well, I know that I kind of like spoke on it a little bit earlier, but I guess let me jump to it real quick. I'll
I was
share it
going to
with
say,
you.
could you play that video again? It's short.
It's from NASA Goddard. It's titled Observations Reshape Basic Plasma Wave Physics. And it's really not reshaping anything. It's just the old stuff that's already exists. But what it's reshaping is the standard model of the solar system and then the universe afterwards. That's what it's reshaping. But they literally, it's weird how they talk in this or what they write, you know, because they're basically just hiding the ether and trying to stick to particles, but with their terminologies and all of that. But let me just
Exactly, and they just keep pushing that paradigm, and they're going to keep you
I
stuck
think
between
part of
fluoride and weed. And
But the important takeaway, the main takeaway is they're emitting the electrical currents in space, which was, as far as the theory of relativity goes, void of electrical interaction, ruled by gravity alone.
Mhm.
See, now this is time to, now they're having to admit, this is when they have to admit, okay, we need to rewrite cosmological textbooks all over the world.
well, you know, that's the weird thing. You look at it. What they need to do is reword a lot, or make up new words. Well,
Rewrite it
actually,
all.
we have the words.
No, it's rewrite it all, change all the old theories, add electrical in space, use Maxwell's field equations, stop playing games, quit looking for dark energy, dark matter, and spending all our money on bullshit. Talk about understanding electromagnetic propulsion. Get out there and really do some damn real stuff. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
You're forgetting about something. They've already
the
done
spacecraft
that.
with electrical currents from caustic rays and stuff as well. You can literally shield the spacecraft. You might not have to, you know, you might not need a material. You might have we might be able to produce a material that would create an electric field around it on its own in a charged environment anyway, moving through that as plasma. There's so many different variables now opened up in research for these thoughts.
Grim. I really just wish I could get inside your head for one moment. Snap out of it, man. They've already done it. Look, I have witnessed.
I know, but I'm just saying these are the things I would have done if I would have known about this, and I had those, endless buckets of taxpayer money.
Well, and start funding using the true knowledge of people who are willing to do projects on energy generation using these fields. That's what I want to see.
Well, I mean, it's out there. Look, I have seen it. I have seen a TR3B. It was angling itself, getting ready to do some wacky turn, some crazy ankle. I have a witness to me seeing it. I mean, he saw it. He just saw it as a black thing in the sky, and you know, at least I wasn't going crazy or seeing things. So I mean, that technology's out there. I mean, they haven't let that word out there, and they're doing their best to keep it, and they should. I don't want North Korea to know how to fly a TR-3B to the moon.
Who knows that North Korea is even really North Korea, and they're not just the placed bad guy to create a world consciousness and particular type of herding methodology. You know, I don't even believe in that shit, honestly.
Right, yeah.
I think all the pharaohs are in on it together, dude, and they make fun of us all, and it's all a big joke. And they fly around in their little fucking electromagnetic vehicles up in the sky that they call Vermanas for the past 10,000 fucking years. And you know what I mean? And really, we're just the second-class cow being herded and kettled. Even the Rockefellers and shit, they're just the privileged cows. They still get fucking, old. and shit like that. I don't know. I mean, I
You
don't
know,
think it's too creepy.
I have this feeling that guy is not really dead. I think he's, just been loaded into his new clone body and he's come back.
I'm gonna allow myself a victory and just he's dead. I'm
No, well, I mean, I
I'm
like
gonna
to
let
think
me
he's
win one
dead,
this
but
time.
God, I'm just trying to think of the technology today.
The
There's so many
Freemason
ways the
agenda
guy
will
could
live
actually
long
still
on
be
after
around.
him. Yeah, their Freemason agenda, long live their Freemason agenda. He's not the agenda. He's just a face of like a corporate face that we could all hate and never actually look at the real power structure. Watch the hand trick.
Well, and I too think that whereas they're hiding a lot of technology in the way of, like you say, using EMAG for transportation and a lot of other intergeneration, they're hiding that it does exist, and they're utilizing it for themselves. I think in the area of the medical area, this is my personal feeling. We all know that the real way to sound longevity is through the things that are available to us. I mean, the knowledge is available to us, and that's through healthy living. I don't think anything they can come up with, they're not ready to put their brains in a robot body. I don't believe they're, I mean, look at what they do in the way of genetic stuff.
I mean, but
it's complex.
I'm sure they have like the real elite, not the ones that probably you and I have ever heard of, but the real elite who would remain nameless forever and rule behind the scenes always. They could be a lot older, and they could just use technologies, electromagnetic technologies, that keeps them on a particular frequency, that of the original planet of Saturn, and they probably can live in a different place, with that, energy induced around them. Maybe it was the pyramids produced that energy for a longer time, and then I don't know, who knows, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is, I mean, what I know about all the amazing electromagnetic properties of these Giza pyramid and all the different aspects of how it can actually generate in fields, and in what they used for the materials that would create this induction and all of that fun stuff, and its location to our ratio distances for potential variances and all of that. I mean, it's pretty damn scientific and good. And
I would agree with that. In other words, still working with the natural body, but taking what they know about electromagnetic fields and all those various aspects and maximizing the human body, but I don't see them going the way this 0 point, robot approach. I don't see that. That's a story for our benefit. Just to throw us on the wrong track.
I mean, it's possible that these particular parts of their consciousness can be maybe imprinted on crystal or whatever, but who knows.
I could see where they might have something side by side while they're alive, where they can also replicate within something else.
And then their children after that can actually seek advice from that consciousness as well, whatever's imprinted left there.
To maintain.
I don't think there's going to be anything left. We are headed into a Wall-E world. What is that Disney movie with the Wall-E robot and falls in love with another robot or something? And all these humans are stuck on the ship getting pregnant not pregnant, but getting fat and lazy, sitting on chairs with robots feeding them and sucking their Slurpee of the month. Or as I looked at it, was Soylent Green when they were showing that to me. I could only think that's what they were eating on the ship.
Probably.
Which they're doing to us right now. I mean, if you buy fast food and stuff,
Yeah.
According to what some of the.
I mean, in a way, that's right, because, I mean, it is dead food. They're spraying it to kill it even faster and just killing all the nutrients. I can only imagine with it, but infusing the nutrients with the glyphosate, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's like your body doesn't need a synthetic amino acid to pull from over its own amino acids with no elasticity to them, so that your body builds breakable cells when you normally would have much stronger.
You're so
cells.
close. I mean, it's just affecting the enzymes, and they're changing their makeup, and it's doing it whatever it's going to do to our DNA, and our next generation is going to be even more sensitive to the crap. And I think that's what's happening. I mean, look at the autism, and they've totally shut up about the increase in autism in schools. Totally shut up. I mean, it's almost hush, hush, hush. Don't talk about the autism, increase. It's almost become silent out there. You do not hear about it anymore, and it's still on the rise. Am I still on, or am I cut off?
You're still on.
Oh, cool. Hey, Becky, Grim, I don't know how long you're planning on going, but if you want to go private, I really want to hear Becky's
Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
story about Mr.
Becky had
Flood.
to leave.
Mrs.
She had
Flood,
to
I'm
go.
sorry.
What happened?
Yeah. Becky had to leave. She has work tomorrow, so yeah, she left.
I wanted to hear about Mrs. Flood so bad.
God.
What about Mrs. Flood?
Well, she was
Yeah, you
talking
better-
about the cancer, HIV positive person or something, or maybe they weren't positive or were positive. I don't know what story she had. I would have loved to hear it, though.
Whose story was that?
Well, she was in chat talking about she couldn't say
No,
about
she
the HIV
did.
positive.
She did talk about a little bit. I don't know if there was more she was going to say on it or not, but about someone at work. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about all I got. She had a story about that. I didn't know whether it was a positive ending story, or it sounds like it. I mean, if they're still at work, I'm assuming they're still alive.
Yeah, it's ongoing, I think. But the main thrust of the story was how, because Grim had just said that, showed the evidence that, it's not even sexually transmissible. It's not catching in the way that they always used to talk about. And she was adding to it how how this person has this right there at work, and they didn't tell anybody that he had it, but then, it's like, well, they don't need to because it's not catching. Yeah, Becky's story.
Oh, okay. So he said Mrs. Fudd. I couldn't figure out who that. Or did I just think?
No, I heard her say that too.
Okay.
I know. So you're trying to get all the Google effects in before they're gone after April 25th or whatever?
Subconsciously, who knows? Maybe.
So did anybody see any good April Fools, like the Flying Penguins or anything like that?
Oh, a good April Fool's is no April Fool's.
Yeah,
I like that one meme that said April 1st Fool's Day was canceled because the world is crazy enough already,
I know, but I thought that was true.
Yeah.
I didn't even believe that was an April Fool's. Damn it, got me.
Assuming it wasn't. I'm assuming they were genuine. But I'm still laughing. Yeah, because it's true.
I have a quick question. I don't know if anybody caught the 2020 CBS thing about some guy spreading the fake news, and I'd never heard of the guy, and I've been all over YouTube. I think there's almost no crazy stupid guy
It's funny that they're pointing at YouTube to talk about fake news instead of CNN or ABC or MSN. Why are they pointing at us and yelling fake news? It's them.
Well, you say us. It's not us that people are listening to.
That's what I'm saying. Like even if it's any random YouTube user at all, it shouldn't. It's like whatever compared to these mainstream outlets. They're, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
it's all about the clickbait.
Have a responsibility.
It's all about the clickbait, and they're making huge money at it.
I don't care. That's nothing compared. That's nothing compared to the agendas that are allowed to go through from mainstream news outlets that are the real fake news. I don't
Oh, I
care if
agree.
some
I mean, you
random
know,
guy who I don't have any expectation to trust lies to me. What I do care about is if the people I have an expectation of trust for lie to me.
Mhm.
I mean,
That's the main
look
kick.
no further than weapons of mass destruction. You see that example. It's just so easy and so
Or
pushed by the
terrorism.
mainstream. Yeah, that's their new
You
word,
think those are
or
real terrorists
ISIS or
getting
whatever.
busted at the airport and shit? Those are put on the planes by FBI, underwear bombers, fucking shoe bombers, all put on the planes, all put on the planes. The only people they bust with TSA are like random fucking pot dealers,
Oh,
little
those
coke
eight-year-old.
dealers, the little
Yeah.
guy, the American citizen, the non-terrorist. That's all they bust. And boy, did they bust a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta smell a seed in your jacket pocket. Got you tied up over here teaching your kid about authoritarianism. Watch you have to go through this guy tell you what to do in front of your kid, so that you have to teach your kid that, you know, that's acceptable. That's all about that. Rationale, passing it on to the next generation and keeping us subservient. And the more they make you do stuff, the more you're willing to do more stuff.
TSA is a subservience training program for us.
Yeah. And
And
I haven't been on a
some of
plane
us-
since.
I was going to say, some of us object so much we don't fly anymore. Mhm.
Yeah. I object so much. I haven't been on a plane in 15 years.
Mhm.
Well,
I
wait,
tell you what, though,
12 years. I'm sorry.
I have to admit, I have been on a plane and seeing these other countries. I just got back from Peru a couple years ago.
Oh, I don't mind getting
And,
on a yacht or a sailboat and kicking it, but I'm definitely not getting on planes anymore.
You know, that's not a bad idea. Let's get a big boat. We'll all chip in. We'll all
I'm
be
already on that
crew,
idea.
and let's just sail around to try to find the end of the earth.
I was saying let's get a bunch of really nice size like house boats, seaworthy, right? And put them all together on a man-made island. It's all, you know, docks, separate, you know, docks, and just put it on the. We can actually drive it around together to avoid storms and shit. Like, oh, we're gonna storm coming in. We'll just drive over here to this clear spot.
To avoid countries going nuts on you. As soon as one country go nuts, you pick up and go on to the next.
Yeah,
you know?
we can just like run, get our fresh fish from Cuba. You know, from the locals. I'm just kidding. Puerto Rico.
And that sounds like a great idea. We'll just
That idea that doesn't appeal to me is I get terribly seasick.
well, if the larger
you actually
larger,
get over that.
How
get over
how
that.
big of a vehicle have you not gotten seasick on, or this?
Oh,
even
I don't think it matters.
Well, the large
I
ones
haven't
don't
been
affect
one
me
big
at all.
enough.
The small
Yeah.
ones can get me.
It's only small ones is the only ones I've been on. Yeah.
I think everybody gets
Yeah,
it
well, the
when they're
large
not
ones,
on
they
it.
do rock, but I mean, it's so subtle and so elongated. I mean, I almost can't say it. It's so slow of a up and down. It's not
Mhm.
so rapid like you have on those little
I've
boats.
never
I
gotten
mean, really
seasick. I used
throws
to
your stomach up.
bartend, you know, LA Cruise Casino boat and all kinds of fun stuff younger as a kid, you know. And just weird. Never did get
Yeah, that would
seasick.
help you adjust. No doubt. Hmm.
I might, since I'm older now, I haven't been out in a while. Could, but I don't.
I used to
Oh.
get violently ill. Yeah.
But you know, all that shit aside, you know, you get over that shit in the first few days.
Well, if the way I would feel if I didn't get
You ain't
over
going back
it, I'd be
in.
jumping overboard. It's like I can't take it anymore.
That won't help. You're still bobbing in the water there.
Yeah.
Probably even worse.
Take me. Yeah. It's like,
I wonder if there's like a gyro that you can stand in that'll
that's
help you
what
with
it feels
seasick.
like to me. Yeah.
What an invention. Like, here's your seasick compartment where you just stand in this gyro and you're always standing straight up and never bobbing. Shock
Well,
absorbent.
the up and down bobbing is the hard part. I mean, you can actually set yourself right in a globe, you know, just centered.
That's what I'm saying.
Rock, left, right,
Even
up,
this
down.
phone
That's what I
Go
mean by
bob up and
gyro,
down.
right? Not actually spinning gyro, but the the outer edges, like a gyro, like
Right.
but not the spinning gyro compass.
kind of reminds me of that contraption in the movie Contact that she was in. Is that what you're talking
Exactly.
about?
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Basically, I mean, more like that ride at the boardwalk that
Yeah.
you strap yourself in, arms wide out, legs wide out, and then it gets spun, and then
Oh God, you're making me ill.
go forward, then sideways, and upside down, and every which way.
Stop it. Isn't that funny how people are though? I mean, I would never get ill when I would jump out of a plane skydiving, but it's like certain other things. It's like everybody's got the thing that they can't deal with as
I
well.
know.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like I can drink like a whole bottle of like vodka with the orange juice chasers or whatever, right? I mean, but then I can't have 2 shots of brown whiskey. I'll be throwing up. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Or
all that
bourbon.
caramel.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
Can't drink that.
I'm the exact opposite of you. I cannot touch vodka. Oh my god.
That's weird. That's so weird. It just seems so
God, it
much
just-
like more, it's so much cleaner for some reason. Like
Well, technically it is. Yeah, I mean, there's more caramelized stuff in the other ones. I
the other
think
one
there are.
tears my gut up, man. All that caramelized whatever, because when it comes back up,
Rum
it's all
does to me.
connected and stuff. Weird. It's like, what is this?
I can't deal with rum. It's the same thing. Yeah.
Unless it's that 151, or spice rum or something with
I
like.
don't think I ever tried that one.
Well, if you take some like some spice rum, Puerto Rican spice rum, and you mix it with orange juice, what the fuck? It's so good. It's like a little
like-
sweet, weird little tropical
Yeah.
pineapple drink, and you could really get yourself confused thinking that you're not drinking as much as you are on those.
Kind of like a
20
pina colada or
ago.
something. Yeah.
Sorry, everybody who was there that night. I think I.
Well, I was nothing compared to that one guy. I don't think I'm trying to think who was there. I think it was Foxy was with us when that one guy got all drunk and went all.
Oh,
crazy.
it starts
Remember
doing
that
this
guy?
committal suicidal bullshit
Oh my god!
because he's got diabetes and he won't stop drinking. So you're gonna have to watch him kill himself and wah, wah. Oh, I'm on air. I'm so insensitive. Wah.
You got one left.
Prick. I fucking couldn't stand that bullshit. And then start nasty talking onto, other people who are kind of like, chill out, man. Nobody wants to watch you commit suicide on live air, And I'm not with giving you attention for that sort of fucking behavior. I just called him out on it. Fuck you goddamn shit. Fucking hope you die. All these weird, nasty things he said to me. I was like, wow, tell me how you really feel, bro.
I thought that was a bit much. Yeah.
Tell me how
You know what was
really
amazing
feel.
is that I had so much trouble trying to understand what you were saying in that conversation, and now that you bring it out, now that it makes sense.
Oh, yeah. That's it. You were there that day, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was me he was all upset with.
No, it wasn't
No,
you.
he was going nuts because of what I was saying about how nobody wants to watch you kill yourself, man. It's like a big old elephant in the room.
Yeah,
All right, I'm doing that. He's got it down.
Yeah, well, you use it before you have to lose it because it is going away in a few weeks. It's taking everything from us. Yeah.
Well, there's other platforms to use now.
Oh, yeah.
There's
never
a
get more of us.
Discord that seems to be a pretty good platform to use.
Which one? Say that again.
A Discord.
I haven't tried that one.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to lose all you guys if we all get cut off.
We'll make sure we keep you know, an ear to the basics, like where we meet people. You know what I mean? Because I still know that Facebook. I don't even use Facebook properly. You know, I could probably be reaching a lot more people than on YouTube if I was, you know, on Instagram or
Oh, I
Facebook or any of that
agree.
shit.
I can't get into Facebook.
I know, but eventually it's like, well, all the stuff that we study and stuff, you know, we got to tell it to somebody. And where's everybody going? All these other places, you know.
Well, I have found
I hate following, but
started uploading certain things to Facebook and Twitter, you know, it is getting more notice. So yeah, I can't ignore that.
yeah, I don't want to waste all my efforts, you know, and only use, you know, Google.
Well,
It's
and
all Google in the long run, I think, nowadays.
the other side is also true. So certain organizations that provide good information on the things we work on that aren't on G Plus, but they are on either Twitter or Facebook or both.
I'm going to go ahead and flip
You
the
know,
play button here and play
well,
this.
honestly,
Oops.
Okay, the
if
NASA.
you
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
if you talk to the younger children, they're using that
Snapchat,
other
Instagram.
Snapchat, Instagram. Yeah, you got to look at the younger generation to see what's hip, what's coming up, because this YouTube's got to be replaced. The censorship here is ridiculous now. I mean, what I get for recommended videos is ridiculously off topic of what I've been trying to.
Don't even
Not
get me
just the
started.
censorship, it's the psyops.
I can do a whole show on how funny the recommended videos are. Like, really? You would recommend this to me? Really? Like, everything is wrong. You're almost.
I can't imagine. I mean, how many times flat Earth keeps coming up?
Yeah.
I'm about ready to puke.
Also-
I've gone in there and say not interested. Why? Because I fucking don't believe this shit. You know, it's like you can't put that in the damn description.
Damn
It's
it.
like holy shit. I type in plasma
Damn it.
theory, bam, here's flat Earth right in my face.
Oh,
The
yeah.
first-
Type in abiotic oil. Bam. Flat Earth.
Yep.
All bullshit.
now-
They try
and
to
now,
tag on to
Grim.
every single fucking thing we talk about.
Grim, and now EU, flat Earth.
Oh, it's been that way. That's why I had to straighten that up. That's why I
Yeah.
went on these past few flat Earth debates in order to make sure people understood that a flat Earth would, electric universe would actually require a round Earth. And the example for its, as a prediction of the phenomena of the shaping of the material through dielectric condensation is spherical. So, as far as you gotta quit trying to tag.
Nice wording, Grim, by the way.
What?
Dielectric, whatever you said.
Oh, condensation. Yeah.
Yeah, good wording. I like it.
And that's how matter's formed, and it's formed like that in plasma balls through discharge, electrical current. Sustained. We can prove all that. I mean, and show this in a lab and all this fun stuff that science.
It is amazing how when you look at the finest detail they have at what would be the size of atomic structure, the kinds of if you want to call them photographs, is something different, but still, they look like little plasmoids. They've got all this. This process is truly scalable.
Yeah.
From the micro to the macro. Yeah.
Surely is. So I'm going to play these so you can read this if you can see it.
Honestly, Grim, I can't stand when you show a single D like that. That is like me looking at algebra understanding trig. You're only showing me one side of the wave. You're missing so much of what's missing.
Well, yeah, that's why they're calling it the wrong shit anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. They're talking about like taking a slice and looking at a section of it, and not actually looking at the entirety of the three-dimensionality of the material. And so, and they're making it look like it's all separated by particles. It's all particle separation instead of a continuous fluid type dynamic.
Yeah, a little heavy editing on it though. Replacing some words with other words might do the trick.
If I could fix somebody's mind, I would say almost an anti-fluid medium, as you need to kind of think of in your imagination.
It actually has fluid dynamics to it.
Yeah, it does, but I mean, that's what
why
I
it
mean.
wouldn't.
But you have to imagine it's in a vacuum. It's being pulled apart. They're not.
It's not though.
Fully connected, yet they are
It is
because of the separation in the vacuum.
It's not affected by the vacuum. It's the lowest modality of the physical phenomenon. It really is a physical phenomenon. It's a dielectric material, magnetism. It's not even.
Well, I really like the analogy of take a closed container full of the smallest ball bearings you can imagine, but the ball bearings are not made out of steel. They're made out of like Jello, and it's completely filled. Okay.
I don't like that analogy because the ball bearings are separate from each other.
No, but
not a continuous material. You would imagine the ball bearings being just Jello, and then inside the Jello would be you can compress more Jello into make more complex compounds and stuff like.
Well, that's where you understand that the ball bearings can become as small as you want at any given time.
I understand that. That's what I don't agree with though, because then again, now you're in ball bearings, you're in particles and separate from.
But the reason why, let me just tell you why I like that analogy, but you have to add a lot of stuff to it to make it so that it really works.
Once it gets vibrated, that's when the ball bearings in your thing would occur. That's when they would be polarized and create little perturbations. And those are now through the action of them overlapping over the liquid fluid medium, it becomes perturbations of what looks like ball bearings, but that would be only in a polarized, energized state. That's why it was non-detectable when it's not moving. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I see it.
Yeah, again, the reason why I like that analogy, just to understand one thing, just for one concept, why longitudinal is instantaneous and why transverse can actually have a finite speed. Because if you picture
it's
somehow
all about the frequency of the vibration in the first place.
Hold on.
One wave
before you go any further. Please, just let me have a moment.
One wave would cancel out the other symmetry. So only, if it's not at the right frequency, it's trying and it almost gets to a point. Well, two sides on a polygon will come together and create a forward motion instead of a left and a right, right? Like if you think of it like a first base or home plate polygon.
You made your example way too difficult, Mr. Grimm. Look, just turn your spike sideways and you look at it and it's not a transverse. Now it's a horizontal wave. But it depends on your point of view. If you look at this transversal wave,
that's not what she's talking about.
Forward position, it's straight, it's longitudinal.
It is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to say, because I didn't get finished. Okay, if you're looking horizontally, if you're measuring longitudinally, and it's a longitudinal wave, but you're in an enclosed universe, and it's all solid of the solid. The minute something happens to the one on the far left, it's already happened to the one on the far right. But now if you look longitudinally and it's a transverse, if somebody applies pressure going up or down or to forward or backwards, you won't see it.
Yeah, but if you're already connected to an etheric medium, then the charge is reversed and mirrored to the already connected material. So it would still do the same thing electromagnetically through the actual fluid dynamics of the field. I mean, it works both ways in that aspect as far as quantum kookiness, Maxwell's field equations, right?
Oh yeah, spooky universe. Yeah, great.
Spooky action at
Well,
a
I was
distance.
just trying to make it a little less spooky because this way people can.
That's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. I don't need it that way to see it, happening, because it's those balls happen after the field is energized. So the two things that we're talking about, which we may or may not be, inducing fields that keep them connected or whatever, they're already energized. They're in an electric current together. So there's no control there to say that they are separate balls. One needs to be turned for the other one to automatically turn. I understand that's how cogs work, but that's a thermodynamical type explanation and less of an electromagnetic explanation. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand that. It's some people. It helps them to start edging their way into understanding with the wave aspect.
I know, but remember, that's what tied us up with not being able to explain it to them, because they keep on thinking solar wind is actual something, wind blowing on you, or, with these foul terms of things that aren't being really, because now that it's like the heat is kind of up on the whole thing. People are picking up some of this stuff, but they're misrepresenting it horribly. And, I don't know.
Anyway, hey Grim, I've been wanting to ask you a question.
What do I?
Looking into these diamagnetics, paramagnetics, and just magnetics in general, you always see these free energy machines, and these oscillating. Hey, this is the new Tesla machine. Blah blah blah. Free energy, and they're always just magnets. They never use diamagnetic substances to push that final little jolt they need away from the surface, and then turn the magnet back to the direction using that force to again push it even further. I can't wait to get. I'm got some magnets I'm gonna order, and I can't wait for them to get here. I'm gonna stick them on a wheel and give me a try at free energy.
Well, you got to know magnets isn't free energy in the first place. It's a
it's already
a 400 year at
stored
best
energy.
Right, it's 400 years at best until the magnets lose their permeability or whatever, or their
their alignments, their magnetization.
their magnetization. They hold their.
That's what. Is there a way you can store a magnet that so it doesn't lose its charge as fast?
No, it's intrinsic in the insides of the material.
That would be.
It's intrinsic.
But there's a way to recharge the magnet, remagnetize one. No, you can zap it and then magnetize them all in minutes. You could actually probably set up a system to where while it's still spinning, it can recharge itself. Bah, 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 bah. Zap each one of the magnets, since it's already an electrical generator, and you can just step it down the amperage and raise up the voltage. You know what I mean? And then give you 20,000 or 100,000 volts or whatever it takes to zap a magnet back to magnetized.
Well, in fact, I think some of the designs are actually like that. They're designed to do that.
Self-repair magnet, remagnetization and shit.
Yeah.
While it's still in motion. Boy, that's a thought.
What I see in it looks like it would do exactly that. So.
I guess you guys have seen how much energy it takes to make a magnet. It's amazing how much energy they put into those neodymiums.
Yeah.
And I can only think of that as stored force. I don't think of it as stored energy. I think of it as stored force, or basically, as you would think, a stored wave.
A realigned.
I'm not sure how to conceive it.
Well, I mean, when you consider what it's doing, it's aligning dipole.
Stored dielectric, it's you're stored one modality, one side of the dielectric, which would be the magnetism. You terminated it into magnetism.
It very much is like a frozen force, though. It's like a frozen force because it's taking what was one direction and forcing that dipole to line up with all the other dipoles.
It's not even frozen, though. It's the ether keeps on moving along the fields. It's always moving. It's almost like a clutching effect when it starts to grab something.
The hardest part I have to get over with the magnetism part is how easy heat is to destroy a magnet. Once you heat it up to a certain temperature, it just loses all its magnetism, which kind of defunks my idea of how
Because
Earth is
the
working.
reason it's magnetized is because of the coherency of the material. It's all lined up in a particular arrangement, and the heat disarrays that material into all different directions, and opens up the electrical bonds that are actually holding everything statically in that one direction. And
Yeah, I was going to say it's literally adding energy at every one of those locations.
Yeah,
So,
but what I'm trying to get at,
Overcome that.
it's
what I'm
cool.
trying to get at is
That
is
run
the,
Yeah.
the core of the Earth is very hot, supposedly, as theoretically, whatever, and that should destroy the magnetics underneath. We shouldn't have magnetic generation
Whoa,
in
whoa,
such
whoa.
heat.
That's a
Magnetic.
whole different ball of wax there, because
Yeah, it's not
not
created
magnetic
from that.
generation from the heat, like the standard model tries to talk about, or at all. It's really an electro. When magnetism doesn't come without electricity, and electricity doesn't go without magnetism, and one terminates into the other, then you have an electrical circuit on the planet, and that magnetic field is generated by the electric circuit going perpendicular to the current, right? Basically perpendicular, whatever. The right-hand rule, or the Lorentz law, or whatever.
Mhm.
So
But
you got that.
you've run into a brick wall, Grim. The magnet itself has kind of messed you up.
No,
When, I mean,
the
we're
source is not
storing.
coming from internally; it's coming externally. So
But
you're
are
backwards.
are you saying that a magnet is stored
magnetism would be generated
electricity?
from the heat?
About the model that involves a Brooklyn current between the sun.
Now, hold on. Let me make my point. Are you saying that a magnet is stored electricity? You said you can't have magnetism without electricity. You can't have electricity without magnetism.
Right.
So are you telling me that a magnet is stored electricity?
Well, no, it's an electric
In
field.
a roundabout way, no, but not really. Not like a capacitor and it's a magnet. No, I'm not saying that. But magnetism does have dielectric properties, as far as being able to be a capacitor or whatever, or
Well, it's dielectric depending on which direction it's pointed. I mean, if you point it the other direction, it's para.
No, it's still dielectric.
What do you mean? Two magnets will attract to each other if they're negative
No,
positive.
magnetism generated by an electrical charge is you're just talking. All you're saying is like, is it two-way or one-way? But that's if you've folded it in on itself. You've created a different type of event. That's not what we're talking about in the first place. Now you're going paramagnets. Then you're going to go monopoles on me. And it's like,
No, wait. I didn't go. I didn't go to monopoles.
No monopoles allowed here.
Let's just keep the flat earthers out. We'll take all the monopoles if we can get.
No solitons either.
Well, I kind of have a monopole idea about gravity, but that's a whole different story.
Well, my only thing was, I keep having to erase what I've learned and replace it with new
Join the club.
information.
It is exasperating, right? Gives you a headache.
It takes
for what we do. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It almost takes a reset. I almost wish I could reset my mind, erase everything I've learned and just start over. But I couldn't imagine starting over with Google and YouTube the way it is and recommended bullshit and just suck. I'd be a flat earther. I would. If I just started flipping around, I would be a flat earther.
Right.
Now you see the point of that campaign. It's like
working.
You say, for anybody new that comes along, they're going to be totally muddied up. Their whole brain's going to be muddy water.
I can't wait for Common Core to hit flat Earth. Woohoo!
It's also silly.
But of course, they'll say, well, whatever makes you feel good.
God.
Well, it doesn't matter because you're all going to get a trophy.
What's that?
I said it won't matter because you're all going to get a trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone participating gets a trophy.
everybody
I
gets
get my star. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Wait till my mommy finds out. My mommy's going to be so happy I got a star.
I think I'm looking at Venus right now. It's so huge.
Wow, you must have very clear skies. Yeah.
It's really not on the other. It's weird though, because it's like it's nowhere near the morning. You know what I'm saying?
I went on PBS chat the other day, and they accidentally left the chat energized on YouTube while they were showing this congressional hearing, and it was amazing. The first 4 people that showed up were obviously not trolls, and the first moment that I said, you know what, we're just about to be inundated with trolls. Sure enough, here they come. Oh my God, I cannot believe the bullshit they're spreading.
Yeah, there's more trolls now than I've ever seen.
They must be bots because they're repeating the same shit. I mean, if you go up and, you know, recirculate to what they've said about 8 paragraphs before, you see the exact same thing, and they just keep repeating it, repeating it. They're bots.
I notice a lot of them don't really talk to anybody. Yes.
They won't respond.
They just flood. I love Trump.
It's scary. I'd hate to grow up in this world, man. I really would.
It is funny how when you've been here long enough, you can tell just by the name of the account whether it's a troll account or not.
You could just almost look at the picture.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if they got a P, you know, and they haven't bothered to set their photo or whatever, you know, and not spend any time with their account whatsoever, you know, much less be 3 days old. Which most of them are, if you're lucky. Usually it's the first day. I've clicked on a lot of people that, you know, I thought were, you know, they're just throwing out shit for clickbait and whatever. It always leads to them being like a troll. I found so many few humans to talk to. That's why I love you guys. You're humans. Where are the humans? Where are the humans?
Where have all the humans gone?
Kill all humanoids. Yeah, what was that game Berserk? Oh my God, that just, you know, that was the first time I thought that one day computers are going to come around and start killing us all. You had control. You could shoot left, right, up, down, and you could move left, right, up, down. It was one of the highest control games at the time, and they came out with
that's
these.
another thing. They're getting everybody back into gaming so that they can waste inordinate oodles amount of time.
Oh, they are so anti-learning now. They have blocked every, you know, I mean, it just always pushes to a game. God forbid you ever click on a game on YouTube, you are labeled a gamer. And you
Hey, listen, and I see all these people now just doing live podcasts, playing games, and the way that they just love killing everything. It's like, whoa, I don't want to be around these people when the shit hits the fan. You know, it's like they just love shooting everybody.
Well, I have to admit, I'm a gamer. I love strategy. You know, if there's anything to do with strategy, I love it. You know, even if it's watching the government strategize to take over the world, you know, I have to watch it, you know. But games like Red Alert, stuff like that, I don't like those shooting games. I used to play them.
Blood splattered all over the screen. Yeah.
Once, yeah. They took it too far when they improved the graphics so high that you were staring at a screen trying to look at one pixel, and it was burning my eyes to shit. My wrist was going in, you know, total whacked out because I was.
Well, the danger of those things too. I mean, you notice that a person maybe could waste a couple, 2-3 hours on a podcast, but or just being in a text chat of a podcast, but where people are actually talking about something. But when you get involved in that gaming stuff, and you can 8-10 hours can go by.
Oh my God,
No.
weeks.
A day.
They'll quit their job. They don't give a fuck. You know, I had one guy, he was so addicted to the strategy game, he didn't pay his power bill. He paid his cable bill because he wanted to play the game. He didn't pay his power bill. Duh.
It's insanity.
It just amazes me, you know, the mentality of these people, you know, hey, I need my cable above my power. Duh. No, you kind of need both, buddy. You know, Jesus, you know, his power bill was $30, his cable bill was 80. Go figure.
That's that isolation we keep talking about, where they started first isolating from our families, and then now you're by yourself. Now you're not even in control of your own time. You're being isolated from your own time, wasting it all. Yeah.
All right. Well, enough about me. Let's talk about you guys.
Are you eating?
Cheeseburgers.
Because I was thinking of going and getting an avocado here. Talk about
Hey,
food prices going up. Are you
Oh,
guys
they're going horrendous.
$2 a piece for avocados?
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. And avocados are something I have to have.
Yeah, me too.
My
I eat 2 a day.
skin must have that oil.
Yeah. Ever since Dr. McCullough really emphasized it for the reasons that he did, I've been minimum 2 a day. Yeah. But I mean, just on my avocado bill is what I used to pay for food for the whole day.
It's messed up.
It's messed up, all right. I gotta grow my own tree out here or something. It's getting ridiculous.
I agree. Yeah, growing your own food is just the key to bringing this humanity back to itself.
Back to the real world.
It's so lost.
And this is just the beginning, because, you know, based on the grand solar minimum, we are going to have, it's not going to be like a big ice over anything, but it's going to affect agriculture. And we're already seeing this when it's not even in full swing yet. You know, we're seeing these food prices go out off the roof, you know.
Oh yeah. Hey, I got a question. I got a question for you all. Have any of you ever successfully brought a sheeple into the light? I am 0 for 0, or 0 for 100, I guess.
Sure. You got to start with like just one issue that kind of is tangential to something they're interested in. And just, you got to get them fully convinced on that one issue and living that life for a while. They already trust you because you brought them good info on this one thing. Then you can kind of slowly get them into this and that and the other. That's the only thing that ever worked for me.
I never try to take credit for waking somebody else up. I just pretty much, they woke up and used me as a stepping stone, you know.
No, that's a good way to look at it.
That way it's like, you know, I don't deserve your credit for you waking up. You can only do that, you know. I guess.
No, the actual process of it really hitting home is definitely a solitary process.
But I've given hell people good info.
You're planting the seeds, yeah. And it's like I hit some.
Plant those seeds and grow those buds.
That's what that guy was talking about. Oh, gee, and I hated him. But that's the way it works.
So where do you think we're going to go? Where do you think this whole thing's going to end up? Because we're obviously not heading to an electric universe.
Well, it's already in there. I mean, like Grim says, it's don't wait for World War III. It's already here.
I mean, it's here. You and I know it's here, but mainstream people don't know jack. They're still sticking with the old same paradigm.
It's only been a couple of days.
My honest opinion is that many millions of people will never figure it out. Even when they lose everything, they'll be mad at certain things, but they'll still not see the whole picture.
They could come out tomorrow, Grim, on mainstream news and front page everything. Dark energy has been disproved, and the sheeple would not change a lick. You know, they wouldn't realize that that just totally throws out dark matter and the whole rest of this NASA naysay crap. You know, come on, they're not going to wake up. You could sit there and blot out the whole truth to them on the news. That's all you gave them was flat out truth, and they still wouldn't get it.
No,
They're
well,
so
that's very
lost time
specialized.
right now.
It's very specialized.
They as a whole,
information.
no, but a percentage of them, yeah. You're right, but they as a whole, no, you're not gonna do that
But
overnight.
I
No,
can't crack my mom.
It would be,
I cannot crack
it
my
would be
mom.
the
I've
people that
tried
were
everything to
interested.
crack my mom.
Well, she thinks she
Yeah,
knows
it
you.
would be the people that were interested in physics to begin with that will, finally see some of these things. But the people that were never interested in it, no, of course not. Like you said, they're not interested in it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have expected that either. But with respect to GMOs and the big pharma crisis and everything else, everybody needs to be seeing that. But I say, even still, people will live their lives and actually die by the thumb of big pharma and never know it.
Mm.
You know this is true. It's happening already. It's happened to our own relatives. They didn't know who killed them. But that's why, I do think that's a really important area to spread information, so that obviously you do it because you want them to avoid being a victim of that. But everyone needs to know those things. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I tell you, it's a tough world out here. I couldn't imagine being a kid, starting off today, being pushed into this common core paradigm, and then trying and attempting to wake up.
This is
I
the
mean-
scariest part, because this is taking away what little critical thinking
Kids in general,
was being taught you. Go ahead.
kids in general don't even try to wake up anyway. So
Well, that's what I mean. They're being programmed not to try to wake up. They're being programmed
Well,
that
yeah.
I am superior. You listen to me. You sit there, be quiet. It doesn't matter what I say. Just shut the fuck up and listen and learn, supposedly.
Well, that's the most dangerous thing that's going on right now, and probably the most important thing that we can help share with others to the extent that we're able to do it, is how to think critically. Because if they can do that, they can figure the rest of it out for themselves. And like you say, all these things like Common Core are designed to take all that away.
Yeah, I was hoping that Trump was going to do something on that edge, and
why
he
he
started out. He
I don't
started
even-
out okay.
I can feel you, Debbie.
Never going to do anything there.
That this whole thing about thinking Trump's going to do something is I find it something
Yeah,
else.
once he sucked into golden slacks, we knew that.
Like that's why I don't talk like that. Like Trump should do this, or I was hoping
know.
because
I never
you gotta
post
understand
political
it was
thoughts.
always the good Jesuit, bad Jesuit game.
Yeah.
Neither one of those candidates were not Jesuits. The whole thing was a setup. Good Jesuit cop, bad Jesuit cop, and then you get some pressure releases to reinstill your support for the system. You know what I'm saying? Your whatever they call it.
The time has come for more people to understand the federal government is a total loss. It's totally lost to us. There's nothing we can do from inside of that.
Not from this side of it.
Yeah.
Like it would have to be a complete non-compliance of everything, all in
Yeah.
for multiple weeks, because they will hold out and try to fucking wait us out.
That's the thing, and they could easily wait us out. I mean, they have so much control over us: electricity, money, food. Because of what
That's why
money
people
gives
like
you.
us are telling people in those big cities to learn to be more dependent and help us, because with you trapped in that big city, it's like you're a liability to me.
Yeah. Basically, if you do everything the opposite of what Agenda 21, 2030 tells you to do, you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Don't move to the city, move away from the city.
Exactly. Don't get a smaller car, get a bigger car.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
I
yeah.
got a vehicle that will run your little small car over if the road gets too blocked up.
There could be an advantage to that, I will admit.
You bet it. It's a four-wheel drive.
Well, not only that, but
Big
you can carry all your stuff with you if you have to be on the go. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it'll stay in the truck if I'm driving over people's cars, though. But I'll do my best.
I got a great visual on that one.
Yeah.
Boxes of supplies bumping off the truck.
Told you not to cut me off, asshole. Bye-bye, Honda Civic. Crunch.
Damn it, Grim, that was my car.
Right? And old lady in the front seat with a shotgun. What's up?
Dang.
That's the hardest thing in the world, is to take a license away from your sibling, your parent. My stepfather cannot drive. He's not looking before he changes lane at all.
That reminded me of my dad. The last year he drove, and we finally took his license away, he kept driving in the middle, half on one lane and half on the other. It's like, what? Like you said, it was a vision thing. Yeah.
My father was sleep driving
Oh, that's bad.
and bragged about it. Oh, I drove 40 miles and slept through the whole thing. Oh my God. You know, and then you're in the car driving with him and you look over and he is asleep.
But driving.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like, hey Dad, wake up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like, okay, my turn to drive. No, I'm fine, son.
How old was he at that time?
Oh, 65-ish, 60s, probably.
Oh, that's too young for that to be happening. Yeah.
Fucking
Well, he had other issues too. Hepatitis C. Of course, the year after he died, you know, they were actually going to put him in the
I heard
trials.
that's not even a real disease.
Well, whatever. They were going to put him in the trials for the drug now that they have to fix hepatitis C. I don't know. They supposedly have a cure for once. I'm all for that. They finally have a cure for something. But yeah, he was going to be a part of those trials. He was almost offered, but he was so far gone, they didn't want to put him in the trials because they would make the trials look bad. He had the money and the insurance covered it, but they wouldn't do that just for the fact that you know.
Well,
he was
I would
too far.
say that his favor that he was lucky in that respect. I mean,
I would have liked that, because he went through a liver transplant, and while that did give him 4 more years, but I don't know, he was almost better before the liver transplant. You know, I mean, he wasn't that much better after,
yeah, liver
and
transplant.
it was just a slow degradation thereafter. You know,
Yeah.
So whether he would have lived, I don't know. I mean, he was so drugged up into the point of getting the liver, and then drugged after. You know, who knows what he would have been physiologically if he had not ever gone to the doctor, and how long he would have survived, and his quality of life. So I don't know how to measure that. In my father's case, I would have to say he's increased. My sister with the cancer and the chemo, no, her quality of life went way down. While she did have a pain, you know, in her back when the cancer lump was removed, she had relief after that, and still some pain, but I think pain medication and exercise probably would have taken care of that rather than chemo. And that the chemo took her out. There's no doubt to me that the chemo is what took her out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a done subject as far as I'm concerned. There's
Holy
so many
crap.
studies now along those lines. Yeah. The
You know,
cat's
I
out.
would rather have another year of deteriorating health than watching what my sister went through with the chemo. I mean, holy, that was self-induced suicide. It's the only way I could see it. You know, I'm voluntarily going to put this poison in my veins.
Mhm.
What the fuck
Well,
was I thinking? You know, you
one
don't get
chemist,
two choices. You only get once.
one chemist aptly noted that for many of the chemo drugs, they've got exactly the same ingredients as pesticides. So it tells you what you need to know. Right, it
Well,
kills
that's,
them.
yeah, they're killing your cells. I mean, that's what their objective is to kill it. You know, whether they're using radioactive or chemistry or glyphosate, it doesn't matter. You know how you look at it. It's chemistry in your body that is not natural.
Well, and it seems the particular toxins seem to target, it's almost like they target cells associated with the immune system, different aspects of the system, which is a very thing you don't want to be doing. I mean, so what if they kill a few cancer cells along the way? I mean, you're killing your only ability in the long term to fight it.
Oh, that's right. I mean, you're killing the 99% to kill the one. You know.
But I mean, you're killing the very cells that would fight it later. I mean, we fight cancer.
Oh yeah. Well,
our immune system fight cancer all our lives. We've got to have an intact immune system. We can't survive for any length of time without it, period.
well, it depends on when you get the bad bug. The one thing you can't fight about, you know, the one thing that you were now immune deficient to, because you've been on some immune, I mean, that they put me on these immune deficient drugs.
Of course.
You know,
Yeah.
holy crap, that was the, I mean, that to
well,
me,
that was, that's the main thing that happened to your father with the liver transplant. It's not even so much the liver, it's the drugs they give you afterwards so you don't have rejection. They attack the immune system from attacking the liver. That's the problem. Yeah.
no, there's a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so few fixes and nobody wants to see it.
Oh, I mean, the ultimate fix, of course, is to get out of the lifestyle they want you to live and live something more natural. Not easy to do in practicality, but
I
easy
want
in
to sit
concept.
here and watch my TV and watch my news and lie down here like a couch potato. This is what I want to do. And then I'm going to go to the doctor and complain why my muscles are fatiguing and aching. And, oh, I want to munch on my.
This reminds me of that old expression where you go to the doctor and you tell the doctor, "Doctor, it hurts when I press here." And the doctor says, "Well, then don't press there."
Best doctor you'll ever get.
Yeah. $100.
They won't do that anymore. Here's a drug for that.
Oh yeah, I know. That's
if
why
you don't think that one works, we got a stronger one.
Beard on it. Yeah, it's
Right.
sold. It's got a beard on it now because they don't do that anymore.
No,
They don't give you
drug,
common sense.
They got a drug for that. If you press there, they got a drug for that.
Oh yeah, they got a vaccine for it.
Oh, if they don't have a vaccine for it, they got a drug. Or they're got one in on the way. But I don't know. I have to hope this one company is on the right with this reversing aging and regrowing teeth. I mean, Grim, I gotta ask you a question, man, dude. Are you going to take this drug to regrow your teeth, or are you going to have your teeth fall out and rot? Even though it's probably got baby thyroid
what makes you
enzymes
think
with it.
anything
No, if I was going to get any stem cells, it would be of my own stem cells.
Yeah. You want
No, I'm just saying that. Well, your stem cells aren't producing the right.
Well, then I'll skip
enzyme.
I'll skip it then. I don't need it.
I mean, you're just gonna let your teeth rot out, die of old age, and
yeah. Well, my stem cells actually produce the Anything your stem cells produce or the baby stem
No,
cells.
well, yeah, mine. Okay, you and I are equal, but I'm saying you and I are not equal to a
No, I
child.
mean, like, yeah, I know, but I mean, as far as like neurons and stuff, that's a different story. But I have the stem cells for teeth development and a lot of other basic cellular development.
All right. Well, would this make it better? I'm just throwing these out here. I'm being devil's advocate
No,
just to make this
I'm saying
conversation
I don't
fun.
believe in using a human as a commodity. So no.
No, well, let's say this. Hey, me and this girl I met up with, we were having sex, man. We were having a great time. Bam, the rubber broke. She ended up pregnant. Well, let's go have a fetus, and hey, we'll keep the stem cells so they can be procured. Hey, Grim, you need some of these stem cells.
That's deplorable.
I can't believe you just said that.
I'm
I
being
find that
devil's
disgusting. Yeah, that's
I am
inhumane.
being a devil's advocate.
I know you're
For
asking
men
me what I
too.
think of it, and I'm answering you. I think it's deplorable, and I would never do
I
it.
agree, but I mean, look.
Well, can I say something? The irony is too. I think the main argument is the ethical one, but the irony in all this is that you're presuming positive effect without any negative side effects, and we know that these things have negative side effects. If you're going to do anything
Even
stem
our
cell
own.
wise, use your own stem cells. Yeah.
Always use your own anything.
But your own are done. Your time, your DNA has already timed those
That's
enzymes out.
incorrect.
Yeah,
Your DNA is
But
not
that's incorrect.
producing those enzymes
You're
anymore.
creating a false reality
Yes.
hypothesis. You know what I mean? It's like I get it, but it's that's not the scenario.
Okay, but no, I'm throwing more scenario into it now. This technology I'm offering you, I'm giving you this pill. You only have to take it once. It's my.
And I said no.
I know you said no now, but now it's saving your life.
Dude, that's the whole thing.
Again, okay, you said no, but I'm going to throw another twist into it. It's going to save your daughter's life.
Again, no. My daughter can.
You're making her decision.
My
She's
daughter
passed out. She's
right, exactly. And the thing is you're putting me in a scenario that is not a reality. It will never happen that way.
I can't forget that it's not a reality. That's you're asking us to differentiate.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to play.
I can't answer that like that because it's not going to happen because there is no scenario where her stem cells don't produce what she needs or my stem cells don't produce cleanly what I need. So that's.
Dude, what I'm saying is they're not. Your stem cells stop, when you stop aging. You're done growing. Your teeth are done out. They stop. They stop producing the enzyme that
That's not
you
true.
would get from.
You don't understand how stem cells work. Stem cells introduced into a medium can become whatever cells they're interacting with.
I know, but when
he's talking about when the telomeres retract, but they're seeing now.
And that's my time anyway. I can add life to my telomeres with colloidal silver.
I was going to say we see all kinds of natural ways that you can forego that process much longer, where it doesn't even happen.
You can forego the fungal and the bacterial infections, and you can slow the growth, and you can prolong what you have. But they're no longer reproducing themselves after you get to a certain age. I mean, look at the skin that's hanging off these old folks. Come on,
we're telling you the
every
mechanism.
Well, they're maybe not doing any of those things, but still, I don't. You know what? That whole idea that do you want to live for 5,000 years? Is that what you're asking for?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, if I had my
5,000 years of conversations about flat Earth.
No, wait a minute. Look, we're right on the cusp of the age of being able to download your brain, your thoughts.
Does that excite you?
Yes, I would love to download myself and be able to talk with my nephew's children, in the future. I would love it.
Right.
You
realize the stuff that they're talking about as breakthroughs are like barely like Atari compared to what our brain is like.
Exactly. I would love to see how close I was to the truth. That's my point, is to see how close I was.
Like, look at your
I was that close to being right.
It can play a video game.
It was an electric universe and cancer and blah blah blah. This and
we're already there. it is an electric universe. The realization hit me about 6 years ago. You know, I didn't feel like I needed to prove it to anybody to justify it to myself. I understood it, you know, and I feel like that's where we need to go with that. Have you know, maybe a little, be happy with where you are. You figured out a lot of stuff, you know,
Yeah.
and give
Well,
yourself
that's
a
what
pat
I
on
was.
the back for it, because look around you. Other people are taking a long time to get there. You're the cell
Well,
that made it.
Well, this is how far back I go, Grim. When I was about 6 years old, I was telling you guys about a professor that was teaching me at a private school that I didn't tell you it was a private school that I was at. But he anyway was telling me about theories and everything. And then the next week he was talking about gravity. And back when he was talking about theories, he said, whatever you do, always ask why. And when he started talking about gravity, I asked him why and why and why. He kept throwing this math at me. I'm telling you, I'm asking you why. I jumped up and I fell down. I said, why am I being sucked down to the earth? And he couldn't come up with jack shit, you know. And he said, you know, well, that's when I knew that science didn't know everything. And from then on, I questioned every time somebody asked me something, told me something. Hey, get this, do this. I double thought myself and always slept over it overnight. And I saved myself a lot of money without being suckered into bullshit doing that, by the way. But always think about it twice. For God's sake, before you jump into anything, think twice. God, how many mistakes have I just jumped into? Especially grabbing that stupid candy bar and piece of gum at the checkout as a kid. Thousands of
you
dollars
know,
I have.
after studying yours and seeing how it made sense on so many, jumping into something like,
Oh, but kids will.
because I mean, I took my time, slow
I,
with it,
I'm
you
trying
know,
to
and took my time, and
not accept it as that.
yeah.
Well, all I hope that Theo somehow
Good
or another prints out or somehow or another has that big envelope. If I die, you know, somebody gets this information. Because I hate to see him go without everything getting out.
It's
Well,
pretty
it's got
much
its
out, man.
4th edition coming
Pretty
up.
much out. Now it just needs to be reworded for people who aren't used to listening to it.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
about it, you know.
Well, but you and I would be a perfect median for that. I mean, you and I right now, like we were talking about before, where our minds are automatically twisting when they say, you know, electron, and you know, we just automatically think, you know, that's a proverbiation, you know, through space. It's not a fucking electron. You know, we're just automatically thinking that. You know, I love that. You know how it just automatically clicks, understanding what the, you know, and retwisting it. But the others, we're at the phase right now we could explain that to others. You know, we're not above them. Where, you know, I don't even want to. You're a peon. I don't even want to talk to you. You know, you're a flat earther type, that much lower than me. You know, and
Yeah,
then
I
they
don't
get
see
up that
people like
high
that.
and they just, you know, that's the problem. I mean, I assume that's where Tesla was. He had nobody to talk to. You know,
He had his pigeon, his wife.
everybody was a flat earther basically to Tesla. You know, as you
Well,
look
here's the
back at
thing,
his life that he went through.
Dad. Here's the thing: if you still got people who want you to sit down with them and go through things that are not flat earthers, that are really kind of open to the idea, but they're not absolutely convinced yet. In other words, I mean, where are you going to spend your time? You're going to spend your time with them, or because everybody's got a finite amount of time, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just saying flat earthers is to putting somebody
Good
into a,
point.
you know, all fucked up, you know, what the hell are you thinking mindset, not throwing it as, you know, that ideal, because I just don't get how those people spin it that well. It's almost like spinning a religion to, you know,
Well, I could, you
your
know,
will.
same, you know, just to take us off the one topic and into another. Uh, Vaxxers, pro-vaxxers are the same way.
Exactly.
You know, religious people the same way.
Yeah,
You know,
I definitely see your point. Very valid.
There's a
Nice-
dogma
nice
of
call.
fanaticism to all of it, you know, and I think it's like a mass hypnotism as far as social herding and, you know, the natural flow of the following sheep.
I think there's another element too. The ones that are the most vocal, they're also just, they love the argument. So it's like they wouldn't want to give up their because then they wouldn't have anybody to argue with. You know what I mean?
Their
It's,
ego mint, yeah.
yeah. It's like a game. They're having fun.
Have you ever seen? I don't know how many of you have seen that video game that has like a virus, and you can name it whatever you want it to be, and then you can propagate it. And if you infect the entire world and kill the entire population, you win. But it's almost like that. They keep spotting these places and say, "Here's hepatitis A outbreak 101." And vaccines will take care of it. It's the only way out is vaccines, vaccines, vaccines.
Oh yeah, those
Right.
programs are program propaganda is what they are. Yeah.
All that.
I mean, this it's shit to mouth is the
Movie.
problem. Okay, that's
Whole
how you get
movie.
hepatitis A.
Whole
You know,
television series are funded by
that
GlaxoSmithKline. Whole fucking television series.
Wow.
Like what's that Last Ship, when it's all about this vaccine and, you know, this disease that took over the whole world, and, you know, the US military is basically, you know, I mean, that's literally a fucking you know, a vaccine commercial.
Yeah. I knew there was a reason why I like the older movies
How they
better. I
push,
think there's a
how they
little
push governmental authority of the CDC. They can, you know, they have all this power and they can tell all the citizens to do whatever they want because they have the authority because of the impending doom of this outbreak. And it's all a bunch of conditioning to the public. That's just teaching your kids what the laws and the policies are.
But what I was trying to get at is that the comparison between the video game and what it's actually having through the mainstream media and how they're perpetrating the information and how strongly they're pushing the information of getting these vaccines. I mean, they're up to 148 fucking vaccines now. How many you got in the last year, buddy? You know, it's like, you know, they're not going to let you into the hospital unless you've had your first 101 vaccines. You know, you can get the 48 later, 49, probably 50 by or 60 by whenever. I mean, they're probably increasing by the moment now.
I can
God's
see,
sake.
I can just see them adding like 20 vaccines to the saline bag for the people that come in the hospital that don't have it. Unbelievable.
No, I don't think it's going to be. Yeah, I mean, it will be, you know, especially if they come in like comatose or something like that. I could imagine it becoming a standard, you know, a thing, especially if you don't know what the hell you're getting.
Which is why you don't go to a hospital unless you are in absolute dire straits. Yeah.
What the hell are you going to do if you're in a coma, passed out or whatever, man? I'm telling you right now, I know how I'm going to go out. I'm definitely going to go out in a heart attack. No doubt.
That's what I always figured for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I live here alone. By the time I dial 911, I've seen the ambulance. He drives about 4 miles down the street, comes up to the corner, drives by me, blaring sirens every time because he comes by the corner at the red light, and, you know, goes down about a half mile to the fire station, gets in the ambulance, comes back, and then goes, you know, to wherever he's going. And almost all the time he's headed back this direction because almost everywhere is this way. So, you know, I can see there's no way. If I'm having a heart attack, my door's locked, I hit 911 by lucky. My sister's boyfriend had a heart attack, the Widowmaker, and somehow or another she kept pumping him alive. She caught him. I don't know how. I mean, they call it the Widowmaker. I mean, I don't know what it is internally to describe it on here without looking it up. But she kept him going, and they couldn't believe it. He was the like less than 3% survived this in the hospital. So, or 6% or something like that. So, I mean, I don't know how she did it, but she kept him going, you know, and there's no way if I have a Widowmaker like that or even close to it, I'm not going to survive 6 minutes, much less my head. My brain's going to be shot.
Well, that's one thing. Then you don't have to worry about getting the vaccines shot into you. You won't make
Yeah, I'm going to go one way or
anybody.
the other. I don't need the vaccine, that's for sure. Take me out even faster, I guess. I don't know. I don't think there's any way to hang on to that knowledge. That's why I want to download myself so bad.
See, I just don't feel the need to do that. Somehow I think the universe takes care of itself in whatever way everything we're made up of goes on is, it's like, I just, you know what? The one thing in all my life that I've noticed about nature is it doesn't waste. It's very efficient. It
All right.
doesn't
How
waste.
about this? How about this? We download your mom and we download you long enough so that you two get together and you can go, I told you so. That would work for me. How about that? Ugh.
Well, just live a little longer. You'll notice that you don't care as much about the soy thing one way or the other. It's like it doesn't bother you as much. It's not like you're not oblivious to death and nobody wants to die, but you just don't think about it as much. I don't know how else to describe it. You just don't.
Well,
It's definitely a part of life, and you don't get bothered by it as much.
yeah. My mom was asking me if I believed that in reincarnation or the afterlife, because I asked her about religion, and she just twisted the subject right up. She's a psychologist, so she's very difficult to deal with. And she will always twist it and end up getting information out of me rather than me obtaining information from her. I've had a rough life, but I've learned a lot. I like to think I learned a lot anyway. I don't know. I think I've been so much twisted information. It's
All
hard
you
to.
can do is say you tried to learn a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's say I tried to keep out the bullshit and absorbed as much of the good information as I could. I hate sports. I hate music.
Avon calling.
So, hey, that's what I was thinking right when I heard that. Are you ever going to end this, Grim, so we can get real?
No, it's not. It's just the song that never ends.
We gotta get you some new sound effects. Where's the crickets?
Yeah, there they are.
Right on cue.
There's something so irritating about crickets to me.
Well, yeah, especially that one on the Google effects. Yeah.
If there's a cricket in my room when I'm sleeping, not sleeping anymore. Not happening. He's got to go.
I'll bother the cricket.
Out. Little bastards. They have some way into my house. I've yet to figure it out.
They don't bother me.
Oh, they drive me nuts. I can't believe that what was it? The Japanese or Chinese used to keep them as pets.
They'll keep a cricket as a pet, but they will eat their dogs. Okay. Oh no, that's
they eat crickets too. Don't get me wrong.
What do you want them to do? Eat the cricket? Oh, never mind.
Hey man, if it comes down to it, I got plenty of crickets. You guys come over here and get your fill.
Get your crunchies, yeah.
How about this? I'll just use your crickets to catch fish.
Yeah, you can come and get the nuke fish. Yeah, they're gonna be good for you.
I'll catch the fish.
The fuku
somehow that's even more of an insult to the life that's dying. It's like
it
don't die directly for you, but yeah.
Fukushima is not poisoning my fish.
The Fukunuku three-eyed fish.
We're not getting off Fukushima, are we?
Come on, Graham, you still eating three-eyed fish? Really?
I don't have three-eyed fish. It's either two-eyed or four-eyed.
I don't know. I'm asking when's the last time you caught your own and checked?
Been a long time.
Yeah, I'll bet. You ain't looking for that third eye in that fish, are you? No, they cut that thing right off in the head so you don't see it.
Are you kidding? I get all my fish with the heads on them.
Okay.
We get fresh food from the market. We don't buy that shit with bullshit area shit all over the place. I'm out here in California.
That's all I see in the market when I go is you
Uh,
don't see a head on
we
a
don't
fish.
go to the same markets then, because we got whole fish with the salmon, with the heads on them, all that stuff.
Yeah, they have quite a variety of fish when you live near enough to
We
the.
can check all the gills and the eyes for pests and all that kind of stuff to see if there's infested, blemishes all over the skin or any kind of weird shit. It's not like that. You get a bunch of false news about Fukushima killing off our coast and all that shit. It is not happening.
Dude, I don't know. I mean,
That's
they
Dana
totally
running a
blocked.
scam on y'all, man. Dana
No,
Brunford or whatever, Dunford. That motherfucker's done.
no. Hear me out, Grim. They totally blocked the
We got record fishing, all kinds
No,
of
they had this. They had the study on the crawfish and
Who's they?
lobsters and
yeah, they who
the big king crabs or whatever. They were checking them for radiation. That
who
story
was
got so sucked under.
Who? Who did the study?
I don't know, but all I know
That's
is
what
I remember
matters.
seeing them throw this. They took a Geiger counter. They went over the fish, and
Yeah,
some
but
of it
Geiger
was
counter
going
doesn't
off.
tell you anything. What kind of radiation were they looking for with that Geiger counter?
Man, the fucking
Well, all that
radiation's
shit
coming off the
matters.
fish. I'm not going to eat it.
All that
Jesus
shit
Christ,
matters.
man.
It-
If you
all
take
that-
if you take a Geiger counter from 0 or ground effect or area effect or whatever, you hear like click, and then you stick it over the fish and it's going
yeah, but you got to understand a lot of these
Are you gonna eat that fish?
sensationalistic people can put a magnet inside the fish and make a Geiger counter go off with a magnet.
I agree. Some of them are fake, man, but dude, I'm just saying that shit looked too real to be right.
And
I mean,
background levels of radiation are actually occurring right now because of the solar minimum. The magnetosphere is weakening, and caustic rays are actually coming through, creating a lot more, more hydrogen ions and other shit happening, creating more water and rain and all these little issues that are phenomena that are mysteries right now.
Oh yeah, that's being measured and attributed directly to that, by the way, by the stations that are taking the measurements.
I mean, and this is what I've been telling y'all before all that was actually validated. That's what's going on. Because I just thought about it one day. Before we met ABDAP 2030, remember, or any of that stuff, Debbie, I was like,
Oh yeah, it was in the
just
it was you were talking about that in the middle to the fall of 2015.
years ago, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and
but
because
no, you were talking about Agenda 21 back then. It wasn't Agenda 2030, was it?
No, he's talking about the idea that
I know what you're saying, dude.
radiation is misrepresented. Yeah.
There's all kinds of radiation.
Oh yeah,
and
no
a lot
doubt.
of it's misrepresented as, for the nuclear racket, waste management and all that extra money that you got to pay, because it's so dangerous and all that stuff.
But especially the Fukushima story, you can see where there's so many multiple purposes. It's something you can't do anything about. You can't blame, things that you get that are killing you by vaccines or by other things. If you start to die off, it's Fukushima.
Yeah, you're not looking at these other things that are happening because
right.
You're imagining that it's partially your fault because you need the energy as humans and, all this self-blame and shit, and ain't none of that your fault. We never asked for nuclear energy if it's safe or not. We never needed it.
The thing that kind of initially triggered me about it, I think it did you too, Glenn, was you're talking the Pacific Ocean. You're talking a vast.
And the radiation off of the rods is like magnetism off of your magnet. It's not leaving the field. It's not.
Yeah. It just could not have that large an effect over that large. We're talking a massive, you know how big the Earth is. From one nuclear plant? Come on.
Well, I'm so ready for a thorium plant to come back. I mean, it's been totally hush hush after these countries develop the
Thorium.
It's become hush hush. You never hear about it again.
It sounds like a 60s movie or something. Thorium. It's just one of those catchphrases like, oh, wow, yeah, of course. I'm not saying it doesn't have its uses, but I mean, I don't know.
I can't wait to watch this later. Grim, are you recording this? I mean, are you going to post it?
Of course he's going to post it.
Well, sometimes he posts it and it doesn't, or he doesn't stick around. I don't know.
You better post it.
Are the elite deleting it?
The elite deleting?
I don't know. I've seen a couple of his shows disappear.
Oh no, I think when the ones that he doesn't save everything, yeah.
Well, let's hope he saves this one.
If it's like one of the shows where he's playing videos the whole time, sometimes those he doesn't save.
I got a good buzz on. I want to see how much of an ass I've made out of myself.
My.
I always put out too much information. TMI. Whoops. One of these days I'm going to slip. I'm going to have the black suit guys knocking on my door.
The Men in
Do
Black.
that anymore? Do they just drop the bomb or shoot or drone or whatever they do?
I think I told you guys I had once one Man in Black come up, well, 2 times, all in the same month. Came up to my door, and I still have my married last name, and it's Russian sounding. And he comes up to my door and he says, "Ma'am, I'm just trying to determine if anyone in your house speaks Russian." What the fuck? And he had a black suit and dark glasses on. It's like, oh, are you kidding me? You know, what is this? Are you just purposely trying to scare me? What are you doing? You know? And then it was like all within the same month, they came up again. Yeah, like supposedly taking a survey in the neighborhood. If anybody had people in their household who could speak Russian. I had never seen anything like that before in my life.
You just reminded me, when they came around for the census last time,
This was at the same
they
time.
put it in the damn census thing in my back door that I never use. There's a piece of insulation that I put there to hold the heat in my house because I never use the door. And, you know, I mean, she literally, it was locked. It was locked. She had to shake the shit out of it to get it to, you know, come. I don't know if you've ever seen those little twist locks and little pop bar that comes out, the screen doors, the aluminum screen doors. Just jiggle them a little bit and they'll come out, and that one will. And she must have forced the hell out of the lock, pulls it open, sticks my thing inside between this insulation and my door, and expects me to respond to it. To call the freaking cops because I haven't responded to the thing. She's like, "Oh, I would have called the cops if you hadn't have called me." And it was just by chance I opened that door. I could just see them busting down my door. You know, now you didn't fill out your census form. Holy shit! I'm like, really? It's come to that?
That's what this was at that same time. And I just remember thinking afterwards, now, you know what would have been really cool is if I had answered the door in a dark suit with sunglasses on. It's like,
or a mask, or an anonymous mask
Mexican
at that
standoff,
point, you know, or any kind of, you know, disguise.
Yeah, no, I just thought that would have been so cool to have done that.
You guys have heard about the ongoing thing in France with the guy that answered the door with scissors because he was chopping up his chicken or whatever? On the third or fourth day and now of riots over this guy. Chinese at that point, you know, I mean, this is an immigrant, you know, the poor guy. I just, Jesus, man, the families and, but I mean, these riots, I mean, they're throwing tear gas around like it's Kool-Aid. It's the new government Kool-Aid, tear gas. You know, all the money that they're spending repairing, cleaning up, tear gas, the hours for the police, all that money could have just, you know, fixed more things, you know. The broken window fallacy. I don't know. I mean, I've been down both sides of that. Grim is still with us? Is he on break? Hiatus?
He's still perturbating there.
Percolating?
Awesome.
I like that.
Perturbating.
He's getting his Big Bong theory on.
I was just looking at the icon. There he goes.
No, but that's one thing that worries me is that the introduction of weed, these big pharma, other drugs,
Well, we knew that was coming.
it just reinforces what they've learned in Common Core mentality. They're not going to grow in wisdom. They're going to shrink even further because they've already been held back into this paradigm, and now they're sucked into video games and music and
well, let's just hope that they naturally become bored with it and start seeking something more meaningful.
I tried to show my little niece, you know, about the video game, you know, because I don't get to see her that often, and she was playing Bejeweled or something because I asked her about what game she plays, you know, and it triggered it in her mind. And the whole time she was playing, God, I wish we were playing Connect 4. Maybe we could go swimming, go for a walk. Maybe we could ride bikes. Hey, you want to go play some basketball? And, you know, I'm like throwing it, everything and anything that she would just like, yeah, okay, well, let's go, you know. I hit the mall or something like that. It triggered it. Okay. It's like, Jesus, you know, you got to buy him a reward to get him away from a video game.
No, I've never understood that. If I'm going to spend my time doing something other than, you know, work of some kind, then I want to spend it like maybe building something or something that's real and constructive. And I'm just not into this virtual whatever. It's never seemed real to me.
Well, you got to look at the kids. I mean, all this stuff is given to them now. You know, that instead of tying that rope to the tree, they're given a swing set, you know, or, you know, they've lost their creativity. You know, their imagination is gone.
No, I mean, back in my day, it was erector sets, chemistry sets.
Yeah, their imagination now is programmed rather than, you know, how we grew up, where it was used on our own to keep us entertained.
Well, all those other things, they're open-ended. You can, whatever you know, to the extent that you can be creative, you can do things with it. But when you're working in like a computer game, it's limited by the programming in the computer. It's not open-ended. Yeah.
Yes, it is now, because you're playing a human versus human. And that's why I love strategy. When it's human versus human, you're taking the AI out of it.
You're still playing according to the rules in the program, though.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's ways to get around the rules. Whoops, sorry. Vibration did that off of brass surface. Hold on there. You guys are still alive. Everybody still there? Mm-hmm. Voice check? Yeah, okay. But anyway, minefield for kids. That's all. I mean, to put it all in a freaking nutshell, it's a minefield. They're going to step on one thing and get sucked into a video game, or sucked in. That's going to bring them commercials to whatever, you know, and just it perverbiates from there. It's like throwing a pebble in a pond and expecting those ripples not to ever have an effect on something else.
Did you say perverbiates?
Perverbiate, yeah. Is that, oops. Am I making up a language now?
If you meant like perturbiate.
Oh, I was. Oh, as long as I wasn't saying perverts or something like that. Yeah.
Pervert.
As long as
Sounds
I
like
wasn't saying
pervert.
perverts.
Sounds like pervert.
Oh, now we're talking about perverts. Oh God, here it goes.
Perverbiates.
So, how far have you guys gone into Pizzagate?
Gone into what?
Pizzagate.
Oh, I don't do Pizzagate. No. I think it's. I don't think anything's really being revealed there. You know, there's things and what'll ever be revealed there. It's just a way to, you know, make people feel like they're talking about it and getting to the bottom of something, but it's not real.
Well, let me enlighten you a little bit. If you look, FBI has actually put out a brochure on, one of their telecommunications, whatever, and you can clearly see, the symbols that these pedophiles are using to.
No, I'm not saying that doesn't go on. In fact,
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying if you look at the links, hold on, bear with me for a moment. When you use that and combine that information from what the FBI said to the WikiLeaks, excuse me,
Wiki squirts.
the Wiki squirts. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's there. Welcome back, Grim.
Hey.
But yeah,
I heard we were talking about perverts, so I had to jump back in.
Oh, there we go. I knew something would perk him back up.
Perverbiation.
Perverbiate. Yeah, that's how we got there.
I was just about to play the Benny Hill song.
Go for it. But anyway, when you compare the two and you read in the code, I mean, holy crap, man! So, there's a lot of deep rabbit holes that need to be dug into.
Okay, what am I going to accomplish by digging into that rabbit hole?
I'm just saying that's just an indication of how corrupt our system is. How there it is.
Thank you.
I grew up with that guy. He's my hero. Oh, those good old days of Sparkle. What was it? Paper towels? Sparkle paper towels? Something like that.
Or bound to.
Oh God, those were the good old days. Let's see. My comedians back then were Benny Hill. I had an old record of Red Fox. I wasn't really educated and old enough to understand what he was talking about, but there was an old record of Richard Pryor.
Yeah, I had the Richard Pryor record.
That enters crazy.
I don't remember.
No, I remember exactly what that cover looked like. It was my favorite record. I played every time my parents left. It's funny as hell. Oh God, it just made me roll. Now, that's one thing I have to admit. I grew up with no prejudice. It was really not there. It was there in my grandparents, but as far as my parents, it was not there. And I'm glad of that, because I could just imagine that if I had have been influenced in the prejudice portion of society, I'd probably still feel it. I can't imagine that stuff would ever go away. And it's almost generational poison.
Oh yeah. In my household, it wasn't allowed. If you picked up any expression from kids at school that sounded anything like that, soap in your mouth when you go home.
Oh, I wish my punishments were that easy.
Yeah.
Hey, give me a bar of soap over what I went through anytime. Look, like I said, you got to remember, I grew up with a psychologist as a mother. And back then, psychology wasn't as developed as it was now, because they were still doing those frontal lobotomies.
Oh.
I mean, see, now you know who you're talking with, right? My mom snuck in the room one night.
I can just hear you now. I can just hear you now. Mom, I said the bottle in front of me, not a frontal lobotomy.
I knew that was coming. Now for the rope joke.
You guys are gonna
From our
kill me.
sponsors.
Are we killing you, Doug?
Well, I can't stop laughing. I can't laugh enough so I can breathe. Or I can't breathe enough so I can laugh. One or the other. I can't get even that out.
You'll figure it out.
I hope, because I'm going to have to breathe here at one point. Oh, speaking of breathing, I was often thinking of how easy it would be, looking at how thin our atmosphere actually is. That a body just,
I keep saying that. Thin with respect to how thick the earth is, but it ain't thin, man.
well, I mean, in respect to you, yes, it's not thin, but I'm just saying in respect to our universe.
Run out of oxygen.
I'm looking.
Don't work like that. I mean, it's electric.
I'm not looking at I'm looking at our size as minuscule, as us as like a bacteria, as the view that I'm trying to take up, if not even smaller. But look at Earth. I mean, it's just a minute, especially when you look at like a satellite or the ISS view of the atmosphere. I mean, it's just minuscule thin. I mean, just think a comet would pass by and just suck a huge portion of that oxygen atmosphere along with it.
Sorry.
I just sucked all the atmosphere out. Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, a larger body, maybe like when
Look,
Saturn
you might
switched.
scare me more if you said an electro with a different electrical potential came along and zapped the damn oxygen out.
Yeah.
Rip the atmosphere off of the planet.
Well, in combination, yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking of, because you're in the same frame of mind as me.
But then
That's what I'm thinking of.
If you're gonna worry about shit like that, I mean, you might as well tie it up, call it quits.
Yeah.
No,
I'm picking up this theme with Dad. He's worried about every possible way something could kill him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been in that scenario. Yeah, I've gone through rats, spiders. Let's see, flies.
So it's not really easy to die then by now.
And mosquitoes and AIDS. That was my big one. They never released that study, by the way.
Because they can't produce one. Remember, I was showing you there's never been a study that shows that HIV or AIDS is contracted through any blood things or sexual activity.
I know. You keep
It's mosquitoes, man. It's the mosquitoes. I know it's the mosquitoes.
Falling back into the old dogma way of thought. They've got us,
worried about bugs.
Terror, mosquito.
If you're gonna worry about a bug, worry about like a bot fly or something South American type parasite.
For all this talk, you'll probably end up going by some truck driver hits you drunk behind the wheel smoking the cigar or something.
Say that. Don't say that.
Well,
I mean,
anyway,
it's never what you think it's going to be. I mean, that seems to be true for a lot of people.
Have either of you heard of the senator in Oklahoma that just recently got busted?
No, I hadn't really heard about that.
No, yeah, but
no. Okay, I was trying to see how far the perturbation went with that, but if you look, let me click on his name. Hold on. Senator something of Oklahoma history. Hold on one moment. But anyway, he's a pedophile. He was big messing with some kid, texting him since the kid was 14. Senator Ralph Shortley. I don't have any links to him. Senator Ralph, R-A-L-P-H, Shortley, S-H-O-R-T-E-Y. And they've got him on Channel 9, and they got a picture of the poor guys that have the motel there. God, I feel sorry for the owner of that motel. That doesn't look good for them. Not the advertisement you want. But yeah, he got busted with some, underage kid, 16 or 7, I don't know, 16 or 17. But apparently he'd been chatting with the kid since he was 14. That's the hearsay. I don't know if that's true or not, but the other part is true. He did get busted. He's, resigned, that part. But I was waiting to see how far it would go if the mainstream ducked it down, and now it's time to bring it back, because it doesn't really need to die. That information needs to get out. I mean, at first, the first week, it didn't even top 20,000 hits. I think maybe 60,000 after that, slightly after it hit.
Well, I blame the parents.
Well, wait a minute now. I mean, we're talking about, it might be a kid on the street. He's supposedly
14, 15 years old, got a phone, talking to grown folks, not being supervised. I blame the parents.
No,
Yeah.
the kid is supposedly being pimped out. I'm not even sure he's living at home. I think he's like either an abandoned child or runaway, or
Well, if he's abandoned, then it is the
he
parents.
might even be an immigrant,
I blame the
or
parents.
one of those kidnapped kids or whatever you call them. Who knows?
Or just some bad parents.
Yeah, well, I
We
mean,
don't have evidence for either one, so we can't just rule out what I'm saying and go with whatever feels best, like.
well, we can't either. I mean, we could always say that, the parents were derelict
Again,
drug
because the reason I
addicts.
say that I blame the parents is because the only agenda that could possibly come about from any of this kind of information is more control over our freedoms.
Yeah.
And it's really the parents' fault that they're not watching their own kids, and it's not my fault. And we don't need a bunch of extra bullshit because parents aren't watching their own kids.
No,
I don't need more nanny state because stupid parents are not watching their kids. That's basically my end game on that issue.
My point.
And they rope-a-dope us into this. It's really the poor kid, and really it's all a fake news story, pushing you some more bullshit in a lot of cases, so that they can do more policing on the internet. And it has got nothing to do with protecting children, because we all know that it's the government putting those damn websites out there in the first place.
Yes.
What I'm saying,
they couldn't
Grim,
survive otherwise.
Grim, what I'm saying though is this is the back door.
Right.
Okay, this is valid information. This is true. Okay, they did vote this guy out. He's no longer in office.
Nothing about office is true. Nothing about politics is true.
No,
nothing. You're not.
It's what made us, man. You're not going to turn that off. You're not going to turn that off. You can replace who's in there, but you're not going to turn that idea off.
Well, that's just sad.
I mean, well, what are you going to ask?
That you have that
king as a ruler?
This attitude.
King Mr. Grimm? What's next? What do we do?
Why would that be that? Why would that?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, okay. Well, you've turned off our electoral process. Now, we can have King Grimm.
Funny electoral process. That's exactly the board, the committee on the board that actually dictates a power vote over the 5 million on average in each state. Is that electoral college? That's a fucking
just
scam. The whole thing is a big scam, dude. From day one, it's all set up. So I mean, we can throw it all away. You got to remember that you can. You just got to do it. I mean, why don't you match me? If everybody would just match me, the system would shut down tomorrow. I'm not in the system. I got my fingers all the way out of the system as hard as possible.
You're all connected. Look at you now. You're paying the bill to get on.
No, I'm not. I'm actually. Don't get me incriminating myself, but no, man, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying that, okay, maybe you're not, but
yeah, like I'm saying,
I didn't think, there is a way around that. But kudos for you. 100% kudos for you. But, however,
hijack a signal one time.
The lights in your house, the power, you are under control. You're living under a roof. You're under control. You're paying rent, or you're owning, or you're paying taxes to live under said roof. Somehow or another, somebody's paying for where you're at. I mean, you're not.
Or we're manipulating certain laws in order to stay in certain places beyond other people's whatever understanding.
I know, but I'm just saying you're not living under a bridge stealing Wi-Fi. What I'm saying is somehow or another, you're still.
My name's not on anything.
You're still drawing from the man, is what I'm saying.
Not like you think. Not like you're
Well,
saying.
you're still
either.
going to the grocery store. You're still going from point A to point B.
Not really. See, you're making quite a lot of assertions upon me.
I am, but I mean, I'm just
Right.
saying you're
Anybody
going.
who knows about what's going on
It's
here
easy
knows
for me
that
to do
we go to the
of the
farmers
modern
market.
human.
We go to the farmers market. We do a lot of trade as well for a lot of our stuff. I'm a cannabis farmer, all right, and I grow a lot of other stuff as well. So a lot of this being dependent on the market thing, I'm not. We're not. I am dependent on certain farmers and friends of mine, who grow the land or the ute or the sheep, whatever,
I
or
know, but
lamb.
Grim, ultimately,
He
Those
butchers my
ultimately,
lamb for
local
me.
farmers would still be there even if the federal government was not. I don't see
Right, and they are all pot smokers, and we all like to trade. So I'm not even using cash half the time, dude.
I know, but let me just snap you back to reality. Okay, look,
I'm
remember
in
agenda.
reality.
No, I
I
just want to
understand.
snap you back, man. Remember devil's advocate. Give me a moment.
Yeah, but you're not. You gotta
Agenda
you gotta
21.
be
Okay,
polite, dude. You're not snapping me back to reality.
watch. Hear me out. Agenda 21. They came in. They said, here's what we're going to build. There's floodlands here. Once we have a flood, no rebuilding, whatever. And so there goes A's field that was growing, to your farmer's market. Okay, you've just now lost a field. But and the other connection is that that farmer also was connected to the grid. The big man, he's paying the state taxes to have his lot or his land to grow his corn or whatever you're buying at the farmer's market. You're under the man's control because of that
You didn't hear what I said.
minimum. It's the
A
tax.
lot of the times we don't use money, so there's no putting my weed in the bank. There's no taxing it. There's no the man in the middle of any of that transaction
What
of
I'm saying
mine.
is that
You see what I'm saying?
maybe the potato farmer, I don't know which farmer it
And
is,
then
he's paying state taxes to
whoever
have
calls
his
who
land.
first too. I mean, he can call me up and be like, "Hey, man, I butchered a couple extra, and I've got some extra meat here. You want to, take care of me with like a QP or some of that, Girl Scout cookies, and then,
All right.
I'll save this guy here in my cooler for you, and you can just come get him anytime, pieces of him anytime. You can keep him here. You know what I mean?"
All right. You got your Girl Scout cookies. Now, hear me out because I'm not done playing devil's advocate. After you've done all the trade and everything, and the farmer now has not raised any money, he's just done trade with you. He's got his Girl Scout cookies and he's got his milk and eggs and whatever he's traded his grain for. And the day comes he needs to pay his taxes. Well, the state's going to come and take the farm. They're going to build the condo on the damn thing or whatever, another turn into a state park.
Or subsidize it.
Yeah, or something to that effect. And either way, it's going to be.
The government doesn't. Somebody's going to die anyway. I don't understand what it has to do with anything.
But the ultimate goal of the government
Exactly. And that's why I said
to turn it all over to the banks. I mean,
and that's
just
exactly
to
why I
turn it
said
all
that,
into money.
Yeah, and that's exactly
They're
why I said
turning
that. Never mind.
everything into a dollar value. Everything from knowledge.
And there's things that you can do about it to ease the pain on yourself, and that's what we're explaining right now. And those same things will save your life when that event and happens, if it happens, and nobody can function and everybody's broke down except for the people who have these bonds that are basically covalent bonds. Because we already know each other and we're easily adhesing with each other. We already know we can trust each other on trades and do separate different things.
Mm-hmm.
Those things are necessary. Those types of
Well, the idea too, I think oftentimes, I know it's true of some of the younger folks when they first enter into everything is and they get all frustrated. One of the things, it's like they got to have perfection. It's like it's got to be all or nothing, but that isn't the way the world has ever worked. I mean, if you see you want to migrate away from this thing and you're going to do, it's going to take a while. Okay, There are things you can easily migrate away from. Okay, and then
Practice.
other things that you still got one foot in there, and because you got to eat and you got to whatever, but you're still investigating and finding solutions, and every day you can get a little better at it. And so, not to let yourself get frustrated because you haven't. This idea, it's like you were saying earlier today, Graham. We get all obsessed with perfection.
Mm-hmm. There's certain things
When
we can
that
do.
isn't even the way of life. Yeah,
There's
it's
certain
one
things
step
we
at a
can
time.
do to stick it to the man, so to speak, as well. Like joining credit union, filing you and your partner down to one banking account in the credit union. You know, really stop using the Wall Street name, basically allowing them to open credit on your name and all that shit through their banks. You remove your name from their system like that.
Kind of the difference between process thinking and strictly goal thinking.
Yeah, as far as they know, like I fucking must have passed away somewhere. I don't know what's going on with me. Like it's been years. We haven't heard from this fucker. Yeah.
Well, I don't think
Their
we're at.
law says I have to work and I have to pay taxes. No.
Well, you know,
if you're gonna reside somewhere, call an address. You're gonna pay a tax somehow or another. You're gonna pay.
well, again,
Sorry.
if you end up paying a few dollars
Yet I'm not.
of excise tax on an internet bill, but you've eliminated a lot of others, that's still you're along the path.
You're still sticking
You're
to the
doing.
man.
Yeah.
I'm just
I mean-
saying, somehow or another, if full grid collapsed, it would affect everybody tremendous.
Of course it would.
Yeah,
But I'm
affect
just
me
saying
because
that-
I would need more propane for my propane generator to run my own electric. That's about it.
You know, I have to hope for sunny days because I got a solar generator,
We got the.
and
Well,
that's not
It's a good
even
time of
room.
year.
If you look into where propane's coming from, that would make sure that the gas industry is still pumping their full volume of it, because that's their waste, one of their waste
Yeah,
products.
but
Propane comes
Grim's
from
not-
everywhere, man.
well, Grimm's not a static entity. Okay, he'll use what he has, but while he's using what he has, he's looking at other alternatives at
You
that
bet.
point too.
I'm got to.
We're not static beings.
Yeah.
We-
You know, I was often wondering that if I could turn
dump.
my sewage into a methane burner of some type and heat my house.
That's nasty fuel, though. But you could.
No, I mean, you think it's nasty, but
No,
it
I'm
actually
not
burns
talking
really
about-
clean.
I'm talking about maintaining your fuel tank areas. That's like hosing your shit piles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
No,
it's
not too
it's
terrible.
just methane. It actually burns fairly clean.
Well, you have to have a way to extract that off the compost.
Well, all it is a hose, and you just kind of actually
No,
the
there's more
vacuum of
to
a
it.
flame would actually suck it up the hose. So
Well, but it's not going to be very clean that way, though. You're still going to have trace. Yeah. I mean, more than trace.
But there's plenty.
well, it depends on
plenty
how
of propane
clean
out
you
there.
are when you're defecating.
God.
I'm
And on that
GMO-free
note-
defecation. What is yours? I don't have any vaccines in my defecation.
But could you lighten up on the tapatio sauce?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it does kind of smell a little funky, huh? Second way around.
Added a little twist of vinegar. I don't need that, man.
Oh, those organics.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't smell a difference. If it burned correctly, you wouldn't smell a difference.
Smells like an organic chemistry lab.
Yeah, it
You
would
can just
smell like
You can just pipe your fucking propane from your garbage dumps.
Get yourself a cow.
We got propane. We got propane from garbage dumps out here, where they actually capture the propane from the landfill. You guys, you know about that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
oh yeah. Yeah, that's
Huge landfills that are probably a half a mile deep, sucking propane out of them.
well, that's methane, by the way.
Yeah. Well, propane.
Well, it's all about the molecule, but okay, if you want to call it propane. but most of it's
It's a
methane.
it's a tad cleaner. What is their mission?
Well,
Water.
they condition it to propane, so they ship it. So I mean, it just makes it easier for them to ship rather than methane. It's a shipment issue. It just, you know, it's a chemical process they put the methane through to get it to the propane, but whatever. I love that shit. Chemistry, science, anything. I just dive into it. It's so enlightening, you know. But it's so hard to find the true information. You keep finding this bullshit that's twisted into crap, you know, or truth that's twisted into crap. I'm sorry.
Well,
I have a feeling it was always like that.
Well, no,
Some
actually,
extent.
back in the day when this stuff started, you know, because I was basically on the internet when it was the dark web. That's what the web was. It was the dark web. And I grew up with that, you know, and the conspiracy theories kind of grew through that.
right.
But at first, they were all printed, reprinted, or pictures of printed pages. You know, it wasn't this
Oh, I remember
elaborate videos and twisting of words, and
I remember
they
that.
would actually show you one paragraph and read another. I don't know how many times I've seen that. It's just mind twisting crap, you know. And then you add in the music and twisted music, and I'm thank you, Grim, for not playing music in the background tonight.
Uh-huh.
No, but I like your drum set. One of these days I got to get you to play me a riff, and I need to record it.
I gotta set my microphone to where it'll accept all that noise properly.
It's a
It
little
doesn't
late.
sound so bad. The drums seem to be far enough that if you would just lighten up slightly on your cymbals, it would probably work.
Mm.
But the drums seem to come clear through my speakers anyway.
Yeah, the drums do. Mine too.
Was that him getting up to his drum set?
Oh, it's too late at night.
Scare the shit out of the cat.
I think it's too late to be playing that.
Come on, wake up the neighborhood, man. Crank them up. It's only 1 o'clock.
I'll never forget that one time that when you were on that one debate show.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, with that guy that was arguing so much, he just started playing the drums.
So fuck it. I'm just gonna play.
Yeah, that was classic. And then you came back and you said, "Oh, didn't I have my mic muted?" Yeah, right.
And I batted my eyelashes like blink, 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 blink.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, guys.
Way to fucking bust me out, Gilby. Thanks.
It shut that guy up, though. He quit talking for a while.
Who, me?
No, the guy that he drummed over.
Oh. Hey, Grim.
We were there that day. But I don't remember it barely anyway. So I don't remember anything we were talking about, whatever that guy was talking about.
Hey, Grim, are you ready for some quick hard questions that I've been wanting to ask you?
Oh, no.
Oh, dude.
I'm sorry. Here they come. Did man go to the moon?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Wasn't
that's
there.
pretty much where I'm at. I'm not sure either.
There's a
You know,
I'm not going to rule out the possibility that they could have faked it.
yeah, you know, it would just be too easy and much less expensive and save face by not, you know, maybe.
Yeah, with the race in mind and the American pride and all the propaganda and all the way that they, I mean, you can't put it past them to fake it.
Well, and there's also been a lot of years since then.
It was that all the money that was paid to Russia to shut them up, to keep that
You don't have
moon
to shut
propaganda?
Russia up. With my worldview, you don't have to shut Russia up. They're in on it together in the first place, pretending to be enemies, making the people fight each other, keeping economics different, keeping two different templates of rule, grass is greener, grass is browner type, be luckier where you're at attitude thoughts. That's why people that were under Hitler liked Hitler, because there was a different story being told to them about Hitler than there was to us about Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
He was being a good guy to them while we were hearing how he was a bad guy to us,
Yeah.
setting propaganda in motion. And so that's why else would the Germans want to fight so hard for him if they don't even like the guy? It just wouldn't have made sense. I mean, for any of it. They always sell three sides of a story, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's the rulers playing us off of each other. I mean, the rulers ain't fighting each other. Shit.
All right. Okay. Well, question number 2. Free trip to Mars. You gonna join up there, Mr. Grimm?
No, I'll let you go, though. You can tell me about it when you get back.
You're gonna stay on terra firma?
You're damn right. There's plenty of good
Yeah.
shit here left. Send to everybody that thinks they're going to Mars.
Besides,
Would
how
they
would
actually?
you could spend $1 million and then you go into something that looks like some kind of a spaceship, but everything
in
else is
Arizona and
CGI
shit, and
after that.
spaces
Yeah.
on. How are you
So
going to
big.
know the difference?
Yeah.
Eyes are tinted a particular way to give you a different view of the sky.
Yeah, I smell scam.
No chemtrails over that part of Arizona for as long as you're there.
So you think the people that are going to pay this $1 billion to go around the moon are going to be watching a VR trip?
What it is it's going to be some government rollout bullshit where it pretends to be a regular guy doing it, and it's really you getting sold a story through government.
No, I'm just saying you get inside this machine, this mechanical capsule that's going to take you around the moon. You're going to pay $1 billion to do it. And they're going to take you around the moon. And the whole damn thing's been VR, virtual reality.
I would say, why don't they just, do it? Do whatever you can do. Why stop anybody from trying to do whatever they can do, But I don't need to go. No, I'm cool. I can find a much better way to spend $1 billion.
To me, that's
I was giving you a free ticket to. I'm not saying
Yeah,
you were
well,
going for a trip around the moon.
but I'd be insulted by because I'd rather spend the $1 billion on kids who need it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I saw in Peru. Yes, $1 billion on the kids' education would be very, very well spent. Very, very well spent.
Even if it's to give the kids a sort of life skills or something, farming or a particular thing they can do to know they can survive off their own land and shit.
Yeah, so that'd be the best.
Even backwards, as far as what you're thinking about education and all that, Jesuit school institutionalization shit. But
yeah, I that was the one thing I would love to know somebody else's language so I could learn what they're learning in school, so I could read their history books and what they're. It's bad enough from what I'm reading to see what they're teaching our kids.
Their history books are our Jesuit history books. All controlled by the same fuckers, man.
You think if we go to Soviet Union or Russia,
school libraries.
Well, they tell a different history. They tell us
it might have its own individual flavor in order to fit the interest of that place, but the underlying to do will be the same. Yeah.
Like in Russia, they used to teach the kids in school about the potential difference in the charge from the ground to the sky, and this is something you don't even learn in high school at all here.
Certainly not now. Yeah.
And not even in some entry college college level grad school shit, prep schools.
So
I can't imagine. I can't see it anywhere as far as in my mind.
I'm trying not to make you say your age online, but I'm just wondering, were you involved with Common Core, that type? Did you learn like
No, not at all.
that stuff? Yeah, I figured you were old enough.
I'm in my 40s. I just barely made it.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Squeeze by.
I mean, I think we're going to be the last generations that have
I think
a
it was like
free will.
2 years
free mind.
later, you could graduate high school with general math only. I was like, what? You mean you get general? You didn't have to take algebra at all, even? Like, what about trigonometry and calculus or anything? None of that?
No, it's incredible.
Geometry or trigonometry or calculus? You didn't get any of that either?
Yeah.
So you got away with just fucking general math and they graduated you? See, I didn't understand that. That was like just 2 years after.
They would. You didn't have to have a full functional literate thing on English. You could skate by on that. I did because I bucked the system.
Honestly, I was very bad at English.
I did too. I bucked the system in English. I slept through class. I flunked out on purpose. I just didn't want to deal with it. English
was my fuck you class where I just didn't like anything there. It was.
How about speech class?
I didn't go.
Although I did meet the best teacher of my life in English. She took me caving and just opened my mind. We used to play trash can basketball, trying to get us to learn nouns and verbs and this, that, and the other. In high school, 12th grade, we're trying to learn nouns and verbs.
All this shit. We buckled down, pretty good in the, I'm talking about advanced English, high school type,
Well, I'm just saying the mentality of what you had to know, in that 12th grade class, it was just an extra credit that I had to pass. And
you had English in 12th grade?
Well, I had two English classes in 12th grade because I flunked 10th and 11th grade English.
We had like
sophomore year was my last year of English.
Yeah, I mean, we had Latin all 4 years, but I think I'm really aging myself now.
I didn't even.
Yeah, you are, because we don't even know what Latin is. What the hell is that? A disease? Is that a disease?
I would have took Latin as an option.
Well, the expression goes, "It killed the Romans, and it's killing me."
Yeah, we were already using Latin here and there, all over the place, trying to sound smart and shit.
I just got tired of having to read in Latin the story of Hannibal every damn year.
Yeah, I never had to do it. Yeah, I wouldn't know how.
That came from the old English school thing, that part of it that was still within our system up until, well, really when everything changed was around the 80s. That's where the big changes in the school system occurred. They got rid of a lot of the arts. They got rid of a lot of, a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, all they needed now is MAPTAG employees and shit.
Yeah.
People make.
They got rid of music.
Plug the blue wire into the blue plug and the red one into the red plug. You don't need to know how a damn thing works, boy. Just plug the blue wire into the blue plug.
Well, the other thing I had to ask you, Grim, is how do you feel about teaching kids cursive in high school or in school?
It better be elementary school if you're going to start that. Damn right. Why wouldn't you? I don't understand. What do you mean? They're stopping that?
They just reinitiated cursive writing here in Delaware.
Well, good.
Yeah, well, that was the one big thing that everybody hated about Common Core. Okay, well, hey, we got cursive writing back, but guess what? Common Core is still there.
Common Core is behavioral modification.
Exactly. It needs to
under
stop.
Another name. You got to get wake the parents up. Got to understand that it's not the state's job to parent your kids.
It is now.
No, it's not. And
I know, but I'm saying that's what they're doing.
Don't be a
slave. It is now the state's job, and they're doing
it. It isn't. It really isn't. It never will.
I know it isn't, but they're doing it anyway.
They're hijacking your children. It's not their job. They're hijacking your children. It's your job.
They're doing it if you let them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nobody else's job.
Even
They're
though
doing
they
it
know it's
because
an
it
electric
benefits
universe, they're still teaching naysay.
Only. It benefits them. That's why they're doing it. More time with your malleable children, and they, become more subservient to the state when they're older.
I don't think a lot of parents realize how much harm is being done and how they're not going to be able to undo it until too long after the fact. If they really could know that, they would do whatever they could to homeschool.
What are we, fifth generation fluoridated retarded?
Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of folks I know here locally that talk about that 10, 20 years after the fact, how they wish they had homeschooled.
Damn right. And when it finally hits you that you should have, it's like too late.
All right, Grim, you're ready for question number 4. They get harder each time. All right, vaccines.
3. I guess that was 3, huh? Asking
Yeah.
if I'm ready for 4. Okay.
Yeah. Number 4. All right, the vaccine. All right, 90% of the world is died and dying and dead because of this disease, whatever it is, and now there's this vaccine that is helping people, and it's, I guess, what people are now surviving because they're on this vaccine.
Why do you keep asking me loaded questions?
I'll scream. Yeah.
Stop, Grim. Stop asking me loaded questions.
Yeah.
I love loaded.
Come on, man. Vaccines don't work like that. That's the whole point.
I know,
but I'm not going to go against something else that I'm saying to go for something that I know doesn't work. So, no.
All right, maybe not a vaccine or a enema injection or an apple.
Oh, what?
Well, I mean, it's just about the same as me saying, hey, here, go out and, overdose on cilantro and it'll cure your cancer.
But if you said eat a lot of cilantro because it chelates heavy metals out of your body, then you'd be more in line with what cilantro, Chinese parsley, does.
Right? It takes a certain amount to do that. You don't have to overdose on it to do it.
Right.
Is that really Chinese? I thought it was kind of a Mexican Peruvian thing.
It's grown in many places. Yeah.
I wonder where it came from. I'll have to look into that.
China.
Did it really come from there? That's
by
cool.
Spaniards.
Wow. I know that here we can buy both Spanish.
All handmade by South American pygmies who chewed on roots and berries to get the color into
American pygmies.
I tell you, cilantro on a Mexican dish is just it's a delight for me.
I love cilantro.
Me too.
I love it.
Adore the way that
What
tastes.
do you consider a good Mexican dish?
Oh,
good question.
Homemade for me? Well, I eat meat, so for one thing, I probably would just be it's a GMO-free everything that I eat. I pay big money for my crap I eat.
That's the case.
But it's just your regular burrito, but I hand make it myself because I can't get it in the store. If I went to Taco Bell, I'd be eating that crap that gives me problems with my swelling. So, I mean, rather than go to the doctor, I'll pay the extra money for my food. Unfortunately, it's getting so damn expensive, I can't afford it anymore. I'm almost up to almost 200 a week. I think just about that now. I mean, back in the day when I used to get a pot pie and have one for lunch and one for dinner, and that was $1.
A month you're spending for just your own food?
He said a week.
Yeah. A week?
Yeah, which would be $800 a month.
That's because he's going out every night, every day.
No, I'm cooking my own food. I'm sitting here in my house, man. And I don't eat that much, but I'll have to admit, a lot of it spoils because my food in this house doesn't keep. I've tried. I can't keep my salad. I mean, I've got to buy it in this tray.
I got to
eat huge thing. I can't keep it all.
I got it so bright in here. I got to keep remembering to eat, my salad faster and stuff because of the same thing.
My salads go bad. My tomatoes, peppers, You know, I just can't eat that bad food when it looks like that. When it gets all soggy looking.
Later in the year, though, my shit will stay fresh because it'll all be sitting out there growing the whole time, and I pick it as I need it,
Yeah.
and it just.
Well, my
I
problem
was,
is the damn birds and bunnies keep picking my blueberries before I get to eat it.
We got dogs out there and chickens, so they actually take care of the little rodents and shit, keep them out of the area.
I was watching a video just a short while ago about, I mean, I hadn't really thought about this, but even if you make a smoothie and you drink it right afterwards, they were saying that you can really, that the actions of some of these real turbocharged blenders actually destroys some of the phytonutrients, particularly the phytonutrients.
Doubt it.
It seems to me that your stomach acid would have done pretty much the same thing anyway. So I
mean, that's the point. I mean,
a little extravagant.
I doubt it. Yeah, not to a level that would actually be
that noticeable.
Considered wasteful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I probably could.
I mean, you're helping your system so much by breaking that up that way into a smoothie. As long as you drink it right afterwards, you know, then make up for it.
For sure. What were you gonna say, brother?
Oh, I was just kind of agreeing.
Oh, but yeah, zip. I don't mind. I'll zip it right up, as long as you're not like cutting it up with a sonic boom or something. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, a sonic blender.
Boiling it and shit.
Yeah.
You know, it couldn't
That
be.
might change the chemical
It couldn't
structure.
be like a microwave. I mean, literally, you're just banging into it with some metal.
I know it's still mechanical. Yeah,
Or
I have a hard time.
Neoprene blades and shit. In some cases, some of those blades.
Well, I think they're just trying to get you to buy this other kind of blender. They're talking about vacuum blenders will solve this problem. What? Vacuum blenders.
Let's verify that there is a problem first, right? Before we argue about what color his panties are.
Before you argue about buying an $800 vacuum blender.
Wow.
I got my green panties on.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I got my green ones on too. If it ain't, you know, $45, it's probably too much for me. I'm not.
Yeah.
Blenders.
I go for the under $100 ones for sure.
I know I'm being a cheap ass because I go to the flea market and get a used blender. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I go through blenders so fast because I wear them out, you know, so I can't afford to buy too expensive of a one.
You know, I'm still.
You ready for question number 5, Grim?
Hold on, I'm still
No.
answering question number 4. I'm so ripped. Yeah, hit me.
All right. Is your underwear GMO free?
Oh my God. How would you know if your underwear is? You're really going to check out?
I definitely doubt it. I really definitely doubt it. Because that's one place I do go, and you know, I'll go into the flea market and get my underwear. Because you can packets fucking 100 of them and shit, you know.
Oh, time for the dud celebration. I got the Grim. I got the Grim. He's got GMO underwear. Look at him. Ew.
Guaranteed.
So you're gonna make a video about that tomorrow?
Unless like Hanes or whatever says that they're non-GMO, and I'm sure they are. That cotton. I mean, why would it be GMO? I mean,
it is GMO. Most of the cotton grown around is GMO. Unless you get the silver embroidered.
Like naturally a pesticide, you know, on its own. Like you don't really need anything for it, or what?
Well, the Mormons do sell
not like a fruit or anything, right? Like it's not yummy to the bugs, is it?
Well, they just made a better plant, so they, you know, went with it because the seed makers and that it's all GMO controlled, man. Come on, you know how the button presses.
No, I think it's sprayed with glyphosate though to crack it open like they do wheat.
Yeah, it's the same process. It's all GMO'd, man. It does the same thing, and they use the glyphosate to treat it and kill it faster and make it mature and ready for picking and harvest.
I know they were saying there's a lot of glyphosate on those like feminine products.
Oh, it's
That's made from cotton.
glyphosate's working its way into a lot of things. I mean, I
It's
was
already
hearing
there.
about it in vaccines, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about 5 months ago.
Yeah, but is that how good is that information we got
For which information?
for the glyphosates in?
It's everywhere, man.
Well, I know it's everywhere. You and I know that, but
It's
I mean,
in
I'm just
multiple
thinking. I mean, it
vaccines, all
doesn't surprise me
gelatin-based
a bit.
vaccines, multiple tested by multiple laboratories,
I was
and
gonna say, yeah, it's been tested more
all
than once.
independently. Yeah, very real data. We have a lot of data. Anthony Sansel did a lot of good research on that. Paid for a lot of those studies to be done.
I mean, here's the thing. You know that they make vaccines out of other things that
Oh, look at that. Hanes,
are exposed to
best
life.
tagless briefs, the ones I'm wearing. Ring spun cotton made with non-GMO and gluten-free.
You got your point
Didn't
back.
get me. Aha, motherfucker.
Golly, I didn't get the green.
But only by chance, because I didn't know, and I would have accepted conceit on that issue had I not looked into it just to see. I really, believe it or not, couldn't believe. I was like, holy shit, I'm literally
I never checked that.
non-GMO cotton. Well, I figured it would cost them more to actually use a GMO than a non-GMO in the first place.
Well,
without
but
any
the
real
farmers
reason.
get suckered into the whole process. You know,
But
and
not
they have
like
to buy
cotton
their
industry
seed
farmers,
from
right?
the GMO makers. So
Seem like they're sort of government already, huh? Since
yeah,
the
well,
reason why we can't use
once the
cannabis.
farmer dips his toe into the GMO, he is stuck. He is absolutely stuck into the GMO. He's not going anywhere.
Well, yeah, that's why them fucking Indian farmers were killing themselves one every 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. You know, again with the numbers. Yeah,
Maybe that
okay,
number's
maybe.
incorrect, or maybe it's just inflated to.
Yeah, you know, it almost sounds inflated, but I mean, honestly, given the numbers
is
that
a
are in
headline that
India, it wouldn't surprise me a bit. It
There's
wouldn't
a lot
surprise
of
me. There's
people
a
in
lot of
India.
freaking people in India.
Yeah, and a lot of farmers, and a lot of them got fucked by Monsanto.
Hell yeah, they did.
Like, while we're here, let's see where that headline came from anyway, right? Indian farmer.
It's probably buried. I bet the headline will be that what was it? Justin Bieber changed his part. Will be your top listing for that.
No,
search?
changed his flat part.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Okay. Monsanto GMO seeds cause farmer suicides every 30 minutes. Natural Society.
30 minutes. Oh, you were way
In
off.
what has been called the single largest wave of recorded suicides in human history, Indian farmers are now killing themselves in record numbers. It has been extensively reported, even in mainstream news, but nothing has been done about the issue. The cause.
Type in 90 seconds. See if anything. Pops
I did.
Up, that sounds like what I heard.
You did. I did say that, but I didn't get that. I got. This is the first thing that popped up. In 30s and 90s, it's a good chance that I misrepresented that. No problem.
No, it happens. I mean, there's so many people. Like I said, that news gets twisted.
Well,
it
that's
gets
why I said
so
right away,
twisted.
Well, I
How
don't
they
know
can.
the exact number that I'm just.
Well, I know, but it's just in your mind. That's how it sticks every 90 seconds. You know, because that's the worst you heard.
Monsanto GMO seeds contributing to farmer suicides every 30 minutes, this report says here, and what has been called the single largest wave of recorded suicides, blah, 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 blah. The cause, Monsanto's cost-inflated and ineffective seeds have been driving farmers to suicide, they wrote, and is considered to be one of the largest, if not the largest, cause of the 250,000 farmer suicides over the past 16 years.
Well, that's the key. 250,000 suicides is horrific just for that one reason. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good number. That's almost like population control in itself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just a drop in the bucket, man.
Right.
Come on, we can kill off more than
No,
that.
but from one reason.
Well, they do. They told the other 20% they had AIDS. and killed them.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Let's drop hepatitis A over here.
Fuck yeah,
And
hepatitis 12,
we'll put,
Zika 9.
yep, there you go. H2N1. You don't need your chickens. You don't need food. There you go.
Ebola's in your
Kill
nuts
chickens.
forever, so don't have sex at all. It's in your nuts. Ebola. It's right there.
That's right. That's the big depopulation control. AIDS,
Ebola,
that whole phenomenon, thinking that, hey, if I have sex with this wild girl, I'm going to die.
If she said that is if you, never mind.
I do remember that. I mean, right after the decade of the free sex and everything, then they had this decade of the no sex. It's like, what the fuck's going on here?
Oh yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, I grew up in that, man. I got the full fear porn. I
Isn't it
got
weird
the
how not
full
everybody
fear
died
porn,
with the
man.
free sex?
I-
Now, when the no
man.
sex comes along, everyone's dying. You're like, yeah.
I grew up
That's
scared
an
as hell of AIDS,
point,
man. You don't know. I didn't have sex with no girl, man.
Man, I feel bad for you, man, because
I did. I ruined my entire childhood.
I ignored AIDS.
I didn't have sex with a virgin because I was afraid of AIDS.
Ever.
I didn't have sex with
Well,
virgins
it's like,
'cause
hell,
I
you got to go by something, right? What the heck?
You
Yeah,
know,
no
that is
moral
like
code.
the epitome of every male's goal in life is
No
to pop a
AIDS.
virgin, and I was scared I'd get AIDS. You know, come on. Is that right?
No,
They just blew my entire childhood.
absolutely not. Your hormones override AIDS every time. Male hormones override AIDS. They don't care about AIDS. It doesn't matter. Go away, AIDS. And male hormones win. Doop-doo-doo. Dang, look at that. That was in the wallet for too many days. Look what happened there. It don't work, man.
I'm not saying I didn't try.
Throw it out.
Oh, those were the good old days, I think. I don't know. They could have
Well,
been
that's
better.
what ended up. Most people didn't really change their lifestyle. They just worried more about it afterwards.
Yeah, afterwards, it was like the thought of like, oh man,
Am I going to die?
you know, just yeah. I have to shut up. I can't.
You ready for question number 6?
Oh, man, I might be allergic to 6.
You'll be all right. This one's a little easier. Although I'm going to have to throw a little Einsteinian in you. If you could travel back in time and
You can't.
change
There's no such thing
history.
as tachyons.
Yeah, got rid
I
of that
know,
one
I
fast.
know. But if just thinking back in history, if you could change one thing to make history become more, let's say, electro-universian, I don't know, open to scientific ideas, what would you change? One, you only get to do one major thing. It's a tough one, I know. You'll have to think on it.
Well, how far back can I go?
As far as you want. If you want to erase writing, or if you want to erase Christ, if you want to erase Hitler, whatever. What you got? Throw it at me. That's a tough one, man. It will bang your head for a while, because I thought about, somebody asked me a long time ago,
Well, if I
and
could
I'm
take,
still
the
thinking
trick
about
is, the trick is not so tricky for me, because if I can take the English language back with me and pre-write a pre-coded message about what things are already with their while watching them in operation, then I mean, I could answer your questions right there. I could just write it in English. This is a fucking power generator. You know, they are not talking about gods. They're actually talking about the planets. They're talking about the alignments. You know, set everybody straight about what they're really talking about in plain English. So
I've often thought about this, but now if you allow
if the
for,
time machine works for real, you know,
I was going to say, this isn't any more wilder than a time machine, but if you could create a way for every human being, whenever they want, to create a shield around themselves where nobody can hurt them, nobody can be a tyrant over them, and people will live free. And they won't be able to take advantage of anybody else, because they can also put their own shield too.
Yeah,
See what I mean?
I just want to say one thing to Grim. If you look at what they left for us, it sure does look like they tried to tell us about the events and
Hell no. Those are
stuff.
secret hermeticisms, allegorical, ha-ha laughs in your face. They're not telling you the secrets. They're keeping the secrets.
Well, not
That
so
shit's
much.
been
I'm
fucking
just saying
taken
that
from the
they
public.
you know they knew of the planet's orbits back in.
Listen, the public is not informed about Pythagorean triangles in school still today. It's seen as Satan worship because they think it's the pentagram. And that's New Age bullshit. The true Pythagorean triangles, you know, it's just a whole nother world that's really the truth. And this other one is like this mask, and then they shrouded with things that you look on with degradation or poor taste, like, you know, Satan worship, or tied in with stuff that it isn't even nothing about. Because none of that shit's real either. Because that's also another side of the other thing that's the same shit they created, made up for you to believe in God with. It's like, stop. You know, well, the devil wrote the Bible. Now you're still thinking in paradigm, fucking, this shit's real.
Exactly.
You know?
It's almost a catch-22. Whichever way
I don't
you go into it.
That's why I don't think in those aspects. It's called a paradigm. I don't think inside of those paradigms.
The reason I'm doing it is to symbolize it for symbolize. There I go with the new word again.
I understood it.
But to make it easier to explain to the masses of the truth that
Symbolize
they've
that
unlearned. How hard was it for you to unlearn, by the way, all the crap you learned as a kid?
Not really. I mean,
I struggle with it
like
for
with
about a year.
ideas like it's all factual. I always, whenever I learned something, I made straight A's and B's in school. But whenever I learned something, I also learned it so well that I understood that it's not the only answer, and that it was barely a description for what I'm really seeing, and that there's so much unknown about all this, nothing's solid. So I got to keep looking for answers to find any real truths. Every kid feels that way. They just, you get settled. I mean, it depends on, I guess, how comfortable you are at home, or how comfy you are and stuff like that. Who you trust. If you trust a lot of people or something, then I guess you could fall for that shit and be stuck forever. But I mean, a lot of kids don't trust everybody, and they always want to stay, you know, do think they're smarter than other people and all this kind of shit, because they are, and they notice it all the time, and it's really hard not to notice in many cases. And then so they fucking harness different skills and become different types of people in the long run, as far as, you know, how they learn or what they learn. You know what I mean? I'm the little boy.
My question is, are they learning? Or are they just being programmed?
Like I said, I'm the little boy in this story. So you tell me.
Oh, that's the thing. That's the
you mean,
attachment.
are you
Are you being programmed?
I do mainly my own programming. It's almost insulting for that question to pop up in my face, as if I'm just a sheeple and I'm being programmed and blah blah blah. You know.
No,
we're all being programmed,
so
but I'm doing my own programming. Yeah.
It's so easy for a human to be sucked into anything that looks like a pattern.
Well, I think the main difference about the concept of programming is if you know there are those trying to do that to you, versus you're completely oblivious to it.
Yeah. That's not the control in this experiment.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You definitely have to adjust and make solid the control before you have an experiment, which is the out math. I mean, here you have no control, and they're just throwing out numbers. You know, 2 and 2 is 3. Damn it, it doesn't work.
I thought it was 5.
2 and 2 is 3x. That didn't work either. Okay, well, 2x and 2x and 3x. There you go. No. Why? Oh, there you go. I'm telling you, man, they will make it so difficult for you to try to understand what's going on when it's so easy to imagine it. I mean,
that was the first thing I noticed when somebody asked me to critique some of this math in the Common Core. I couldn't believe what they were doing. Something that a person can learn in 5 seconds and understand it. To something that was so obtuse and ridiculous, and that's why kids cry when they look at it, because I mean, you know, they've got common sense and they know it doesn't make any sense. And
Common
they're being-
Core throws out common sense. 21 times 1. Common sense, 21. Common Core, 210 minus 0, blah, blah, blah. Stretch it
Exactly.
out. Oh my God, are you freaking kidding me? Process for this obvious answer? Oh,
Well, that's
You know,
particle
it-
physics as well. That's what I'm trying to scream at people. That's what particle physics is compared to understanding of the ether.
Yes, making it
It's
overly
a bunch
complicated.
of overcomplicated bullshit that's trying to, then pieces don't fit all of a sudden, and you're lost in some cases. Like,
Yep, just like dark energy. God, we need to have a party about that going away. I mean, that should be celebrated around. That should be. We should be throwing, thunderbolt flags everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be talked about on mainstream news. That'll be just kept among the scientists. Oh, fuck, we're wrong again. Well, back to the old paradigm. We'll have to prove it right later.
no, it's not like
I mean,
that.
I don't know how many fails they're just running into. The scientists that go into that field
Not really.
must realize at some point, what the fuck?
Oh, well, they know if they go
They
into
are,
string
man.
theory
Not-
or any of
yeah.
that. Yeah, if they go into any of the bullshit stuff, they know it's just like games. They do it because that's what's going to get funded.
I'll keep my job as long as I keep my mouth shut. Yeah.
You got to remember, some of those researchers get paid minimum 150K, and that goes up from there. That's what those documents are talking about, the incentives they give to people.
And a lot of them have a lot of bills to pay.
Mhm.
I so love how they suddenly changed global warming to climate change.
And they're still trying to
They suddenly
carbon
changed these
dioxide or CO2.
Department of War, Department of Defense. And they do the same thing with the kids' mentality. They make everything sound so soft and so beautiful.
What really cracked me up about the ICCP was the way they literally had the gall to try to come out and rationalize eliminating some data and literally changing other data. I mean, like it under any circumstance, you could have a reasonable explanation for doing that.
Oh, but don't question it. For God's sake, don't question it. You're not going to get an answer.
You know, the funny thing about the whole global temperature thing is that whole concept of global temperature, some kind of mean global temperature, average global temperature, makes no sense.
You
On our
can't.
planet occur because of the differences in different regions. To average everything out never told you a damn thing about a damn thing, period. End of discussion. It
Well,
just doesn't tell you anything. It's not informative in terms of what
Well,
drivers.
especially they start taking the damn temperatures off of blacktops and shit.
Mhm.
You know,
Well, that's the other
they paved the blacktop parking lot right underneath the thermostats and shit. In a lot of the cases that they decided to take the data from. It's like, what the fuck, man? Really? Blacktop? No wonder it's a
an air
little hotter
conditioning
there.
unit within a few meters, 10 meters
Well,
or so.
and
Hell yeah,
well,
that's
even
going to
if
Yeah, a lot of
they
weird
have-
shit going on like that, you know? Or
And
they
if they
decide to
don't-
take data from the ships instead of the more sensitive buoys
Yeah.
that would
No,
give more accurate
they
data.
added 2 degrees because the hull temperature would have changed the ocean temperature
Damn right.
inlet. But hey, wait a minute.
Well,
All
on
that
the
ocean
deck of the
temperature
ship.
inlet, wouldn't it eventually equalize to the temperature of the ocean? Like, yeah. So then the data was true. Well, yeah.
Well, you
it's
got the
like,
sun beating down on the hull of the ship, and then the sensor over the
no,
hull.
it's like for the first few moments of temperature sensing, that the hull temperature had made a difference.
Well,
Water
also-
came in, it was absorbing all the temperature, and the temperature, whatever, if it was on the outside of that hull, the sensor, or the intake, then it's not going to sense any hull temperature difference.
Well, and
because
also
it's
too,
drawing
they
in already the pre-warmed
mixed-
What are
water.
you talking
They
about?
were
The hole's not getting wet. There's not water coming from the ocean all over the deck of this huge ship.
No.
Fucking
That was
sensor's
that
not
was
getting.
they raised the temperature in the ocean because they said the sensors in the intake valves were incorrect. So we raised the temperature back in the 60s
Oh
and
wow,
70s
yeah,
when they were
because
using
yeah, oh
these
yeah, they did that.
hull
They did,
temperature intakes for the
yeah.
they did
temperature.
that kind of manipulation on all kinds of localized data. But I mean, also too, they were mixing data
Sorry,
from
yeah.
some stations at one altitude with stations at other altitudes. What the
Oh,
hell is
really?
that?
Not even the proper altitude.
I know. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to, I mean, literally, if you want to, for whatever odd reason, know what the mean temperature of the Earth, if you think there's something useful you can get out of it, thousands more stations than what they have. And you
Uh-huh.
got to do it in layers. You got to have at this layer and at this outer layer and at this outer layer.
Well, yeah, depth or atmosphere. You know, a different atmosphere
Yeah,
pressure.
from the surface up. Yeah, exactly. From sea level up.
Well, I mean, I have to give kudos to Trump for trying to turn off global warming anyway.
Oh, that was just a
I have got to give kudos where it's due.
piece of candy, something. I mean, here's the bottom line on that, though. Let's see if it really happens.
Well, like I was saying earlier, trying to type in chat, RT, the Russian network, has been pushing now global warming since Trump stopped. RT's taken up the bag. I mean, I've never seen them push global warming this much.
Yeah.
And about wildlife
RT,
now involves global warming.
RT is doing that?
Yeah. Just look back. There's some wildlife thing, whatever they.
Yeah, all
I
these
don't know,
clowns
some
are falling
environmental
into that bullshit.
environmental thing. They're pushing. You know,
They've always been government, though. I've been saying
Yeah.
that, and they
But-
promoted Trump. So I don't know.
Well,
What's going
no,
on
that's
with that.
de-promoting him. That they're going against his paradigm now.
So it seems
They've almost switched sides in the.
they're gonna
you
look
know,
like
they
different teams,
they
right?
didn't really pick a side until after now he's not.
Sides.
Masses. What's been programmed?
No, he's not. He's pro-Israel. He's 150,000% Israel. He even said it like I'm literally quoting him. You know, he's you're gonna give them more than they need. They're gonna be turning around and saying you can stop giving us stuff pretty soon, right? He's super duper pro-Israel, pro-Zionist. That's the military-industrial complex. That's all the big shits. He's all the big shits. Which is all the same shit. It's all about fucking the Zionism and the world fucking CIA, having authority over USA and all that shit. And he's down with that. He's totally down with that.
Did you guys hear about the Jewish guy that got busted spray painting his own house with swastikas?
Well, that's a way of life for them. That they do that all the time. They're the persecuted, but they persecute themselves for the most part, even on a larger scale in reality. I mean, it's these fucking Freemason groups pretend to be Jews and religious and all that kind of shit, and they fuck with Jews and shit, and they're all the same fucking.
In your outings, my question is, in your outings, did you guys hear of that news?
Yeah,
it recently popped up. I think within the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I see it. I don't absorb that kind of news.
No, I know you don't absorb it. I'm just wondering if you had bumped into it. I mean, because I'm trying to see what headlines are going through the communities.
Yeah, no, I can't honestly say if it's more now than it was before because I just don't register it that much.
Well, I mean, them kicking over the gravestones has been headlines from what I've seen around here.
I know, but I remember from different times in the past where there'd be a plethora of stories like that. So I can't honestly say it's like more now than ever, kind of thing. But
it's like white noise.
It just seems like they were digging up some sympathy to increase their budget or whatever.
It's white noise to me, It's always happening.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be there for me to go, did you hear about the Jew? You know what I mean?
Well, I try to stay abreast of everything.
The
I'm
one
addicted to
Jew-
Rosie.
The one Jew that did the one thing, it's like lots of people do dumb shit. I mean, I wouldn't imagine there wouldn't be a one guy doing a one thing, I bet there was an Indian who was running around painting engines all over stuff.
Well, that's another reason why I tune out stories like that. If it's a story, like you say, about one person,
Anecdotal or whatever. Yeah, what can I do?
yeah, it doesn't really say anything about anything at that point. Yeah.
And then basically you make an ass out of yourself by commenting on the issue because something weird, socially unacceptable.
Well, that's kind
It's
of
a
what they want
rope-a-dope
you to
question,
do.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't blame the Jews. I blame the fucking the religious leaders who created Judaism and that the Jews follow.
Right. That creates divide.
I'm not blaming the Jews. They're slaves to their religion just like everybody else. They might be participating parties and they benefit a little bit more than others, but it's all a fucking different level of servitude and slavery in my mind.
Yeah. So I try not to feed anything that would acknowledge one side versus another. Yeah.
Right.
I can't remember question 7 without going online. Damn it. I had all these planned out in my head an hour ago.
So why did you want to have this series of questions anyway?
Oh, I'm building up over the times that I've listened to you guys chat. And
Oh,
a word in edgewise.
Oh, so this is accumulative. Okay. I didn't know if
there was something about Theo. I can't remember what it was. Damn it.
Well, I thought maybe you were trying to psychoanalyze. I know once Kenny had this thing where he said he had 5 or 10 key questions he could ask anybody. And if he asked someone all those questions, he'd know everything about them.
Well, that's pretty far-fetched. But then again, some details in some perverted, twisted ways could actually extract quite a lot of information.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody.
I think if you know psychology well enough, you could come up with like 10 questions that would tell you a lot versus 10 other questions, by picking.
Yeah, but there would be no way you would get the full onset.
Oh, of course not. He
But you would probably, extract religion and, other type beliefs.
Well, I think
whatever.
it's based on the idea of, how psychology, right or wrong, it classifies people in different categories. And the kinds of questions that were involved there were to determine what kinds of categories and how much in that category you might be in.
Right.
And then you build a profile from that afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm fully aware with that. I've watched many seminars of psychology. Yeah. I mean, they have so easy now to diagnose you as depressed or having some kind of ailment. I mean, you could bite your nails, smoke, and drink, and you're obviously needing some type of drug.
That's kind of how I felt about the questions you were asking me. I felt like you wanted me to answer narcissistically, sociopathically, and I was really kind of offended by your questions. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, is this some sort of a fucking rope-a-dope? Like, you want me to answer narcissistically or sociopathically or something weird?
No,
because
I just wanted
would you use baby body parts for your teeth? And, that's so fucking ridiculous. And narcissistic and sociopathic, I can't even answer that, right?
I have never heard anybody be asked a question like that.
I told you I can I'm a good devil's advocate. If you want to pick something apart, blow it by me.
But you see what I'm getting at, right? About the line of questioning, how it would infer a sociopathic nature in me or a, narcissistic nature in me is sort of a lot. It's a tricky logical fallacy is what it was, I thought. That's why I said I didn't like the question, because it didn't make sense. That's why I said I would find it, what I say, appalling or whatever, or just fucking.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a tough question. That's what I meant.
It wasn't tough
some
at
of the
all.
Scenarios
like
that we might find ourselves
realize
in later.
It took me a millisecond to answer you. It wasn't a tough question at all.
you know what the problem sometimes with those kind of questions, Dad,
If it
is
was a
that
tough question, then now you're inferring again. If it was a tough question for me, then now you're inferring again a sociopathic or a fucking narcissistic nature.
Well, you kind of blew me off when I asked the vaccine, and then when I added it in to be your daughter
Because
or son.
again, the vaccine, it was the same thing. It's against all the things that I study.
it's a false
Well,
To tell
I
you
reality.
the
know, but
vaccines
that's what
don't
I'm
even work.
saying.
And
I
then now
mean,
you're gonna offer me a vaccine.
step?
Like you're gonna. It's like obviously I don't want the vaccine, right?
I
Vaccines
know
don't
that,
work.
but I'm saying, would you step over the line if it is?
But
for your
vaccines don't
child?
work. They're not in our head the same way.
It's almost like you, Dad. Sometimes like you've forgotten what we talk about all the time. The whole point of it is that these things don't work as advertised. They never did work as advertised. The kinds of
I'm
things
sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? I should not have used vaccine.
remember my
I should have
worldview.
used enzyme or tablet or something.
It's like
else.
asking an Amish person, which car would you pick? You know, the Mustang or the Camaro, and they're both like neither. You know?
Well, the Mustang's easier to tow.
Yeah, but you're Amish, dude, right? So neither.
Yeah, but hey, man, if it's pulled by a horse, who cares? I'm cruising in a Mustang, and it's not costing me any gas. I tell you one thing. I have been into Amish country, and I saw this one Amish guy. I've never seen a horse treated so harshly. That horse was sweating. I mean, just like foaming at the back from sweat.
Mm.
That poor horse. They really worked the hell out of him.
It's just an example that people are people everywhere. You're going to find jerks in any group, and you're going to find nice guys in any group.
Well, you call the guy a jerk, but the Amish have been putting out the best racehorses and best quality.
That's because they're not all jerks. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's true too. And the horse. What I'm always thinking in the back of my mind is that the horses are getting better food. You know, that's what I'm always thinking back in the back of my mind. But when I went to the Amish country to get food, guess what? It was all GMO crap. I couldn't believe it. They had, you know, they did have some stuff that they made there and stuff.
That's weird.
But it was still combined with monoglutamate and other
You mean monosodium
chemical
glutamate?
additives and, you know, dextrose and whatever they could do to, you know, preserve the food. You know, really, this is Amish? Come on. I guarantee that's not what the Amish guy's eating or his horse.
Well, there's still an Amish group that don't do that. Yeah, I know it's some.
Well,
local.
I'm just saying that they, you know, turn it into a profit type thing and perpetuate bullshit.
You sure that's not just a little fake Amish community, like a tourist place? Where
No, well,
it
it almost is like
that's
that.
directly against the Amish fucking code.
Yeah.
They wouldn't eat that abomination. They even say that. They even call it an abomination. God didn't make that fucking plant.
Well, that's
a Franken plant. That's where the damn term Franken plant shit came from, I think. I totally made that up.
Yeah, the one area where a lot of groups had to change because they were being so gone after by the government was on the raw milk, you know, selling that outside of their group, which was a nice thing that they did, but they couldn't do it anymore because they were just being attacked left and right by the agencies. That's the only thing I'm aware of that they had to kind of stop.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows, kitty?
Let me know when you're ready for question number 7, Grim.
Oh, no. How many questions do you have?
180? I think I keep coming up with more. The more he speaks, I keep coming up with more and writing them on the list.
Ask Debbie for me. She'll answer.
No, don't ask Debbie. Debbie's tired.
Ask her for me. She probably knows the answer. I said what I think about it.
All right.
I got a cat.
I'm just going to throw one out there for fun. Debbie, if you're out there, you're fishing, and you catch your 3-eyed fish, are you going to eat it?
I don't fish. I'm vegetarian.
Fucking trolling me. You're just fucking trolling me, dog.
I'm a troll. God, the trolls. God, trolls everywhere.
Good troll.
I swear they're multiplying, man.
Damn.
They've got to be bots. They're trolls times bots with AI twisted in.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, when AI hits troll, we're going to be smothered. There's not going to be a conversation like we're having now without a troll. And you won't be able to kick
we don't
it.
have any trolls.
You won't be able to kick the troll. You won't be able to excite. Nope, the troll's stuck there.
We got troopers Karen and Jux Tipos still left in the chat. They're real troopers.
Yeah. Well, they probably just fell asleep. But anyway, speaking of the trolls, was it in one of these that where somebody couldn't get rid of a troll as much as they couldn't kick him out of the?
You can ignore them. I mean, like try something novel.
No, he's talking about a hack.
Oh.
That's just
yeah. I mean, have you ever had somebody that you couldn't kick out of the chat or something?
Show. Nobody needs that attention.
So, have you ever had that happen?
Nobody needs that.
Had somebody that you couldn't kick out?
God damn, you don't listen. Nobody needs that attention.
Who?
I don't even know what you mean by somebody you couldn't kick out. Why would you let them in if they're?
Well, they just kind of came in. I don't know. No, I mean, I've heard horror stories all kind of going around.
People hack people's hangouts.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to get at.
That crappy shit. Yeah.
I think it's happened to me. Yeah, but well, you can't. You can't avoid everything that happens on this platform. But
that's why I don't openly put my link out to everybody.
Yeah, well, I have the hardest time. I don't know how we linked up this time. I think you sent me some kind of invite that I hit on Google Plus or whatever it was.
I added you to the chat box, I think.
Yeah, that seems somehow or another that's about the only way I can get on here. I cannot use a link and put it in Google with it running. There's nowhere for me to add it. And much less copy it because I'm staring at it on my computer. So then I've got to type it in manually, and by the time I do that, it doesn't accept it.
Type it in manually? I've never heard of anybody doing that. Yeah.
I know. Well, I'm viewing it on my TV set or my.
Oh, you're working off of a TV turn. Okay.
And right now we're talking on my phone, which is the only way I can use Google. Because if I try to use my computer, it won't do it.
That's not right. No.
No, but it does YouTube for me and on my TV. I'm happy. That's all I do all day, I sit around and watch YouTubes.
So you're not working right now?
Well, no, I've been cripped up with arthritis for quite some time. Like I was saying earlier, I think it was induced by the cholesterol drugs I was on.
You taking D3 with K2?
Say again?
Vitamins D3 plus K2?
Oh, I was just, I don't know. No, I wasn't on those.
I mean, at a minimum, you want to make sure.
No, she's saying you should be taking them now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I take a fresh multi.
No, she's talking about B3 and K2 specifically. Extra.
Yeah. You need 5,000 IUs of D3 and 180 milligrams of K2 together.
Is that in cilantro
by chance? Ideal for arthritis. Yeah.
Cool. If it's in cilantro, I got it. I love cilantro.
We're back to cilantro. Okay.
I mean, cilantro. Stop.
Doesn't cure everything, but it's good. Yeah.
Well, just get your herbs in, one way or another.
You need ginger. You need turmeric.
I've been eating a lot of cooking some chicken curry for myself lately.
That's good.
I still can't get the spices right. I need more zesty.
You can always add a little chili to your curry.
Well, they just don't have the right spice I'm looking for. I don't know what it is. It's some spice I had as a kid,
Salt.
and I can't
A little more salt.
replicate it.
Got it. Just kidding. All right,
Don't
take
you
care of
hate
your-
that one? Go ahead.
Just saying bye to Jux.
I was gonna say, you know, when you can remember some flavor as a kid that you really loved, but you can't remember what it was, that drives me crazy.
Well, I've lately started messing around in the kitchen, and I combined some cream cheese, a little block of it, with condensed milk, of course, all organic,
Oh my
and
God.
melted it. Plopped in some milk chocolate chips, of course, all organic, with nuts.
Oh God, you're mixing
Swirled
that.
them around, put it in the refrigerator, and it was gone within 3 days. I don't know how many calories I've sucked in, but I could eat that for the rest of my life. It's absolutely delicious. I have no idea what I've recreated. It's
I
almost like
think,
a cream cheese
yeah.
cake.
Look,
chocolate
I
chip
can go
nutty
with a
mess.
little sour cream from time to time, but cream cheese is just way too dairy for me. Ooh, it's too concentrated.
But I like
Yeah, it's
cheesecake,
thick.
though.
Trust
It's
me, it's
good.
thick.
Yeah.
It's like a cheesecake with those ingredients, but
I like
Well,
cream
you
cheese
can
on a
make,
bagel.
yeah.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, I usually like the veggie type cream cheese for some
Onion
reason.
bagel.
Well, yeah, I was going to say
Oh,
cream cheesecake made from almond milk is really good.
I haven't had a bagel in
Very.
years.
Now you got them on bagels.
Bagel. Yeah, I went through my bagel phase for a while. I can't eat
I don't
that
eat that
many.
shit no more, dude. So
Yeah, the only good bagels that I used to eat are GMO'd. I can't. They're glyphosated. I can't eat them.
Well, even if they're not GMO
yeah, all
bagels.
of them are fucking glyphosated these days.
They're all glyphosated. I
Trust
can't.
any
I
of your
can't
bagels.
I can't buy a local bagel that's not glyphosated. They
Yeah,
don't
it's real
exist.
concentrated wheat. Yeah, there's a
I
lot
can
of
buy.
problems
I can
there.
buy. I can buy the wheat free. Oh my God, the nastiest tasting bread I've ever had in my
I was going to
freaking
say,
life.
that isn't
The
going to
gluten
work.
free crap. Oh God, give me a rice cake. It will taste better.
Yeah, there's
Well, I
still
wouldn't think,
still got a long way to go on gluten-free doughs.
well,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
with bagels, because it wouldn't, how you know how the dough stretches? It wouldn't stretch.
Although
Yeah.
let me make one exception to that. I did have some gluten-free noodles made with rice.
Well, that's
I
different. But the gluten-free pizzas suck.
gluten-free
Pizza
anything
dough.
if it's imitating bread, it sucks. But the gluten-free noodles are not so bad.
Yeah, I know. That's all I eat when I eat noodles. Are gluten-free noodles. They're made of out of that rice. So
Well, you know what I really like is the ones where they make the spaghetti out of crushed up like carrot and other vegetables.
yeah,
That's really good. Yeah.
we got those in here too.
I bought
We also have potato chips that are actually made out of other vegetables.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
my last major
potato
attack.
chips.
My last major attack I had was when I had spaghetti over at my sister's house, and I followed it up the next day with her spaghetti for lunch, and I was a hurting pup.
I was going to say, I have
couldn't do it.
major indigestion if I eat spaghetti that much in these days. I don't have a problem avoiding it that much anymore.
But that was my last GMO spaghetti, and I have not been able to try non-GMO spaghetti, which I've been wanting to try.
Wow.
And I'm so scared. I've actually bought it. I have it in stock. It's probably close to expiration if it hasn't already. And I'm just too scared to try. I really am. I don't want to go through that again. But I miss spaghetti. I am getting to the point where I need some kind of pasta with spaghetti, tomato sauce. I miss my lasagna. Oh, I miss my lasagna. My mom used to make a great lasagna too.
Oh,
And
so
that's
did my
kind of,
dad. Oh God. Yeah. Memories of that taste that last the rest of your life.
yeah, you'll never forget that.
Hmm.
Yeah, those flavors, smells, those
Well,
really stick with you.
he made cooked the sauce for 36 hours. I mean, you know, it was really fully simmered with the cooking wine in it just right. And, mm, 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 mm. We'd always cheat and dip bread in the saucepan, you know, when nobody's looking, because we just couldn't stand waiting for this thing to get done. So we do the old dip test.
You know what my mom was telling me? They used to save money and fill the kids. They used to fry the bread.
I remember having fried bread too. It's awfully greasy though.
It is very greasy, but damn, it's delicious.
Yeah, but it's
You throw a
flatbread,
little
right?
salt on that, a little fresh
They
salt.
usually
Oh
use
my
bacon grease,
God.
Graham.
It's
Yeah, they
flatbread,
usually use bacon grease on it. Yeah.
right? It's not rice
Oh.
bread. It's flatbread, no yeast and all that.
I don't know when it was made when I was a kid. It was just made like with a regular sliced bread. But then,
We had fried bread,
yeah,
but it was actually potato.
mm, yeah, I think it's made in a lot of different ways.
It was really made out of potatoes. Potato bread.
All I know is
Anyway, hey, Grim,
fried in bacon grease. The grease would get on the roof of your mouth, and you'd never get rid of it.
hey, Grim, before we get way too far off topic, as you look at the magnetic, as you look at the magnetic, what the hell was it? Magnetometer right now, the GOES, look how shallow it is. And I want you to notice how small the Aurora Borealis has gotten, you know, associated with our, you know, those two flares that have just two, three, four, five flares now, I guess. Wait a minute, where are we at?
I'm not understanding what you're saying because we've actually had reports of
Me neither.
more.
About four decent flares, 4M flares, maybe four. I can't really see it from here. It's pretty small. But anyway, just notice how shallow the magnetometer is now bouncing on the GOES. That scares me, man. That is loading and unloading of the charge, man. That's low volume. There's not much there, man. There's no potency there. No amp, whatever you want to call it, however you want to look at it. I'm not sure where you're at mentality.
What, are you saying you're afraid the field's going to shut off?
It's just, no, the voltage is just way down. I mean, if you look at the magnetometer, it's like, what? I can't blow it up. Every time I try to blow it up, it gets smaller. It's at 110, 115 at best, and bouncing down to 75.
You might want to.
Blue line, it's not even going that far.
When was
And
the
it's just, but the difference between the two is the charge that's being, the wave, the amplitude of the wave that's coming to us. I don't know how else to put it.
Well, the first thing you want to check to make sure that you don't need to reset your device. I mean,
No, I'm looking at space NASA data type stuff.
okay, you're looking at their data. Okay.
Yeah, it's a GOES magnetometer. I could have sworn it was magnetometer. That must be one of those Mandela effect things.
Magnetometer.
Magnetometer.
It says magnometer.
Magnetometer.
I like that one.
I like magneto. That even sounds even more like what it used to sound like.
Yeah. I thought I heard that expression.
Anyway, here we go with the perturbations again. The bouncing up and down of that wave has become smaller and smaller and smaller, and that's the amplitude. That's the boom of the voltage. It's not the height of the voltage. You can have 20,000 volts and 0.00001 amp, and it does nothing. And you knock that amperage up, and man, you've really got something going. And even lower the voltage at that point. and that's what's happening, and it's just lowering and lowering, and it's scaring me because that's what's protecting us supposedly.
Well, there are some stories out there that there are right now some increased incidents of skin flare-ups like sunburn, but when they wouldn't have expected to have a sunburn. But you know, it's hard to know how much of that may be associated with
sunscreen.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I know one thing. When I used to go out in the sun as a kid, the sun felt warm, great, you know, and I didn't burn in 15 minutes. Christ, man. Sometimes now I can go out in the winter and I'm burning in 25 minutes. You know, just
Of course,
body's
the other thing
turning
you have
red.
to keep in mind on that is if the quality of your skin over the years of eating GMOs and all these other things is not as strong as it could have been. Okay, it's easier to break down, so you're going to be more affected by things like the sun and.
You probably go outside more when you were.
No, I was more speaking of how it felt on my skin, the heat.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
You know,
again,
I'm talking about driving. You know, with the sun glaring on my like arm or
yeah.
something like that. But in the winter, when we're closer to the sun, it hurts, man. I couldn't imagine what these people are doing down in the southern hemisphere. Christ. But I mean, I know, like in Peru, they're under constant cloud. The capital city of Peru, Lima. It's like they have 90% cloud days or 99%, 95%. It's way up there. It's like Christ. This living in this cloud of muck. It smells. It's not quite as bad as New York City. I don't know if you guys are Jersey, Atlantic City, all that area. It smells like car fumes to me from where I'm at. Of course, it smells like chicken poop here, but I don't know. You know, different areas smell different. You go down south. If I go, you know, towards the ocean, you smell the marsh. Then, you know, then you get to the ocean. Then, as long as the ocean breeze is coming from the ocean, then you can smell like the salts in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are anywhere inland, you smell the marsh, and the first smell of it. I mean, especially if you're coming off the chicken farms around here, and then you hit the marsh. It's like shit. Bring me back to the chicken farms. That marsh methane, man, it can really get funky when it gets really hot and dry.
Well, yeah, I know, like when I lived in Ohio, you know, if I was driving north on 75 to go up to Detroit, I'm passing all these. There's lots of, that's flatland there in Ohio, lots of farms, and they use pig manure for a lot of the fertilizing. So you can imagine what that smells like.
Yeah, anytime you get all that fermenting going on, you know, I can only imagine what that's doing inside your body. I mean, that's full absorption of those chemicals. I mean, there's no filter in that. You know, there's no digestive acid, you know, or enzymes, you know, weeding out the bad shit. Once you inhale that stuff, it's just that's it. And you know, it doesn't smell good to your nose. Imagine what it's doing inside. I try to hold my breath when I smell something that smells that funky or that strong, at least as long as I can. Prolong the inevitable.
Oh, I know. Driving through Texas, there's so many different stinky spots.
Oh, when you hit those paper mills,
On
it's
the 40
endless
or
and
20
endless.
or whichever one.
Funk.
Both of them.
Where?
And when it rains, oh boy.
So what
I like
smells in Texas? I'm
slaughterhouses and shit and things like that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
slaughterhouses are
fucking
bad.
awful.
Yeah.
I can't say I've really smelled the slaughterhouse. I mean, I've been to a butcher, but
No, nothing
So
similar.
you're not
but I
going
mean,
to a
he
dairy,
slaughtered
like,
the cow there. We waited for 4 hours while he, you know, chopped up half the cow for the new owner of
we're
it.
talking about Texas
that-
slaughterhouses where there's like you know,
Oh.
100,000 fucking
Hordes of that,
shitty
yeah.
cows all over the place, and the whole place.
But by the way, just to let you know, that's how much it cost back then. That if you brought in a full cow, what you would get in return would be a half a cow wrapped, ready for freezing, or wrapped in. They had it wrapped in paper anyway. I don't know if they did anything to preserve it better for freezing.
Yeah, wax paper.
It was, yeah, it was almost kind of a brown waxy paper.
Yeah,
I
I
guess.
remember that. My folks went for that group purchase. You get like 3 or 4 other people and you buy a cow or something like that. I don't know how it works, but
He's talking
then we
about
had
if you
these.
bring it to the butcher, right? Then the butcher keeps half and butchers it
Oh yeah, that's.
for the charge.
I feel so guilty because I chased the
Mhm.
hell out of that
Kind of
cow,
a lot.
and I have to admit
like
I was the reason that it
$500.
became. I was the reason that poor cow became so tough to eat. He was exercised well. Between him chasing me and me chasing him, I mean, that became a morning ritual for me. I had to get through the field, man. I was trying to get to my friend's house. I wouldn't hell if I was going to walk all the way around.
That's kind of what happened to those 12. You know how back in the day they used to do silly things like for Easter buy the kids 12 chicks. Stupid. Well, very quickly they grew into 12 full-size chickens, okay? And my dad made an arrangement with this guy that had a farm where he dropped them off there. And he, unbeknownst to us kids, because he promised they would never kill them, and unbeknownst, they had slaughtered them and gave him some of the meat back. But now we had played with these chickens, and also they got a lot of exercise running around because of us. And it was one of those scenes like in one of those movies where they slaughter the pet turkey and the 2 kids are crying at the table. They won't eat it. That's the way it was with us kids. None 3 of us would eat it.
Chickens run around anyway. They do all kinds
Yeah.
of things.
Well, my mom and dad who did eat it said it was tough as heck. It
Yeah, well,
wasn't good.
that's a tough thing. You never name your food.
Yeah.
If you're gonna never name your food, if that's what it's there for, I mean, I love eggs. I don't know if how vegetarian you are, but that's where I would draw the line. I could cut out meat, but you're not taking away my eggs. I don't think I could do eggless.
I
would
do
definitely.
occasionally cook with egg. So that's why I say I'm not vegan, but I honestly don't, I don't need to eat a lot of eggs. I don't know. Because I have to get them free range, really free range, not just labeled that, but where they really are. And it's awful expensive that way.
Who's here? Who's still watching this shit?
How many viewers?
Just
12 still watching.
that's weird.
2:40, almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe I've done what I'm
On a
doing.
Sunday talking about I love eggs.
Anybody have an
We
idea?
actually pretty much.
Anybody have an idea of how many gigabytes this takes?
Eggs are yummy.
It does sound funny though, because we did start off talking about the scientific method, and then we're talking about eggs.
But it's funny though. Yeah, I should have shortened this up a long time ago and then maybe started another one.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, you ready for question number 8?
No, matter of fact, I'm closing this down right now.
No.
We'll do another one another time, and I'll re-edit this to cut out all of this bullshit session, so the presentation is separate. I think that's what
You're gonna cut out all the good stuff. You're a censorer.
put all the good stuff on its own video, so she
You're
can.
a censorer.
Well, you don't expect someone who wants to hear about peer review to listen to 6 hours.
Fucking garbage.
6 hours of us ranting into the morning.
Dude.
Honestly, it would be better for me if I was stuck in traffic. I would rather listen to us than anything else on the dial.
Well, that's not saying much though.
I appreciate it.
Considering what's on the dial.
But I'll take that compliment.
Yes.
No, I mean it is. I mean it's just more real. I'm just not getting the commercials with the background music trying to
And the constant
make
bullshit.
me
Yeah.
feel sorry for Lassie and contribute to a fund while playing their tune in the back, you know, and we're seeing these poor puppies and give to the Jewish. Oh my God, how many times have I seen that lately?
The stuff on those
The
commercials. Yeah.
yeah, I mean these poor people in
One day you will have to spend Christmas.
the Jews in
This is
I can't believe what I'm seeing through those advertisements. You know, and they're showing the same advertisement they showed like years ago. No change whatsoever. The exact same one. Ugh.
Well, this is what I say to that.
One day you will have to spend Christmas on the moon. This is Bohush of Gulag Picture Radio. The good children of the moon have sterilized the vacuum seals in their cubicles, washed and freeze-dried the laundry, even dissolved the dinner dishes without being asked. But the delivery robots were already here, so why aren't there any presents under the Christmas triad? Well, it looks like Santa has quite a journey ahead of him, doesn't it? It'll take lots of extra reindeer to get up enough speed for the trip through the empty vault of space, which of course keeps setting his deer team on fire. Beware the inky black star serpents and the gnashing teeth of the radioactive banshees, Santa. Can Saint Nick sneak past lunar security, swoop with his pack down each family's atomic stack, and munch on all those extruded cookies that the kids left for him? Nope. This is WXRT, the only radio station worth going to the moon for. Happy holidays, pizza on Earth, and goodwill toward Milne.
Did it say pizza on Earth?
That's what it said.
Did it really say pizza on Earth?
Yeah.
I've seen so much disinformation on pizza. It's incredible.
Yeah, they kind of ruined the whole concept of pizza, didn't they?
Yeah. Kind of take the flavor right out of it.
I don't know.
And on that note,
Yeah. So what are you going to do? Restart? Or how do I save this? Because I want to review this when I'm sober.